ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 Flying so close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, I am audible.
Okay. Hello, Devasi?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, thank you. Sorry.
No, it's
My
okay.
microphone is mute, sorry.
Okay.
So, can you turn on the camera and share the presentation, please?
Yeah. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, screen is visible, right?
It's okay, perfect. So you put the camera turned on, please.
Yeah, just a minute.
Perfect.
Okay.
Starting. For you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So should I start?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So hello everybody. So today, welcome to this sessions in Azure microservice using .NET Core. Today, in these sessions, we'll discuss about the Azure microservice or microservice technologies and how using the .NET technology, and also discuss how we can host that microservice in Azure environment by using the Docker Compose or Docker container. So I'm Devashish Shah as lead engineer at V5 Soft Private Limited and also a Microsoft certified trainer. So before going to start, we thanks for our sponsor for organizing this great event, online virtual events regarding the .NET technology. And so yeah, that's about me. So I'm Microsoft certified trainer along with CSAP MVP and also Azure certified person. So in these sessions, we first discuss about some basic idea or concept about the microservice service architecture. So before going to microservice architecture, first we discuss about the software architecture concept. So software architecture is basically always simplified by organizations of a system, because whenever we try to develop any software, we need to specify a system, how we want to develop that software, what will be the process or what will be the steps we need to follow, or what will be the technology we need to adopt. So these organizations include all components like steps, processes, everything, how they interact with each other and the environment in which they are operate, and the principle to use the design of the software. This entire thing is basically known as a software architecture. In many cases, it can also include the evolutions of the software into the future. So sometimes we start the software development in such a manner that at the time we don't have this too much idea about the software. So once we are evolving that software scope or functionalities, then we, according to that, we decide the main actual architecture related to the software. Always, each and every software at the end, whenever that software development is completed or at nearly end, that always has an architecture system. So there is some meat and truth about the software architecture. So as per the meat, the software architecture is basically the different, actually where we develop the software architecture, there we have to follow a different steps like analysis and then architecture, and then after architecture design, we need to follow start the development, and after development, we need to perform the testing of the software, and then after it, we need to deploy the software in our environment. So these are the normal myths, but in actuality or in reality, this is actually happening. So basically in actual or in reality, architecture or software architecture is basically the backbone or center of all the processes. So not only the software architecture is only linked with the software analysis or only after before the development, each and every steps we require the software architecture. So it is a cyclic process. So once after the analysis, we need to perform the development, and then after development, we need to perform the test, and then the deployment. And in each and every steps, we need the help of the software architecture, and also as per the requirement or as per the scenario, sometimes we may need to change the architecture structure also. So normally these are the basic quality attributes of a software architecture, like availability, interoperability, modifiability, usability, extensibility, and scalability, security, and these are the main quality attributes so that a software architecture can be adopted at any time during the entire process. Out of the software architecture, one of the best known architecture is known as a monolithic architecture. It is a very popular and widely used and very old. So in monolithic architecture, it is basically the traditional unified model of the design of a software program. So in this architecture, we have a straightforward 1:1 relationship in each and every component, like as per the images explained. Like we have a user interface, and user interface directly communicate with the business logic. Business logic will communicate with the data interfaces, and data interfaces communicate with the databases. So there is a 1:1 relationship of a entire architecture. Monolithic in this concept means a composed in all in one place. So in this concept, UI, business logic, data layer, everything is combined in a single package, and that entire package is known as a monolithic, using as a help of the monolithic architecture. Basically, it is a tightly coupled architecture where each and every component is linked with each other component, and it's associated with the must be present in order of the code to execute or compile. Like suppose as per the image, so that user interface and then after business logic and then data interfaces and then database. These are the normal flow of the basic flow of the monolithic architecture. But if sometimes or some due to any reason, if any of the layer has been missing in this structure, then the code has been breakdown. So in this layer, each and every layer needs to be present, and each and every layer is connected to the with its previous of the next layer in a tightly manner. So in case of monolithic architecture, there are some strengths of monolithic architecture. That is, it is a less cost-cutting concern. Like since it is a single project, we does not need to repeat our codes, or it does not maintain any cost-cutting repository or common repository regarding the development, because entire code or in all the functionalities related to the particular project or software is combined in one structure or one single solution. It's much more easier to debugging and testing because since all the code is in one place, it is much more easier, and we does not have to maintain any other dependence policy. And also it's a simple to deploy because due to this one single unit, we can singly need to deploy as a single unit and host that deployment server. And obviously, it's also a simple to development because each and every layer is connected to it next to one. So it's a 1:1 relationship. So it's very easy to development. But meanwhile, there is also some weaknesses of this architecture. Another one is understanding. When a monolithic architecture scales up, it becomes too complicated to understanding because monolithic architecture is much more better for a small project or a project which is not has such scope to future scaling up. Suppose one project or solution has been developed in this architecture, and after some time we need to scale up or include some new features within that project. In that time, it's a complicated work because in that time we need to adopt all the structure in the same structure. So the making changes, it's quite tough in this scenario. And the scalability. Scalability means we cannot extend all the fixed functionalities in this architecture because maybe due to that some other functionality breakdown, and also the new technology barriers, because since it is a one single unit of code or a single unit of solutions, if we want to implement or adopt a new technology for the future release or for the new features, we cannot adopt, because say for example, suppose we have already developed a software, a project or solutions in .NET Core 3.1, and now we want to implement the new functionalities in using the .NET Core 5.0. In that case, we first not possible, because in that case we first upgrade the previous project in .NET 3.1 to 5.0, and then only we can use that. So entire project structure need to be converted into the new technology, and then only we can use the new technology in this monolithic architecture. In the alternative solutions of monolithic architecture, there is another concept nowadays is much more popular, that is called the microservice architecture. Microservice architecture is basically a basic concept of microservice architecture is break down the entire structure in a smaller piece of unit and then deploy it as a single piece of unit, and so that each and every independent part can work independently. So while a monolithic application is a single unified unit, a microservice architecture breaks down it to a collection of smaller independent units. So in this way, suppose each and every smaller unit is independent, and so we can anytime make change in a particular smaller unit, and in that case we know that other unit will not affected because we are not touching the other units, we are only making the one small unit. Like the example says, say we have a we want to develop one single solution, and that have a one user interface related to projects or some UI project. So that UI project can communicate with multiple n numbers of microservice endpoints or microservice project to perform their operations. So that this microservice can be classified or can be defined on basis of functionalities or on basis of custom requirement or any other custom parameters. So according to that, we can distribute the entire project in a multiple microservice, and each and every microservice is independent. Even one microservice can communicate to each another microservice internally also, so that there is no dependencies exist. So each and every microservice is an independent part, and if we require to change anything in a particular microservice, just then in that case we just only need to make the changes in that particular microservice. Then it will automatically work. So these units carry out every application's process as a separate service, just simply as a separate service. So all the services have their own logic and the database, as well as perform the specific function. So maybe the entire database is common, but each and every service may connect with the same database, or even required each and every service may connect with the different databases as per their requirement. The entire functionality is built up into the independent deployable modules, which communicates with each other through defined methods called APIs, or application programming interface. Each service covers its own scopes and can be updated, deployed, or scaled independently. So if we have any one single service required, so accordingly, if we want to change in that particular service, we just simply make the changes in that particular service and deploy. In that case, entire project or complete deployment is not required. We require a simple partial deployment. And if anything is breakdown, then only that related microservice related functionalities will be breakdown, but other REST functionalities will be remain same, or it will be working conditions. So in microservice architecture, there is some strengths or better advantage. That is, it's independent component. Each and every microservice is independent, and so as a development point of view and deployment point of view, it's easier to understanding, because in concept of size, each and every microservice is a very small unit, so it is much more easier to understanding or maintainability. And also, if we require, we can easily scale this particular microservice as per our requirement at any time. Flexibility in choosing the new technology, as I have said that if we require to change the technology of any particular microservice, that we can do, because actually each and every microservice is basically represent the API or as an endpoint point of view. So internally, which technology we have used, that doesn't matter. So maybe as per the previous screen, maybe I can develop one microservice in .NET Core 5.0 version and another microservice in 3.1 version. That is maybe the old microservice, and that remains in the old versions. But what are the new functionalities or new microservice I want to create, that I can develop in a .NET 5.0. So each and every microservice can communicate to each other, because those are the independent and does not have the direct link on each other. And so there is a microservice always provide a higher level of agility, so that because the smaller size and the breakability concept, so that we can independently or parallelly develop anything. But in spite of that, there is some separate concept of weaknesses or drawbacks also in concept of microservice. The first one is the extra complexity. Extra complexity means, since I have an entire project and we have break down that entire project into multiple parts. So as a concept of each and every independent parts, each and every independent part is much more easier to understanding and maintainability. But if we think about as the entire projects or as a whole, so where all the microservices can exist, in that case, we need to establish a communications between different microservices, and that part is little bit complex, because since microservice architecture is a distributed system, so you have to choose and set up the connections between all the module and databases. So in that case, we need to maintain a little bit of complex structure for this functionality. And the next one is the system distribution. System distribution means how we want to distribute our systems within the microservice or in the deployment server. And the next one is the cross-cutting. Cross-cutting means remove of the basic concept of cross-cutting is single point of code. That is, if I have already written down one functionality code, I need to reuse those code. That functionality needs to be used very cautiously, because in case of microservice, there is a high level of chance of duplicate of code in different microservices, maybe. So that need to be taken care of very carefully. And also the testing, because since it's not a single unit of code, so maybe where we are testing some functionality, that functionality may be divided into multiple microservices or two different microservices. So as a testing point of view, we need to take care while testing, we need to communicate with the two different microservices to testing the entire functionality. So that becomes a little bit of complex. So now, today, in these systems, we will first define a simple microservice-based API projects related. For this purpose, I have used creating some microservice-based API projects, which is based on the e-commerce concept. So I have here already created some projects. So I have already created 3 different projects. One is customer projects, another is order, and another is product project. So 3 API I have already created here, because for the time of due to a short span of time. So that's why I have already created. So one is the customer controller, another is the order controller, and third one is the product controller. Each and every controller I have treated here as a different API projects. So for this purpose, I am using here the .NET Core 5.0 version as a framework. This is .NET Core 5.0. And I'm creating a simple API project, and there I have created. For storing or fetching data, here I am using the in-memory data, so that I don't need to prepare database or create database connections. But yeah, you can also create the databases and communicate with the databases for this microservice also. So I'll explain any one of the APIs. I'll pick up the customer. So for this purpose, first I have created the customer models, which contain basically 3 property: ID, name, and addresses. And then in the DB context, for communicating with the databases, I normally use here the entity framework concept. And that provider file, I'm providing the DB, initialize the DB context, and in the initial level, I am creating some static data, which will expose or return me where I will fetching the data. So just I'll first set the customer project as a startup project. Yeah, and now execute the run. So since we are using the .NET Core 5.0, so by default OpenAPI support is enabled. So that's why it will directly open in the Swagger. So whenever I click on the execute button, it will return me the data. This data is coming from the in-memory database concept, which already I have. For this purpose, I have already defined the data in provider part in the seed data sections. So similarly, this is the basically return all the customer details. Even we are wanting to find a particular customer, say I want to find a customer 2, and according to that, it will return me that particular record. If I provide another ID, return me the separate record. So same way, I have also created order API, and if we execute that API, so this each and every API will be treated as a single microservice part. So here I am need to provide the customer ID. So suppose I'll provide customer ID 1 and click on execute, and so it will return me the data. So similarly, this data is also coming from the order provider data. So there I have already provided the data regarding the different customers. So customer ID 1, set different 2 or different order I have created, and also I have created one single order for a customer ID 2. So different types of order I have already created, and according to that, it always communicate with a different customer service and fetch the data. Similarly, if we search the product API, here we have already defined some product name like keyboard, mouse, monitor, CPU, etc., which will provide me the list of data. So for e-commerce purpose, I have already created. So these are the product, customer, or order. These are the independent microservice unit, which can be act as a. This is an ID. Say I'll provide two. That return me the mouse. So this can be act as an independent, isolated unit, so that we can deploy it. Similarly, I have created another API here. That API name is search. Search API is basically used to search any data across all microservices. So where I search data, that data can be searched from product API or microservice or customer microservice or order microservice. So for search, I have also created a simple API. And for this API, we are creating a search controller, which controller basically takes a customer ID as a input, and it will return me the data. So for this purpose, I need to communicate with the existing microservices, because whenever I try to search data, that search data is always exist in the other three microservices, that is customer, product, and order. And in this is microservice basically contains data, actual data related to the customer, because such microservice does not have any provider object or any initialized data. Yeah, there is. I have already created a provider, but this is a product data, but not in the search API. So if I go to the search API model structure, there we don't have any provider folder which provide me the data. So basically, search does not have any data, because search always try to communicate with the other microservices and fetch the data and return me a data. So as an endpoint or as an external user, I will always communicate with the search API, but internally search API will communicate with the other three APIs or microservices, that is customer, order, and product. So for that purpose, here here I am communicating with the existing microservices like here. So I have first fetched the customer, communicated the customer microservice by sending the customer ID as the input parameter, then sending the order, communicated the order microservice by the help of customer ID, and then for product, I normally send all the product related information. And according to that, if all the result is coming, then I will set the data and accordingly send data. So for this purpose, when I communicate with this data, I'll communicate through a HTTP client implementation. So this is the customer service in the search API, in the search microservice part. First, we need to fetch the client URL from the related to the customer service. For this purpose, here I am defining the app setting JSON file. I am defining the endpoint details of all the three microservices, that is product, order, and customer. These are the already existing endpoints which I have found from their project. So I have simply copied those details. This is 18047, that is the product. So I need to copy this data. Only from orders, I need to fetch the data. From customers. So I have to provide each and every microservice related endpoints URL, so that while we are searching the data from the search API, so that they can communicate. So in the customer microservice, first it will fetch the endpoint URL from the app setting.json, and then according to that HTTP client, it will communicate with the API by providing the value, and after that it deserializes the result and fetch. So first I'll mark this result, and for this purpose I need to set the multiple project startup true so that all the projects can run. So I will simply copy. And now I'll run the projects. So the 4 Chrome browser will open because according to that. So this is the search API. So independently, if we go to the any particular API, it will work because independently each and every API is in working condition. Similarly, if I search the record and provide me the ID and click on there, so while it is communicating, it will take some setting in the verification and start. And this is customer. Yeah, customer is. So this is the endpoint divided for customer 654. Cross check the app setting that JSON 654. Okay. Let's check. Some port related edition. Okay. So I'll show it using the composer Docker composer. So after defining this, we need to create the Docker composer so that this can be microservice can be hosted in the environment. So for this purpose, I have already installed Docker Hub in my local machine. So right now, this is my Docker Hub instance. Here right now, no images or remove those first. So right now, there is all the images has been removed. So first, we'll convert that Docker if a customer API service as a Docker composer. So for that purpose, I'll select the Visual Solution project and then click on Add Container Orchestration Support. And from there, we need to select the Docker composer. So whenever you select the Docker composer, it will asks us suppose for the Linux or Windows. So I'll select the Windows because my laptop is now using the Windows environment. So whenever I click on OK, there is a new project or related to a Docker Composer has been added, and related file has been added for this Docker Composer. So there is a Docker file already being added. This is the Docker file which added regarding to the deployment of the Docker Composer. And obviously, as we have seen that we are using the ASP.NET 5.0 for the base of this Docker Composer. Similar process, I'll add the Docker Composer for other 3 APIs for microservices. Docker Composer. It will take. So right now 2 API has been added in the container, Docker container or Compose container. Now it's time to add a third one. And it will take a little bit of time. Yeah, third one is also added. Then we need to add the fourth one, that is the search. Okay. So now all the APIs has been added as a Docker container. We have added a containerization. Now in this Docker Compose, we have 2 different files. One is a Docker Composer YAML file, which contains all the project informations like build, context, Docker file, everything. And if we expand this in the override file, there is already all the environment has been added. So what in which port it will require or not. So now I'll run. So first we need to define the port related to this container. So I'll use the product code as 6001, port 6001. And also I'm not required to host the Docker container in HTTPS, so I'm removing those lines here. Similarly, for customer will be hosted in 6002. And order will be hosted in 4. And the product one, last one, that is the search API, will be hosted in 6004. So it will be the 3 and 4. And also from here, I'll remove. So now I'll run the projects and open the Postman. Because since it's a Docker container, so with through Postman we can better check it. So the project is running right now. So now if I go to my Docker container on Docker Hub local environment, so now say all the 4 API has been included in my local repositories and all in use or running conditions, run mode. So now if I click on go to the Postman and use the same API in the Postman to fetch the data, will return the response as expected. Okay. So this is the customer data we have sent. This is product. If we want to particular product, We also fetch that. Similarly for customer also. And for orders, yeah, input is essential because order ID or customer ID, according to the customer ID, we have the records. Okay. Now, in the case of search, if we provide the data in a JSON format like this, the customer ID one, and if we similarly try to send the data search, then it will just click, but till it will display an error message. Yeah. Because just like Windows environment, Docker Compose or Docker container is also require the environmental variable to identify for which each and every microservice endpoint URL. So for that purpose, we need to include the microservice URL endpoints here. I have defining here the registry part, that is services __ product. Here double underscore is basically used at the runtime. It will replace the double underscore as a colon. And again, after that, I provide a name as HTTP e-commerce API products. This name is basically the same name of used in this part. So this names and the URL name must be the same. So that's why I created 3 different keys here. I'm mentioning the 3 different API endpoints. Now again, I'll run the project. One build has been failed. Which contain type. Oh, sorry. I have pasted the code in wrong place. Added in the environment section. Yeah. Now return back to Postman. I'm again hit the same API search. Yeah, data has been appeared because it's all the success message. And yeah, so now we got the data related to the all the customers, particular customer ID related all the records. So if we change the customer ID here, according to that, we will fetch the records. accordingly. So in this way, we can create in a multiple microservice and communicate with each other microservice by using a Docker Composer or non-monolithic. Now, if for the hosting point of view or deploy this in a microservice, first we need to push this code to our Azure DevOps so that we can able to change. Okay, so I'll just show you the environment, how we can this one. So while we are pushing this code to our DevOps part, now we need to create a project, which I have already created and already pushed the changes to code in this file. And at the time, we need to create a pipeline, release pipeline. And in the release pipeline, we need to create, so just I'll click on edit release so that you can understand release tasks. So here I have created two different steps. First one is build services and another is push services. In build services, we need to take the container registry and provide the Docker registry connections name to build the Docker related code. And then after this, we need to push that code in the Docker Hub so that after that deployment, this entire local repository can be accessible from the remote repository also of my account so that I can reuse them in the future also. So in this way, we can implement the microservice environment in using .NET Core and also host the records in Docker or Azure container also. So that's all for today's sessions. So yeah, so after all, at the end, definitely thankful for all the sponsors of these sessions to organizing these great events. So thanks for attending the interview. If there is any questions or query, please inform me. Yeah.
Thank you, Vasily.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. So I have done from my part.
Yeah. So any question, chat?
Yeah, no, I don't found any questions. So if anyone have any questions, so
yeah, anything.
Connect.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much, Vasily.
Thank you.
Welcome. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you for attending the organizing this event, and hopefully next year you also organize these types of event more.
Okay. Thank you for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
For participating. Bye bye.
To where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like that. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Hey, Manuel. Fine. It's my first session. It's my first conference in Saturday.
Yes. NetCoreConf is typical on Saturday.
Yeah, maybe. It's my first time. But mostly popular in Poland or our region is Monday, Tuesday, on Thursday or Friday. So always third or the end of the week. But weekend?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, in NetCoreConf, thinking about the Saturday and Sunday because it's hard work every day on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So in the Saturday and Sunday is the relax. Or you more time for conference time. So
yeah, I was 2 years ago. It was called, it's Belgium in Mechelen. It's called Cloud Brew Conference. 2 days, Friday and Saturday. It's always 1 week before Christmas in December. It's amazing because it's Christmas atmosphere, and here in Mechelen is amazing. So, and it was my first conference Saturday, but it was amazing because Friday, okay, session. Okay, you watching session on of course on site before the pandemic COVID, but still it works out well because okay, you're watching this one, but you have always open laptop, and after this day you go and drink, and Saturday is on the hangover, right? So
yes, it's good. So okay, so the first said welcome to the NetCoreConf. Okay, and I hope you enjoyed the session and override. Okay, so start to you.
Yeah, so when it's starting? When it's starting?
Now, it's live.
Oh, it's live! Amazing.
Perfect. Okay, you call me. You need help. Okay.
I can start. Perfect. I can start right hand. Right?
Yeah. Perfect. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Okay. So thanks everyone to join my session. I hope you'll be very happy with this one because today our topic is Azure DevOps in security world. How to build a safe pipeline. More description will be later, but it means how our DevOps is more security, how we can increase our level of security in DevOps, because very, very important right now. Of course, if you have very compliance project, it's related in Europe or USA or Australia, but we're going great. So welcome on virtual.net conference, and thank you for our partners. Without it will not be this conference. So thank you for our sponsors and partners. So let's move on. So my name is Jacob Waliszewski. I'm Azure Cloud Architect in Transition Technology PhD in Poland Corporation. We have few offices in Europe, in Germany, Sweden, and USA. We must focus on the IoT, Azure services, etc. We built a lot solution on the IoT, and of course, typical PaaS and the SaaS software. If you want to read something more about me, please join to my session. You have more session here, more information linked, or my website. I'm working with Microsoft Azure since almost 6 years. First, it wasn't Microsoft Azure, it was Windows Azure. Of course, between this Microsoft and Azure, Windows Azure as well was Windows Classic as well, Azure Classic as well. Probably more experienced guys will know what it means. And I'm focused only on that. So, and since almost two years, I'm an architect, and I'm focused only on design, build, and prepare architecture for our customer. I'm more focused on Swedish and Norway customers. I have a lot of projects from this region. So, and of course, it relates to IoT. So if anyone have question about Azure IoT, come to me. And also Azure DevOps is my typical place. I love it. All my projects are based on Azure DevOps. So if you have any question after this session, please join. Please let me know. Okay, so short introduction what we talk about today. First, of course, short about what is Azure DevOps. It's basic information, but we need to know what's exactly. Azure DevOps data security is very high level information because probably maybe 20-25% people know where their repository code keep in which region and what is compliance or restriction. Second, what is compare DevSecOps versus DevOps? Second one, the Azure DevOps, which Azure Active Directory integration, because very popular. Because of course, if you want to deploy something from Azure DevOps to Azure, you need to integrate. We discussed. Short information about what we compare service hook versus service connection. What is this one on this one? Security level in Azure DevOps is our main requirements. What we should know about security in DevOps, because Azure DevOps has a lot configuration in security. Next, this is short information about Dev Security extension, because it's possible include your extension to Azure pipelines. And on the last one will be best practice. So move on. What is Azure DevOps? Okay, probably everyone knows it's Azure DevOps. It's platform. Okay, question is, but is platform? Is this service? But officially, is the software as a service. Software as a service, typical platform that provides on our all modules like Azure repository, Azure pipelines, artifacts, test plans, or boards. So yes. Azure DevOps is big platform right now. It's not monolith, because I heard 3 weeks ago on some internal session, I hear that it's monolith. No, it's not monolith. It's very big platform, but it's very flexible. So we need to know Azure DevOps is the software as a service platform. Okay, but question is, do you know what the model exactly, how looks the workflow Azure DevOps? So, as you know, guys, we have typical flow. We have the typical flow. We have develop, build and test, deploy, operation, and something two last topics who don't. It's not popular like CI/CD, because okay, CI/CD is very classic. Everyone knows what the CI/CD is: continuous integration, continuous deployment. Okay, it's amazing, but a lot of people don't forget about continuous monitoring. So you need to know what exactly is you need to know exactly what's going on in your code, in your infrastructure in Azure, and you need to learn your application. You need to know how it looks like, because it's very easy to deploy. Okay, we have typical .NET application. We create the pipeline code, push to Azure infrastructure, and that's all. Okay, but we need to know what's going exactly our code, because okay, we will have 500 error, and where is the problem? It's code or it's in the structure, because it can be here or here. So we need to know, and of course, plan tracking, but it's related to Azure CI/CD. And once again, what is DevOps? DevOps is the union of the people, process, and the product enable continuous delivery of value. It's said by Donovan Brown. In my opinion, guru in Azure DevOps. If you don't hear about Donovan Brown, seriously, start looking for Google, find him, because he's the most important people in Azure DevOps in the Microsoft organization. Okay, but back to our case, security. How to save the implementation change our infrastructure on Azure DevOps. Okay, it's not very simple in say the one word, because security wasn't very easy case. It's a lot including cases. So we need to know exactly what we want to change, what we want to go. So first, like I said in the beginning, do you know, guys, where your data it's mean where is code in a repository keeping Azure DevOps, in which region? So probably 80% people don't know, because if you create a project in your organization Azure DevOps, you press OK, because if you are from Spain, you probably select West Europe, or you probably, because in Europe we have just two places in Azure DevOps, West Europe and North Europe. UK South. UK South, probably, I guess, and remember. So, and probably we select this region. Yes, okay. But question is, what if I have my example? 3 weeks ago, we have new project from Australia, and my customer will say, guys, we want to have Azure and Azure DevOps, but this full code, what is we're keeping in Azure DevOps, must be which compliance regulation Australia. And now you think, okay, first, of course, in Azure, you have Azure Police, and you can create special ISO regulation to this region. Okay, and then you will build full infrastructure related to this regulation. But how it looks like in Azure DevOps? In Azure DevOps, you have something like that information. If you create your project organization in Europe, profile data will be in Europe data center, and it will be US based. If you keep in USA, profile will be like USA data compliance politics. But if my customer is from Australia, all region will be from USA. That is restriction. It means that all compliance restriction, your data will be keep like which USA data or European data, European politics, policy compliance. So you need to remember that in Europe, if you put your organization in Europe, your profile data will be keeping like USA, Europe data. USA region, USA. But if you create in India or in Argentina or Australia, USA. And you need to know, you need to exactly explain for customer how it looks. Okay, but short information about where we can put in our DevOps region, because everyone say, okay, Azure DevOps probably will be in all the regions what we have in Microsoft Azure. No, it's not the same. So it looks like that. We have in UK South, West Europe, in our only Europe. We have Azure DevOps in Brasilia, Central USA. It's very funny because in our USA we have a lot of data center and only in one we can keep Azure DevOps. Strange, but this Microsoft policy. Of course, Canada, South India, Australia, and Asia. And remember what I said before. If your customer from like my example is from Australia, and I create Azure DevOps organization in Australia, you need to remember that your code will be keep your profile data will be assigned right USA data. Remember that it's different. We in Europe we have GDPR. In USA is different rules. So remember that it's very important. So more data here. Azure DevOps profile. What's exactly Azure DevOps? Always information that's global, not native, such as a user identification, profile, etc. But it's short overview. But it's exactly what I say. If you want to use your region data, remember which region and which in compliance. And of course, and the question is, if you want to transfer, you cannot, because it's not amazing. It's not available. Of course, like you said, you don't transfer customer data outside of your selected geography. However, we will try transfer your data if you need to any follow action. So you can, for example, if we have USA, for example, if we have in Europe and you want to move from West Europe to UK South, you cannot. But if you want to say from USA to Canada, yes, it's possible. Okay, let's move on and short introduction about what is Azure DevOps, because everyone say, because it's very popular, brand name, job name. Azure DevOps job title is very popular, but in my opinion, it's not job title. It's just only methodology and process of people on organization. But DevOps involves utilization, security, best practice. So we have DevOps. DevOps is typical automation. You need to use all people or automation and process, and now you have DevOps. But if you focus also in security, then we can say it's Azure DevSecOps. So it's not just only automation, but it's also automation with security. Like here, we have DevOps is heavy release on automation because we focus only on development, operation, application developer. But next way, we have DevSecOps. So it means that we are adding something like this place, and we have security. And then DevOps, which is automation every aspect, but including security out, is very important case, memorable case, because it's not all probably 60% of projects not relate to security. Okay, because everything say is cloud is security. No, it is, but it's not 100%. You need to know, because I had the project from Sweden when my customer said, Jacob, we need to know after every run our pipeline, we need to have full security audit. So later I will show you how what is it, but we need to know our IT corporation, our internal IT, it was corporate. You need to know it's very restriction, and we need to know that. So that then you include DevSecOps in your process. And of course, you need to include extension from security. Okay, but what is service connection? Because probably everyone knows it's just service connection, nothing special. You enable connection between Azure and Azure DevOps, right? But what is the exact? Because we have Azure DevOps, we have our Azure DevOps project here, and we need for what we are using our service connection. Service connection is needed if you want to have if you want to deploy your code in infrastructure Azure. It's very important. And now it's something like bridge between Azure and Azure DevOps. And in Azure, it's called its old name. Probably not all everyone you can know is service principal. Its old name. Currently name is app registration in Azure Active Directory. And no, not probably all will have access here, because if you want to build service principal, you need to have minimum application administrator rules or global administrator. Not everyone. In my organization, my company, maybe only three, 4 guys, me and my friends from my team have only permission to that. So it's very restriction, because if you create, for example, you have one project, and you want to, you have 20, 25, maybe 50 pipelines. Of course, each pipeline needs to have service connection to deploy. It's never mind, it's multi-stage YAM or it's released in the UI Classic. You need to have service connection to deploy to infrastructure to Azure. Okay. In my project, always we have 3. If we have, for example, 3 environments, dev, test, production, we have each service connection to each environment. So we have 1 service connection to dev, because in Azure we have three separate on 3 subscription environments, and each service connection is to each environment. And we not open big hole in our security. But I met a lot of projects that when I'm going to service connection, and I saw, oh Jesus, 200, 300 service connection, which probably maybe 80% is wasn't using, but still is open. And remember, Microsoft changed it a few months ago that secret in Azure Active Directory is because few months ago you can create secret in your service principal, which 99 years. Now it's 2 years maximum, because it was restriction. Maybe your project after 2 years will be still ongoing, but maybe some restriction is policy, and I agree with that, because 2 years is enough. Of course, you can create automation script, which will be automatically able to use to renew this. But remember, service connection is to create service principal your Active Directory. So remember, it's very important. Don't create a lot service connection, because if you create every pipeline new service connection, you make a lot of mess in your organization. And then after a few months, you will have 100, 200 not using service connection. It will be big open hole to your security project. Service connection we can also design with managing group. If you know what is a management group in Azure, you can also create. So you can, for example, you have design has mature organization, and you have a management group in your organization, and you want to create service connection only to dedicate your subscription. For example, you have company headquarters 1, and you have internal project. But in this internal project, you have another subscription. And I want to create only service connection to training that, for example. No problem, because in create service connection, I can select exactly which subscription and which service, because this option its option creates service connection to main company, and then the service connection will have access to full. But remember, if you want to have only, you have very restriction access for your team. Remember, select only your resource group, or is okay. You can select only subscription, but it's good practice is only select your resource group. Okay, but short introduction. How looks exactly this model configuration? So we have configuration. You're going to configuration Azure DevOps. You have service connection. Of course, this is typical. Sorry, is wrong place. Okay, but you have service connection. You create service. Probably everyone doing it because they're recommended. Service principal automation, and you have ready. When you create your organization, you create back on this one. It's settings to web automation, and you have it's something like that. You have service connection in your security network. And remember, this service connection is typical service connection. And how it looks in Azure? Exactly. That looks like in Azure. You have manual configuration when you go into your Azure Active Directory to Azure app registration, and you can find, of course, by your name. And you have all the details. And this is very important. This secret, what I said, you remember 2 years is maximum, but if you know that this project will be using by 1 year, please choose 1 year, not 2 years. It's still open your security on the public way. Of course, you have exposed API and more configuration. Okay, but how looks user permission to control service? Because yes, we can control the service connection. Azure DevOps can give in this option for us, and very, very good. When you create, where I have, so where you have here, you have already built this configuration. You can press this, manage service connection role, not service principal, because when you press manage service principal, you will see this one. When you press manage service connection, you will see exactly this view, security. And now it's very important because, okay, you are in the cloud architect, the engineer, developer, and you already had permission to create that. You create it, and you create service connection, but not just only that, because your team still will be not available. You cannot use this service connection because they not see it in pipeline. So what's an example? You need to go here, security, and you need to assign. For example, we have GitHub or Jesse Aaron, but it's administrator roles. You create permission, for example, for your contributors in your project, or the contributors ruled on this project, and you assign only role user. Then your team can use it, but cannot change configuration, etc. And of course, we have more. We can include in the Azure DevOps, YAML, Key Vault, etc. So it's a very critical resource and very important case. But of course, we can include this this security into pipeline. So your service connection can be only connected only your pipeline. It means that you cannot use this service connection to all pipelines, but you can be only used in one pipeline or the project permission. You have a lot of configuration like that. Second case, what is between the big difference between Azure DevOps Service Hook and Azure DevOps Service Connection? So, Service Hook is just let you run tasks to other services, like, for example, and the pipeline will be ready. You will get a notification in Azure Teams or Slack. So it's connection between it's connection to some provider, just only one task. It's not special. But service connection, because it's still here a lot on a lot of projects from my customer that, guys, we are using service hooks. What? Why are you using service hooks to connect to Azure? Yeah, because we want to deploy our code to infrastructure. Guys, but it's not service hook. You use service connection. Listen, serious? It's not possible. Listen, you have not right. No. So service hook is different service. I know it might be very, for you guys, developers, very, very normal case, but for maybe not for everyone, but service is different way. It's published even to subscription, and for example, like to Steam, Slack, etc. But it's not the same. It's service connection. Service connection connect your Azure with your Azure DevOps. Of course, it's not. Someone can say, hold on, but it's not just only Azure. Yes, exactly, because with service connection you can create with Azure, AWS, for example, probably GCP. For example, you can create with on-premise as well. It's something like bridge between Azure DevOps and Azure. So, and more, it's very simple. I show you some slides later. Where is? Oh, here. You can have more. You can just publish. You can manage identity, and you can create service principal. Or here, stop. And here you can create by management. So something wrong with my process. Okay, but let's talk about rules in the Azure DevOps with security. How exactly this looks like. Because I can say we have three levels security, three levelers in the security. First, everyone say access to DevOps. No, first one is authentication access to by MFA. If you have big organization and you have IT corporation, probably 99% they enable already MFA. So if you want to go to Microsoft Azure DevOps, you need authentication with MFA. So it's first level. And second one, we can limit access by localization. So for example, if our customers say, guys, to Azure DevOps only can access our team, for example, from your apps, from IP, from your region. So we can limit access by location. So it's first level of the security. Second one is begin in Azure DevOps. Now it's called organization level, and it's something like project groups. Microsoft give us a lot of configuration security because we have 10, 11 project groups. It's a lot of configuration in Azure. So, for example, we have project collection. Remember, project collection administrator is the high level. It's very similar to global administrator. You have, if you are in project collection administrator, you have full access to everyone. You can change everything and you can delete everything what you need. So only in my project, only 2-3 person has access to here because of the restriction. Of course, it's something later will be some trick, but second one is user roles. So we create first new user, we are adding new user, and we need to select access level. In access level, you have 4 versions of the license: basic plus test plan, stakeholder, Visual Studio. Visual Studio, if you have guys enterprise, Visual Studio Enterprise or Visual Studio Professional on the laptop, you can then Azure DevOps will be free for you. But but if you haven't, you will have assigned already basic. It costs $4, okay, €4 if I could remember. Stakeholder is typical permission for project manager, PMs. Sales very restriction without access to pipelines. Sorry, wrong. Okay, and that looks like exactly stakeholder. How it looks like you see stakeholder is very restriction only administration and organization, but Microsoft fixed this problem because if you had basic plan or stakeholder access, still you can go to organization to here. You can see all groups, but now it's something like project scope group. Here you have called some project scope group. When you add your all users to include to this group, this user will be not available to see organization configuration. They can only when they press organization settings, they will be only see general. That's all. So if you have developers who want to see everything, you can block that. Second, the third level, it's project repository level. Project repository level first. Project permission, typical. You already have account in Azure organization, Azure developer organization. Okay, but now we create new project, so you need to have access to project. It's classic. Okay, of course you can create your Azure resource group. You can include your from Azure from Azure organization, Azure Active Directory. So if you have some Windows Server all classic, which connection, you can include also connect this group. But if you don't want to focus with Azure Active Directory, you have new project and you don't want to focus on some group special, you have this one. It's build administration contributor. Also should be here, probably maybe I cut here, but it should be a reader. And contributor, it's something like administrator on the project, full access here, and the reader is typical readers. So project permission is the first one. Second one is repository permission. So if you, for example, now it's a little complication because okay, we have contributors, we have readers, okay, but still we have another option. We have repository permission. Something goes wrong. Maybe not wrong, but we have too many configurations. Yes, it's right now you have too many configurations, but it's good because, for example, you have 25 repository, you have many repo, not mono repo, and you want to have that. Few teams should see half repository, and that's a command to have. And now you can go to repository permission, and you can just only assign this team will be see only this repository. Because for example, you will split front, see only front repository, backend see only from backend repository. So it's a very good option because I'm using a lot because in my project team want to see front guys don't want to touch backend repositories. Okay, but how looks our basic protection? Because it's very important. I show you on the beginning the service user permission, so let me explain again. So user permission control, you need to control everything what we have here. Pipeline permission, like I say, pipeline which using YAML, you can restriction here. And once again, you have YAML. Environment, so you can create, if you're using multi-stage YAML, you can using here. You can put your permission here, and you can see that is option to have connected. If you're using multi-stage YAML, you can using environment pipeline. So you go into environment, and you just like similar to UI Classic, you can configuration user permission. Security tools. Something very good for me, something to what my customer wants to see that. What is exactly security tool? Because like I say, my customers from Sweden say, guys, we need to have audit logs up every pipeline. Microsoft released 2 years ago, something like 2 years, security tool to analyze pipeline. It's called Microsoft Security Code Analysis. Right now, it's not available. They hide in the marketplace, but you can go to this website, or can send email, and then they send to you publish file. Then you can install in your organization. Because it's available tools. Here you have anti-malware scanner, credential scanner, bean scheme, security report. I'm using a lot of security reports because you scanning your pipeline. If everything's credential okay, for example, we include of course Azure Key Vault, variable glues, and of course we have some testing. And every these steps we have some security scan. And after this whole pipeline, it takes 20-25 minutes. We got full report that how restriction we have open, security open. So we have full logs and send to customer. It's very nice. If you want to guys using, go to this website or send them email this one, and they should share which code for you. Of course, if you want to have more security extension, it's available. You go into marketplace.visualstudio.com. It's available. Probably if you are using Visual Studio Community or Enterprise or Visual Studio Code, you probably you see this page. It's the website. It's typical marketplace for Visual Studio Code and Azure DevOps right now. And you can remember, Azure DevOps, what you create new project, new organization, new Azure DevOps in organization is very default. It's very default without some special extension. You can extend your project. You can extend your organization. You can install, for example, I'm using a lot this one, Security DevOps Kit. It's nice kit place. Nice kit tool that I can include in my pipelines or just only build. I don't need upload to my release, but also can be only included in that build in CI. And of course, you can a lot. So if your customer requires some security tools, etc., on SonarQube as well, you go in here and you install your organization. We're very slowly moving to end. So best practice. Be careful what you wish for, because best practice in Azure DevOps it's my best practice. Why? Because it's not official. I never found some official best practice in Azure DevOps. It's some very standard information, but this is my typical DevOps security best practice. What I think we should use, and we need to know. Why? Because best practice is obligatory using to or project. First, control your access is the main reason. Because I lot see project when it was in project include 15, 16 users when only 20 developers work on the project, but others was just only include the project, and of course we spend a lot of cash, and a lot of people have access to our code. Maybe it's politics, but I think only if I know it's my project. In project it includes 5-10 developers. Only 5-10 developers should be included in Azure DevOps. It's possible to automation that if you have a connection on Azure DevOps Active Directory and you block your user in Active Directory, then will be automatically removed from Azure DevOps. It's possible. First, permission management is obligatory. You need to know exactly how you looks your permission manager. Second one, access level management to user. So this one. So basic stakeholder in Visual Studio is different level access as well. So you need to know what exactly you need to have. It's classic developers, basic or Visual Studio subscriber, PMs, sales team, business unit manager, stakeholder. User permission, like I said, to service connection, group permission, you want to have multiple. Control visible, czyli dostępny. It's visible, it means you need to know exactly who can see, like I said. Project repository, oh, it's wrong, it should be project, not product. But it's product repository, so we have few options. Branch policies, branch permission, disabled. I know, not everyone can agree with that, but yes, forking is open for us, big hole in security. Maybe not security, but I'm not fun using this forking. Of course, review audit is possible. When you go into organization, you can audit. It's very standard logs without some special. Only see who changed something, who did something, and that's all, without some special, very deep information. And of course, you can export logs to Power BI, and you can generate more graphs, etc. Who likes that? Implementation web firewalls. Yes, exactly. You can include your web application firewall to. Because, for example, if I have project with front door and WAF application service, I can include this to my pipeline, and then I can see that my pipeline. Why? Because I create in pipeline special code that will be connection to my firewall. I will be checking if everything is all right. Yes, it's an option. If someone want to hear more, let me know after meeting. And of course, classic white source bolt standard. Use white source bolts, standard tool to use in Azure DevOps. And that's all from my side. Once again, I want to thank you for our sponsor that joined me to this session. I hope you're very happy with this one. And thank you, everyone, guys, for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakub. Any question in the chat? So, any question for now? It's perfect. So, thank you so much for you participating in NetCoreConf for your next edition.
Yes, I hope you did.
Okay, so it's okay. So, thank you so much, Jakub. Nice to meet you. Have a nice day.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 we're flying so close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 Flying so close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 And we're flying so close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know.
Buenos días. Hola, buenos días. Manu,
Bien, ¿y tú?
no te digo nada.
Si puedes activar la cámara. desactivar la cámara y compartir pantalla.
Ahora, a ver. Manu. Bueno, oigo algo, espero que me oigáis, ¿vale? De momento estoy yo solo, con Adri y con Manu.
Sí, que soy yo.
Vale, pues le voy a dar caña, ¿no? Porque vamos con
Sí, por eso te decía que si puedes compartir la pantalla y poner la cámara y ya empezamos.
Criterio.
Técnico. Técnico. Aquí vamos a empezar.
Vale, perdón.
Ahora sí, ¿no?
Me cargo.
Perfecto, no te preocupes.
Vamos a ver.
Vale, no está compartiendo, ¿no, Rofi? Todavía. Sí.
Hola, yo soy Rafa, bienvenidos a la charla de bíceps del brazo fuerte de Octubre en la NetCoreConf 2021. Muchas gracias a los sponsors, un año más y empezamos. ¿Qué es bíceps? Bíceps es un nuevo framework que ha sacado Microsoft, ¿vale? Para poder simplificar de una forma más fácil todo lo que dan las templates ARM, ¿vale? Para el que no sepa qué es ARM es una tecnología que usaba Microsoft en forma de plantillas en la cual tú definías en un JSON todos los recursos que quería deployar sobre la infraestructura, ¿vale? Y una vez definido, lo lanzabas contra Azure y él te creaba toda esta infraestructura que tenías definida en el archivo JSON, ¿vale? Bicep es un lenguaje específico de dominio, ¿vale? Esto significa que solo sirve para hacer lo que tiene que hacer, que es deployar infraestructura. Es una capa de sintaxis Zucker por encima de RM. ¿Qué significa? Que hasta ahora siempre hemos trabajado, en nuestros casos, con tecnología RM, ¿vale? Que es el framework que os comentaba antes de template de JSON, ¿vale? Y lo que han hecho es, por encima de él, poner una capa más de sintaxis Zucker, que significa, al fin y al cabo, el sintaxis Zucker es algo mucho más dulce, algo mucho más facilito, que no fuera tan verbose como teníamos antes, ¿vale? Digamos que este es el esquema que nos quedaría actualmente. Tenemos la capa de bíceps se comunica a una ARM y ARM se comunica a una Fuller Resource Manager, que es el que deploya toda esta infraestructura que hemos definido en todos estos archivos. Vale, aparte es una tecnología modular que nos permite decorar y reutilizar. Vale, esto anteriormente con ARM se podía hacer a partir de plantillas anidadas que se decían, la reutilización, y la decoración era un poco más verbosa y más difícil de gestionar. Ahora han simplificado estas dos cosas, tanto la decoración como la reutilización, ¿vale? Y con la nueva modularización que han hecho de Bicep y las plantillas. Vale, y finalmente Esto es importante decirlo, es un estado no persistido, ¿vale? Que es la gran diferencia que tenemos con Terraform. Seguidamente, pues veremos las diferencias, la tabla comparativa entre Bicep y Terraform, porque no me quiero extender mucho en la teoría, sino quiero ir más a la parte práctica. Entonces veréis que es una sesión de diapositivas muy cortita y nos vamos a la práctica, ¿vale? En la tabla comparativa es esta. Es evidente que Bicep y ARM están enfocados solo a tecnologías Microsoft, con lo cual solo nos sirve para el Cloud de Azure, mientras que Terraform sí que está preparado para los diferentes clouds que hay en el mercado. ¿Vale? El ciclo de vida, hay que tener claro que ARM era un ciclo de vida incremental. En Biceps, y veis un asterisco ahí, es incremental y nos permite destruir, ¿vale? Pero siempre con un asterisco, que lo veis en el ejemplo que os tengo preparados, ¿vale? Y por supuesto, Terraform crea, muta y destruye, ¿vale? Esto lo hace gracias al estado que antes os comentaba, que uno es persistido y en Bicep y ARM todavía no es persistido. Es uno de los grandes defectos que bueno, nos da unos beneficios, pero también nos da unos contras. Vale, lo que os comentaba del estado, no persistido y Terraform lo tiene persistido. Vale. Que significa que cuando digo persistido significa que realmente lo deja guardado en algún sitio donde nosotros le digamos, ¿vale? Y Bicep y ARM no lo guarda, ¿vale? Es solo en tiempo de ejecución donde mantiene un estado que una vez finalizada la ejecución es volátil, ¿vale? Se destruye y ya no puedes acceder a ese estado nunca más. Terraform sí que lo tiene. Lenguaje declarativo son los tres, ¿vale? Un lenguaje declarativo, para aclararlo, es un lenguaje en el que tú defines una acción y que cuando ejecutas ese fichero en el que has definido esa acción, ¿vale? Alguien se encarga o otro proceso se encarga en tirar los comandos, ¿vale? Para entender ese lenguaje que tú has definido dentro del fichero, ¿vale? La diferencia entre ejecución y declaración, ¿vale? Tú lo declaras y alguien lo ejecuta, ¿vale? Y hay otros lenguajes en los que tú vas ejecutando código, ¿vale? Como sería un lenguaje de batch o de MS2 en el que tú vas metiendo comandos y esos mismos comandos, aparte de los parámetros que tú les vas pasando, va ejecutando comandos, ¿vale? El lenguaje que es de declarativo, no. El lenguaje tú declaras lo que quieres hacer y alguien se encarga de ejecutarlo. La validación, ¿vale? Como veis, Bicep tiene color verde, es decir, que se han currado el tema de validaciones, por lo menos ya más que curradas, las han simplificado bastante respecto a ARM y Terraform. Aquí tienen una forma de ejecutar o más bien de declarar las validaciones que es en modo anotación, ¿vale? Arriba como es lo de corchetes arriba de la función. Y mientras que ARM o Terraform sí que tenías que picar algo más de código y jugar con las funciones de, bueno, querías mirar el tamaño de una variable, pues un len de la variable y si es mayor o menor que 0, entonces haces esto, si no, no es. Sin embargo, en Bicep lo han simplificado bastante en el modo de decoración que han metido. El versionado. Como veis, Terraform tiene una X. Esto no significa que no soporte versionado, sino esta gran diferenciación es que ARM y Biceps en cuanto a tecnologías Microsoft, ¿vale? Están siempre a la última, es decir, si sale un nuevo producto con una nueva versión, ellos ya es uno out of the box, ya están preparados. Sin embargo, el equipo de Terraform, al ser una empresa externa, no tarda un tiempo en reaccionar a ese cambio y entonces siempre nos podemos encontrar que necesitemos ejecutar una característica que acaba de salir y no podamos hacerlo en Terraform porque el equipo de Terraform lo está desarrollando, está adaptando su código a la nueva API de gestión de recursos de Azure. Vale, aunque son muy rápidos, pero bueno, también es una ventaja el utilizar ciertas tecnologías propias de Azure. El plan de ejecución. El plan de ejecución en Biceps o ARM, ¿vale? Aunque son tecnologías micro y están muy ligadas, en ARM no podemos validar el plan de ejecución que vamos a tirar, ¿vale? Biceps incorpora una nueva herramienta que veremos más adelante que nos permite validar la infraestructura que vamos a tirar contra la que ya exista o la que vamos a crear, ¿vale? Y nos permite decir si hay algún problema o no va a haber ningún problema. RM esto no lo tenía, ¿vale? Terraform, al mantener su estado, sí que lo permite, ¿vale? Aunque sabemos que en Terraform los archivos de estado y de plan de ejecución son críticos. Que una vez que si se pierden, la han liado parda. ¿Vale? Los plugins. Terraform y ARM tienen sus plugins tanto para Visual Studio Code como Visual Studio, ¿vale? Sin embargo, la comunidad o el proyecto de Biceps ha tenido una gran captación y una gran recibida por parte de los desarrolladores y hay infinidad de plugins que se adaptan en Visual Studio Code, ¿vale? Y la verdad que te fascina el hecho de tener tantas herramientas para algo tan reciente, ¿vale? Y sin embargo que no las tengas para no las tengas para RM Terraforms que llevan mucho tiempo más en el mercado. ¿Vale? Y finalmente la migración. Migraciones entre Biceps a ARM, ARM Terraform, Terraform Biceps, Terraform ARM, ¿vale? De momento, aunque está buscando información, hay muchas pruebas de concepto y muchas cosas que sí, que parecen que funcionan, pero no acaban del todo de funcionar a la hora de exportar una plantilla Terraform hacia un lado o hacia otro. ¿Vale? Y sin embargo, aquí hay una cosa que es evidente, que entre ARM y Biceps, de un lado hacia otro y del otro hacia uno, funcionan perfectamente. ¿Vale? Pues sin más, esta es la tabla comparativa, no quiero extenderme en la teoría, como os he dicho antes, y quiero que lo veamos más con ejemplos. Vale, vamos a configurar Visual Studio Code como herramienta de desarrollo. Hacemos una ZBicep versión, nos dirá que no lo tenemos instalado. Si hacemos una ZBicep list versions, nos dará todas las versiones de Bicep que podemos instalar. Si hacemos una ZBicep install versión v.0.3, instalaríamos una versión específica. Perdón. Si hacemos un AZ Bicep versions, nos dirá la versión que hemos instalado y nos mostrará un mensaje que podemos hacer un upgrade. Hacemos una AZ Bicep upgrade y finalmente van a instalar AZ Bicep uninstall. Si hacemos un Bicep, AZ Bicep versions, AZ Bicep versions, nos dirá que no lo tenemos instalado. Bueno, lo primero que vamos a ver una vez instalado Bicep es la herramienta que os comentaba antes en diapositivas de que Bicep venía preparado para poder convertir antiguas templates ARM a templates de Bicep, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer el ejemplo que hice, que tenía de cuando hice la charla de 0 a 100 en ARM segundos, ¿vale? Que vamos a convertirlo, la template que teníamos que desplegaba, creo que era una API y un SQL Server, ¿vale? Como veis, esta es el esquema que teníamos de ARM para desplegar toda aquella infraestructura, ¿vale? Y simplemente con Biceps es un decompile, ¿vale? Con el modificador file y el nombre del fichero, pero para esto debería estar dentro del directorio. cd migration, ¿vale? Y ahora sí, z bicep compile menos modificador y el website. Vale, aquí hay un pero, ¿vale? Y como veréis es que es capaz de generarlo. Aquí vemos cómo él automáticamente ha transformado todo aquel fichero de ARM con sus parámetros, sus variables y todo lo que necesitábamos, ¿vale? La ha transformado en un nuevo esquema de Biceps, ¿vale? Sin embargo, ¿vale? Nos muestra un warning que nos dice que, ojito, porque échale un ojo, porque puede ser que haya cosas que tuvieras parametrizadas, customizadas dentro de tu ARM que yo no he conseguido modificarlas. Entonces, sí que es verdad que te saca una lista de warnings, de recomendaciones. Oye, mira, warning no use parámetros, ¿vale? Dice, este parámetro está declarado que nunca se usa, ¿vale? El problema de la capa es resolving, ¿vale? con lo cual debería echar un ojo. El recurso SQL Service no tiene, ya no tiene esto disponible, es decir, esto a lo mejor debería ser, pues habría que mirar la documentación de ARM y ver si se debería utilizar la versión de la API de Microsoft SQL, ¿vale? O otro tipo de parámetros, propiedades o variables que tengamos por aquí. Es decir, que sí, que es verdad que es capaz de transformarte pues una RM hacia un bíceps en un golpe de comando, ¿vale? Pero que bueno, que no es tan bonito como pudiera parecer, a no ser que tengas ese RM muy actualizado, ¿vale? Vale, pues vamos a ver las validaciones de bíceps, ¿vale? Lo primero de todo que voy a hacer es definir un parámetro que se va a llamar baseName y va a ser de tipo string. ¿Vale? Si quisiéramos dejarle un valor por defecto, en este caso voy a ponerle 1, ¿vale? Sería así, es decir, acabamos de definir un parámetro con nombre baseName, ¿vale? De tipo string y como valor por defecto 1, ¿vale? Pero quisiéramos también decirle que dentro de este parámetro, ¿vale? Tiene que, dentro de esta variable solo me puedes pasar o 1 o 2 o 3, ¿vale? Si metemos una restricción de este tipo de vector, bueno, está listado con estos valores que podemos definir, no podemos tener un valor por defecto, ¿vale? Pero además le voy a decir que tiene que tener un valor mínimo de 5, un valor máximo de 10, vale, y voy a poner la descripción, esto es baseName prefix, vale. Como veis, tenemos 9 líneas. 9 líneas, contando de que esto es un vector. Pero vale, esto traducido a Terraform, ¿cómo sería? No lo voy a escribir porque es mucho más largo y lo tengo ya definido. ¿Vale? Primero de todo definiríamos una variable de tipo allowedListValues, ¿vale? Con los valores 1, 2 y 3. Sí que es verdad que lo bueno que tiene Terraform es que admite más tipos de variables. ¿Vale? Tiene listas, tiene maps, tiene keyValues, diccionarios, con lo cual es un plus que tiene Terraform que a mí me gusta y que espero que algún día llegue a Bicep, ¿vale? Pero bueno, lo que os decía, declaramos una lista con los valores admitidos y a partir de aquí, pues la variable de baseName de tipo string, con su descripción de base prefix y hay que anotar hay que introducir una sección de código que es validación con las condiciones, ¿vale? Usando la función interna de Terraform, pues miramos que el tamaño de la variable introducida sea mayor que 4 y que sea menor que 11 y que contenga ese nombre, este contenido dentro de la lista de valores admitidos, ¿vale? Si no, mostraríamos este error 5 menor que 10 y en la lista de parámetros permitidos. Permitidos. Como veis, sí que es verdad que, por ejemplo, si tuvierais muchas validaciones, esto tocaría ir separándolos en más trocitos de código, ¿vale? Para que sea por lo menos más visual, porque si llegas a concatenar 10 o 15, puede ser una locura intentar buscar el error. ¿Vale? Como veis, lo que os decía, de unas 15 líneas pasamos a tener solo 9, ¿vale? Más simplificado, más bonito y por supuesto la gestión de los mensajes de error te la da internamente el decorador. Internamente ya te dirá un mensaje de, oye, no cumple este requisito, que es este, o no cumple este, que es mayor que 10, o todo esto. Vale, como veis, lo que os decía, uno, otro. Vale, ¿y qué haríamos para verlo antiguamente lo que sería RM? Pues lo que hemos dicho antes es hacer este build, que con este build él automáticamente nos escupe lo que sería la plantilla RM que teníamos antaño. Vale, como vemos, él ha definido los parámetros, el tipo. Vale, es lo mismo, pero como veis, esto es en RM, en Biceps y en Terraform. Con el plan de ejecución tenemos una herramienta que podemos verificar toda la modificación de plantilla que estamos realizando en local contra la infraestructura que tenemos en el cloud. ¿Vale? De esta forma podemos ver las diferencias y qué es lo que va a cambiar. ¿Vale? En el ejemplo vamos a crear un storage arriba. ¿Vale? Voy a desplegar la template. Vale, seguidamente vamos a copiar el código y vamos a crear otro storage. Para ir ganando tiempo. ¿Vale? Ahora mismo está creando este storage. Ya sabéis que la API y los recursos a veces tardan un poquito. ¿Vale? Nos vamos a preparar un segundo storage para poder ejecutar el comando de... Vale, perfecto. Ahora ya lo tienes. ¿Vale? Y si... Voy a quitar este mode complete que os explicaré luego. ¿Vale? Y como veis, si yo me voy al... ¿Vale? Lo tenemos ahí creado. ¿Vale? Pues con este comando que es AZ Deployment Group what if, el what if es un ejecutable o es un script que tiran que tira a ZClick para ver las diferencias entre las infraestructuras que estamos creando y la que hay arriba. Vale, guardado. Espero que haya guardado porque si no nos va a decir que no hay cambios. Vale. Si hemos guardado nos tendría que salir que, oye, que sepas que voy a crear un recurso arriba que no está y nos saldrá en verde el recurso que ha cambiado. Vale, voy a preparar esto. Vale, efectivamente. Como veis nos dice, oye, mira, que yo voy a crear este recurso, ¿vale? Con este nombre, pero que sepas que arriba hay uno para crear y uno que no va a cambiar. Vale, pues perfecto. Pues venga, vamos a implementar este segundo script, esta modificación de la infraestructura, la modificamos. Vale, de mientras me voy a cargar el primero. ¿Vale? Mientras va creando el segundo storage, que ya se me ha quedado un poquito lento. ¿Vale? Y ahora sí que entraríamos volveremos a tirar el plan de ejecución para que veáis los cambios. ¿Vale? Y entraremos a jugar con el mode complete. Y os explicaré lo que hace. Vale, perfecto. Y vemos que todavía no lo ha creado. Todavía no. Voy a ir tirando el script. Vale. Acordaos que ARM, bueno, que Azure o ARM, tanto ARM como Azure son modos incrementales. Es decir, no tienen estados de modificar o destruir. Bueno, modificar sí, pero destruir no destruye. ¿Vale? Entonces nos dice eso. Oye, mira, que hay un cambio y hay uno ignorado. ¿Vale? Es decir, este se queda igual, como veis tiene un simbolito de igual, y este, ojito, porque este ya no lo tengo. ¿Vale? Pero sin embargo, hemos desplegado bueno, no hemos desplegado la plantilla. Sí, hemos desplegado la plantilla. No lo tengo claro, la voy a desplegar. ¿Vale? Porque hemos hecho el what if, ¿vale? Que es el plan de ejecución. ¿Vale? Y como vemos, seguimos teniendo los de storage. ¿Vale? Lo que os decía, acordaos que son incrementales que borrados no borra. ¿Vale? Puede actualizar, pero siempre hacia arriba. Si modificamos cosas en un service bus, va a mantener las viejas y va a añadir las nuevas. ¿Vale? Eso el incremental es un create o rotate. ¿Vale? Actualiza, pero no crea. ¿Vale? Como veis, sigue manteniendo. Pero hay un truquito que si hacemos esto mismo, le decimos que lo hagan en un mode complete, ¿vale? Este sí que va a ejecutar un borrado, ¿vale? Lo que hace el mode complete es recrear toda la infraestructura que hay y elimina la que ya no hay. ¿Vale? Como va a recrear los storage, lo que va a hacer es recrear el JRRN2, pero el primero se lo va a cepillar. ¿Vale? Entonces, dudas que podéis tener con esto es, oye, ¿qué pasaría si tengo una base de datos y por lo que sea alguien la cambia? ¿Vale? Tú puedes llegar a borrar bases de datos, ¿vale? Que lo que tengas en la plantilla no lo va a eliminar, ni los datos ni nada. Eso sí, como no esté en la plantilla, se lo va a calzar. ¿Vale? Entonces, ¿os acordáis en la presentación que hice un borrado asterisco? ¿Vale? Que destruía con asterisco. Este es el poder destruir recursos en Azure cuando no tienes estado. ¿Vale? Sin embargo, hay un pero. Esto está muy bien cuando estás utilizándolo en un resource group en el que solo tienes una plantilla, porque podemos tener que en un resource group tengamos varias plantillas, ¿vale? En la que, por ejemplo, tengamos esta web application, ¿vale? Por un lado tenemos un despliegue de los storage que necesita más de un recurso y por otro lado tengamos otro ARM, otro deploy de infraestructura sobre la web app. ¿Vale? Entonces, ¿qué pasaría si tiráramos este script en mode complete? Pues que, ahora vamos a ver, mode deploy punto biceps, ¿no? Vamos a refrescar para ver cómo se ha cargado el storage antiguo y ahora deployamos este script. Vale, esto es lo que tiene que hacer, es al cabo crear una web app. Vale, pero ¿cuál es la diferencia con Terraform? Que este no mantiene estado. Con lo cual, si todo va bien, lo que va a ocurrir es que él va a crear una web app, pero se va a calzar el resto de infraestructura. Entonces, como veis, sí que tiene una forma de destruir o por lo menos limpiar todos aquellos recursos que no estás usando, pero hay que ir con mucho cuidadito porque... A ver, me he dejado algo, ¿no? Claro que no puedo crear una web app si no tengo Vale, lo vamos a poner aquí. Vale, pues vamos a hacerlo con un storage nuevo, que este va a ser el 3. Vale, y así leemos más rápido. Vale, entonces ahora vamos a crear un storage 3 y veremos cómo vamos a crear este nuevo RM o este nuevo bicep de infraestructura, pero que comparte recursos con el otro bicep, pero se va a calzar toda la infraestructura que teníamos antes. Entonces, sobre todo, y con cuidado en el modo complete, a no ser que solo tengáis una RM o un bicep para un resource group o para otro resource group, porque esto es a nivel de contexto. Tú puedes definir contextos a nivel de grupo, a nivel de suscripción, a nivel de tenant. Hay varios contextos en los que tú puedes interactuar con biceps. Entonces, en este caso, como estamos contemplando el de resource group, es decir, toda nuestra aplicación, a pesar de tener varias pipelines o varios scripts que van rellenando la infraestructura que tenemos dentro de un resource group, que sepáis que si uno lo ejecutamos, puede ser que se cargue todo el resto de infraestructura con el mode complete. ¿Vale? A ver si acaba. Y hasta aquí el ciclo de vida. Como podéis ver, los ciclos de vida nos permiten eso. Poder ver el estado de lo que hay arriba, lo que hay abajo, las modificaciones que se van a producir y todo lo que hay. Y aparte, pues tenemos lo del mode complete, que por un lado es buena herramienta para poder borrar y por otro lado también puede ser muy peligroso porque puede destruir muchas cosas. Ahí la veis. Vale, ha quedado el 3 y se ha quedado el 2. ¿Vale? Muy bien, pues ya para último, por la parte final, sería ver cómo integramos todas estas plantillas bicep dentro de nuestra Azure Pipeline. Al principio, si recordáis, hemos activado un plugin en Azure DevOps que era para poder ejecutar steps de bicep. ¿Vale? Para ello también tendríamos que irnos al proyecto, crear un service connection, ¿vale? De tipo Azure Resource Manager para que tenga los permisos suficientes para que acceda a nuestra cuenta o a nuestro portal de Azure y él automáticamente se autentifique contra el portal y diga, oye, que soy yo la pipeline que voy a desplegar recursos de Azure. ¿Vale? Para ello, si editamos esto, nos pedirán unos datos, la suscripción y un nombre, poquita cosa más. Creo que también te pide un tenant, pero creo que con la suscripción y el subgroup que habrá que rellenarlo o crearlo de anticipado ya, sobre todo activate test check, que es para darle todos los permisos posibles a todas las páginas que tengáis para que todas puedan acceder a este Service Connection. Este Service Connection se conecta a portal y puede desplegar la infraestructura en toda vuestra suscripción, ¿vale? Y poquita cosa más. Luego ya nos iríamos a las pipelines y aquí os voy a enseñar el código. Son 2 stages lo que tengo yo. Hay 2 tareas, 3 tareas las que tengo yo. Configuraríamos el trigger de la master, es decir, cada vez que hubiera un push sobre master, esta pipeline se levantaría para ejecutar. Tengo definida un grupo de variables dentro de la library, donde tengo aquí un par de variables que son el token de la Azure Subscription, ¿vale? Y el resource group creo que era. Y poca cosa más. Y lo que os decía, que use ese grupo de variables que hay almacenadas como secret dentro de la library, luego el pool que sea un Ubuntu Latex, ¿vale? Se levanta una máquina y va a ejecutar el código para deployar la pipeline y bueno, a partir de aquí pues un stage, un job configuration, ¿vale? Y los steps. El primer step sería el de, si buscamos aquí steps, sería el instalar el bicep, que se baje el bicep a la pipeline para que pueda entender las librerías. Lo siguiente sería un run cli bicep, ¿vale? Que esto lo que hace es hace un build de la template que le digamos, ¿vale? Hay que pasarle un path, el path donde nosotros hayamos subido dentro del repositorio el bicep, ¿vale? Y finalmente, pues, una vez ya construido el build y claro, que recordad que esto lo que hace realmente es sacar una traducción del fichero bicep al fichero ARM, ¿vale? Pues un último step de ejecución que también es un bicep build. Vale, aquí, bueno, esto nos dará la versión de bicep que se va a ejecutar dentro de la pipeline. Con este comando crearíamos el resource group en el portal de Azure y una vez ya creado, pues deployaríamos la template con el resource group que lo obtenemos de la library que os he dicho antes, ¿vale? Y el nombre de la template. Y con esto, toda nuestra infraestructura al portal se crearía. Vale, pues vamos con la primera demo de Biceps, ¿vale? Y os voy a enseñar un poquito lo que podemos hacer con todo esto que os he explicado y ahora que tenemos la integración con la pipeline, tenemos los steps definidos, tenemos configuradas los triggers para el repositorio, ¿vale? Pues vamos a empezar a crear infraestructura temáticamente sin preocuparnos mucho, ¿vale? Tengo aquí unas variables que de momento no voy a usar, ¿vale? Pero las voy a definir para no tener que ir cambiando la pipeline cada 2x3. Vale, y bueno, de momento pues lo que teníamos antes, un base name, ¿vale? Que vamos a usar como prefijo, ¿vale? Una variable de restrictiva, ¿vale? Que solo pueden introducirme estos valores de dpincio.pro, ¿vale? Más adelante meteremos un SQL, un password para el SQL, un usuario para el SQL, ¿vale? Y unas bases de datos. Como veis, hay un par de cositas que no os he enseñado cuando os he explicado los decoradores, ¿vale? Y es el secure, ¿vale? El secure es cuando tú quieres que a través de la pipeline recoja de la library una variable, ¿vale? Pero que no la almacene en ningún lado, sino todo esto pasa en memoria, ¿vale? Y entonces de esa forma no hay forma, no queda persistido en ningún estado, en ningún sitio de Azure, con lo cual en teoría es más segura porque ya habría que inyectar en memoria y, bueno, y hacer más cosas que es más difícil. ¿vale? Pero bueno, esto lo que le indica justamente a la RM es que no lo guarde en ningún lado y que lo gestione solo en memoria, ¿vale? Y el otro es el array, que ya lo conocíamos de RM, ¿vale? Y al fin y al cabo lo que contiene es un array de nombres, ¿vale? Luego las variables, cómo se declaran las variables, que tampoco os lo expliqué, una variable en la cual vamos a hacer una concatenación del base name y el edición que nos va a pasar. Vale, pues lo primero que vamos a hacer, seguimos con el storage. Creamos un storage normal y corriente, ¿vale? Hacemos un git add, un git commit, -m, y le decimos demo 1 storage. Hacemos un git push. Uy, es que tengo el dedo, llevo toda la tarde grabando, no consigo que me salga la demo y encima tengo el dedo. Venga, ahora se tenía que haber, a ver, ahora, ahí aparecen, vale, y esto al fin y al cabo lo que va a hacer es en nuestros recursos, en nuestra suscripción de bicep, ahí en nuestro grupo de recursos de bicep, insertar un storage. A ver que no tarde mucho. Vale, bueno, está haciendo el build. Esperemos que no pete, porque últimamente, como os digo, las pipelines están sufriendo algo y no me da permisos con el Service Connection. Parece que no le gusta, pero bueno, sigo con la demo. ¿Vale? Como veis, en un breve momento tenemos aquí un storage. ¿Vale? Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es decirle, oye, muy bien, ya tenemos el storage, pero yo quiero insertar un block dentro de la store account, ¿vale? Pues definiríamos un recurso de tipo storage o de account, ¿vale? Le diríamos que es de tipo storage con block, con su versión, ¿vale? Esto hasta ahora lo hemos visto normal y corriente, como declarar recursos, y luego le diríamos que, oye, este name, cógeme el storage que teníamos, ¿vale? Su nombre y me metes en el block de storage que yo estoy creando. Es decir, que con esto, con esta variable, que al fin y al cabo el nombre que es descriptivo que le damos al recurso, lo usamos como una variable de objeto en el cual podemos acceder a sus propiedades. Porque, como veis, podemos acceder al nombre, podríamos acceder al resource ID, ¿vale? Podríamos acceder al tenant, podríamos acceder a varias cositas, pero a partir de este parámetro, nosotros, eso pasa a ser un objeto. Y a partir de ese objeto, nosotros, como siempre, podemos jugar con sus propiedades. ¿Vale? A ver si ha acabado esto. Ahí lo tenemos. Perfecto. Vale, entonces vamos a hacer git add. Lo he cogido, sí. Commit. Y ahora le decimos que el block. Y push. Y vemos cómo se desencadena el block. ¿Vale? Como veis, si miramos, vamos a miramos el block y no hay ningún block. ¿Vale? Es lo que vamos a crear ahora. ¿Vale? Como siempre, mientras vemos cómo se crea la infraestructura, seguimos con la demo. ¿Vale? Ahora, pues crearíamos un SQL Server. ¿Vale? Como veis, ahora sí que vamos a empezar a usar las variables, ¿vale? Que hemos definido, los parámetros que hemos definido, ¿vale? Y al fin y al cabo lo que estamos diciendo es crear un recurso de tipo SQL Server, ¿vale? Con el nombre de environment name, que es la variable que hemos definido para la concatenación de environment y base name, ¿vale? Y las propiedades que necesita para crear el SQL Server. ¿Vale? Haríamos lo mismo una vez más. SQL Server. SQL Server. SQL Server. Mira, ha acabado ya. Vale, si ahora entramos en el Blob Service, ahí lo tenemos. ¿Vale? Y ahora vamos a esperar a la creación del SQL, que este sí que tarda un poquito más, pues más, la infraestructura es un poquito más tocha y suele tardar un poquito más. Entonces seguimos. Y ahora vamos a ver la tercera cosa, cómo iterar dentro de objetos tipo array. ¿Vale? Esto lo teníamos con los copy en ARM, ¿vale? Pero como veis, una vez más han simplificado el hecho de poder iterar un recurso sobre un array, ¿vale? Lo mismo que antes os decía, que podíamos usar el nombre del recurso como referencia y usarlo como objeto. Como veis, aquí lo que va a hacer es decirle, oye, yo soy una base de datos, pero mi padre me lo vas a meter en este SQL Server. Mi padre es este SQL Server, así que yo como base de datos tengo que ir dentro de ese objeto, ¿vale? Le dices con un parent, que serían los depends on también de ARM, que, oye, yo pertenezco a este grupo de recursos y me voy a llamar sobre la iteración que voy a hacer de las DBs. Acordaos que esto es un array, ¿vale? Que el array contiene 1, 2 y 3. ¿Vale? Va a ir iterando dentro bueno, es un for, como si fuera un for each que va iterando sobre la colección y en cada iteración nos va dando una posición de la colección, ¿vale? Ahora, git SQL Server DBs, git push. ¿Vale? Todavía está creando el servidor, pero bueno, como tiene una dependencia no lo creará hasta que no lo haya creado por aquí. Hasta que este no acabe y si no cancelará este y empezará a crear el otro. Pero en principio debería crear la base de datos que está a puntito de caramelo. Vale. Y por último, lo que os quería también enseñar son ¿os acordáis de los outputs, no? Ay, no, perdón. Los blob storage. Vale. Sí, los outputs. Efectivamente. Perdón. Sí que Pues los outputs también hemos conseguido, pues eso, que la misma jugada de las iteraciones sobre los arrays, pues nos iban para los outputs. ¿Vale? De esta forma, al fin y al cabo, aquí tenemos lo que os decía, el objeto storage account, que era el primer objeto que teníamos, ¿vale? Las properties que tiene, dame el primary endpoint y del blob. ¿Vale? Con esto ya tendríamos un blob storage connection string que lo sacaríamos desde afuera para poder consumirlo desde otra pipeline, desde otro Azure, desde otro ARM o desde un bicep, por supuesto. ¿Vale? Y lo que os decía también es poder iterar dentro de las bases de datos, ¿vale? De la red de bases de datos y poder generar tantos outputs con el nombre de cada una. Es decir, aquí tendremos, aquí teníamos conexión string, pues aquí tendremos el nombre de la base de datos, ¿vale? Iterado, sí que esta iteración es un poquito más compleja porque aparte del nombre también es un integer que es de tipo, bueno, es un índice, ¿vale? Aparte de darnos el nombre, pues también nos da su índice y aparte del índice, pues completamos pues el nombre de la base, el nombre del output, ¿vale? Y bueno, lo que vamos a escupir para hacia afuera es la conexión string, ¿vale? Con todos sus datos, los datos que teníamos como parámetros, ¿vale? Un poquito más enrevesado y jugando un poquito con todo. ¿Vale? Y con esto, pues de momento lo dejaríamos aquí en los bíceps. Vamos a ver si ha acabado los deploys. Aquí está acabando el SQL Server. ¿Vale? Ya está tirando las bases de datos. Es decir, que de momento nos quedaría... Hay una cosita más que os podría comentar, que si alguna vez necesitáis tirar el... Porque no me... Porque lo he minimizado. Vale. Que es tirarlo con el batch, ¿vale? Si vosotros le decís que esto es un batch de @1, creo que es así, si no recuerdo mal, @1, ¿vale? No, habría que mirarlo exactamente, ¿vale? Lo que va a hacer es, ahora mismo está tirando en paralelo las tres bases de datos, ¿vale? Es decir, que puede crearse primero la 3, luego la 2 o la 1, un orden que no va a ser 1, 2 y 3, ¿vale? Puede coincidir dependiendo en el tiempo o no sé, en las causísticas de los clocks de reloj y todas esas cosas, ¿vale? Pero que si alguna vez os interesa, pues que vaya creando de una en una, pues hay un comando que es con batch, que ahora mismo no sé cómo, mira que lo tengo, ¿vale? Con el modo batch, ¿vale? Miraos el modo batch porque si le podéis especificar que, oye, créame las bases de datos de una en una, ¿vale? Mira, bueno, no hemos visto cómo las he ido creando, pero si pudiéramos ver los tiempos, una vez y tres, ha recorrido el loop, ha hecho este loop y ha ido recorriendo las bases de datos y creándolas, ¿vale? Venga, nos vemos en el último módulo. Vale, pues hemos llegado a la parte última de la conferencia, que son los módulos, y bueno, vamos a verlos en detalle. Para este último caso práctico he cambiado un poquito la pipeline, ¿vale? Bueno, he hecho otra pipeline con un nuevo resource group que se llama módulos, que viene por parámetros de la library, ¿vale? Esto hasta ahora ya lo sabíamos. Sin embargo, lo que he hecho es introducir dos variables nuevas, dos parámetros nuevos. ¿Vale? Un parámetro de georreplicación que contiene un array con los valores West Europe y Central Europe, ¿vale? Es decir, que lo que estamos albergando ahí son localizaciones, ¿vale? Y una variable booleana que nos indicará si necesita o no necesita redundancia. ¿Vale? La idea de esta demo es poder enfocar el cómo podríamos usar los módulos para entornos productivos y no productivos. Vale, entonces, fijaos que el fichero se llama storage module, ¿vale? Y sin embargo tengo definido un recurso, ¿vale? La idea de los módulos es, digamos, tener una jerarquía en forma de árbol en la cual la parte más pequeña va a ser siempre un recurso, ¿vale? En este caso hemos cogido como la parte más honda o la más profunda va a ser un storage, ¿vale? Y a medida que le vas poniendo capas por encima, pues vas jugando con esos módulos, ¿vale? De ahí la modularidad que nos da todo esto. Entonces, como veis, tenemos el recurso, hemos aprendido a meter force, ¿vale? Que estos son, acordad que son los copies que había antiguamente en ARM, ¿vale? Que vamos a recorrer las localizaciones, le vamos a asignar el nombre del storage según la localización y un nombre único, ¿vale? Le asignaremos la localización de la posición de la red que nos venga y a partir de aquí jugaremos con la talla. Si es development, pues entonces meteremos, aquí me equivoco, si no es development, entonces pondremos una talla más pequeña. Y si no es development, ¿vale? Pues pondremos replicación en el azul account porque significaría que estábamos en un entorno productivo. ¿Vale? La misma variable nos serviría para producción y no producción, para activar y desactivar el tráfico HTTPS. ¿Vale? Entonces, hasta aquí todo normal. Hemos referido un recurso como tenemos hasta ahora, es decir, si yo cogiera ejecutar el script de despegue con este fichero, yo ahora mismo desplegaría, pues eso, bueno, dos stores por dos zonas, ¿vale? No habría ningún problema, ¿vale? Pero si nos vamos a la parte de los módulos, el módulo lo que nos permite es reutilizar todos esos recursos que están abajo del todo, en lo más profundo, ¿vale? Y ser llamados desde fuera con ciertos parámetros y, sobre todo, simplificando y no teniendo que repetir todo esto. Es decir, si antes con una RM era tan verboso que te volvías a ver qué palabra puedo usar, te volvías loco en intentar entenderlo, intentar buscar todo donde estaba, aquí es que la han simplificado a tope, ¿vale? Entonces, como veis, los parámetros que tenemos son los parámetros que entran por la pipeline y, sin embargo, los parámetros que usa el módulo, bueno, el recurso, son otros, ¿vale? A pesar de que tienen los mismos, pero se llaman de diferente manera. Lo he hecho así para diferenciarlo y que veáis que abajo podéis llamarlos de una forma y arriba pueden tener otra, o incluso en tipo de ejecución aquí podríamos crear variables que luego pasaríamos como parámetros hacia abajo del recurso, ¿vale? Entonces, la forma de definir un módulo es el module, el nombre del módulo que queramos obtener y el path donde está albergado el módulo. ¿Vale? Como veis, en mi jerarquía de carpetas, yo tengo, este es el módulo, el main principal, el viceprincipal, ¿vale? Y esto es el módulo. ¿Vale? Entonces, a este módulo lo que haríamos es pasarle, le pondríamos un nombre, ¿vale? Le pasaríamos el array de localizaciones, le pasaríamos si necesita redundancia o no y el nombre del base prefix, ¿vale? Él ya una vez con estas tres cosas, que es lo mínimo que necesita, ya gestiona internamente todo esto, estas variables y todo cómo se tiene que comportar, ¿vale? Si hacemos un git add, un git commit, no sé, demo, hacemos un git push, ¿vale? Se desencadenará la pipeline. Vale, aquí se debería desencadenar la pipeline. Perfecto. Vale, y en breve, pues a medida que se vaya ejecutando en la pipeline, veremos cómo se quedan los recursos. Vale, con lo cual, como veis, esto lo que nos permite es justamente poder aprovechar todos esos recursos que hemos definido parametrizados de abajo y arriba usarlos como funciones que, pasándole parámetros, ¿vale? Ella se encarga de montarnos todo lo que tengamos definido ahí abajo. Entonces, este módulo, si quisiéramos reutilizarlo, ¿vale? Desde cualquier punto de nuestra aplicación, referenciaríamos el path y de momento quedaría fuera, ¿vale? Si queremos usarlo de momento, esto todavía está muy acotado solo a repositorio, pero bueno, me voy a esperar a hablaros de mis conclusiones y, bueno, mi opinión personal y las conclusiones y todo lo que tiene que venir que todavía a veces no está preparado, ¿vale? Así que vamos a esperar que acabe el deploy, que veamos cómo se va creando. A ver, mira, ya he creado el resource. Y aquí en breve debería ir apareciendo. Voy a hacerlo un poquito. Bueno, acordaos que es infraestructura, tarda un poquito. Estamos con la semana de las pipelines. Míralos, ahí está. Vale, pues doy por concluida la última parte de los módulos y ya por último deberíamos las conclusiones y bueno, y qué nos depara el futuro. Bueno, y finalmente vamos con las conclusiones. Lo considero no apto para aplicaciones distribuidas, por no poder usar los módulos desde un recurso, llamándolos desde un recurso externo. Tienes que ir copiando y pegando justamente todos esos módulos en todos los repositorios y me parece demasiado engorroso para hacer el salto. Que no tengamos este soporte a referenciar externamente los módulos. Aunque está en el roadmap en la versión 0.5, es algo que para mí, o en las aplicaciones en las que yo me muevo actualmente, es indispensable. Me fastidia mucho el potencial acotado a ciertos casos de usos en el sentido de que, por ejemplo, los if validan una condición, pero hacen solo una acción. No puede hacer un if y un else. Entonces, o por ejemplo, concatenar un if con un array o concatenar dos variables, me condiciona mucho a algo muy simplificado. Y si realmente es un lenguaje declarativo en que yo puedo hacer una cosa o otra, ¿vale? Pues echo de menos eso, el no tenerlo. El problema que me han dado en las pipelines de Microsoft, Ubuntu, mis pipelines son de Ubuntu, en las de Micro he tenido más problemas. No sé por qué, quizás he sido yo, pero la sensación que tengo es que con micro da bastantes más petes. O puede ser que sea, como os comentaba en toda la demo, haya sido la semana de las pipelines y estén tocando algo en las pipelines de micro de Windows, perdón, que bueno, que por eso me ha ido tan mal. ¿Vale? Y finalmente las peticiones. Pagarte a los Reyes Magos. Me encantaría tener muchos más tipos, como tiene Terraform, la verdad. Esto, que llegue ya a la referencia a módulos externos, o poder referenciar módulos con módulos, es decir, poder hacer realmente una jerarquía de árbol anidada, lo de concatenar condiciones que os he explicado antes y finalmente las condiciones con else, que también os lo he comentado. Vale, en mi valoración personal, sin extenderme mucho más, yo usaría Biceps solo en proyectos en los que tenemos todo muy acotado en torno a esos groups, no son muy grandes y queremos ahorrarnos la verbosidad de la RM. En esos proyectos sí que lo recomiendo, pero algo más complejo, más distribuido no lo recomiendo. Es decir, si tenemos una app service, un insights, un SQL, un service bus y todo está en la misma plantilla, en el mismo despliegue, no me importaría usarlo, funciona bastante bien. Pero para otro tipo de arquitecturas no lo recomiendo, por lo menos de momento. Bueno, sin más, muchas gracias de nuevo a los sponsors y muchas gracias a NetCoreConf por contar hoy conmigo un año más. Nos vemos en la próxima. Un saludo.
Pues muy bien, chicos.
Venga, gracias, Rafael.
A vosotros.
Un placer. Chao.
Hasta luego.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning.
Are we supposed to start now?
Yes. One moment, please. So your presentation for you. One moment. So it's in direct. Okay, you share your screen, please. Or your presentation.
Share screen.
Yeah, the turn up the camera. It's okay. It's okay. Perfect. So okay, introduction. Okay, so all for you.
Okay. So
starting. I like it. Hi.
Okay, so we're starting now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so hi everyone. Welcome to NetCoreConf. I'm glad to be here. And today we're going to talk about how to build a REST API with TDD. And since this guy is resting, we are not going to rest. This is going to be actually how to build a TDD with a REST API in 20 steps, which I'm going to show you all of them. So bear with me, but it's going to be very, very hard coding material, although I'm not going to type in front of you. First of all, who am I? My name is Gil. I'm a consultant. I work with developers, testers, anyone in the around product development, and I help them become better at what they do. I work with developer on unit testing, TDD, test automation, with test and test planning, agile people and agile stuff. I have 2 books, Everyday Unit Testing and Everyday Spring Testing. And you can catch me on the internet. You can Twitter and Gil Zilberfeld or on testingguild.com or Everyday Unit Testing. The presentation that's going to be somewhere available, I guess. You'll have other ways to catch me, as well as the link to download the code I'm going to show you from GitHub. One more thing I do before I jump in, I also do webinars every month. Actually, if you're watching this live, this Tuesday is going to be a webinar on TDD in legacy code, which is kind of cool. Let's do something. Okay, so TDD, when test-driven development, when you start looking for it, you'll see all kinds of things that are very simplistic. Calculator examples, like 1 + 1 = 2, which everybody knows works until we get an overflow. And it's hard to make the jump between the examples that you see to actual code that we have. Apart from that, TDD is considered a unit testing method rather than integration testing. So we're not thinking about it the same way as applicable to other things that we're going to do, including like API tests that we're going to talk about today. So TDD, like people don't know, who came around to this session wanting to learn about TDD, these are going to be the slides that we're talking about. You've probably seen this thing before. It's sort of a cycle. It's called red, green, refactor. You create a test that fails. It fails for whatever reason, including compilation. Fails. The green part is making the test pass with an asterisk. You actually want to make all the tests that passed until now, including the new one, pass. And you want to do this the quickest way possible. And then you refactor both code and tests. And this kind of cycle, it looks like this. Like this is from JUnit. Bear with me. I know this is a .NET thing. This slide, I use it anyway. I'm sure you'll understand. This is like a test for a calculator, like we said. And you'll see that the calculator has a red line under it, which means I haven't created the class yet. And if I haven't, and this is a good thing for TDD, failing test. After that, we'll do whatever we need in order to pass this, like add the method. You see that the lines are no longer there. We have a method we kind of created during the create method thing, and it has I and j, and now we have put implementation in. And once we do that, I and j don't look like good names for arguments, so we'll refactor them and call them first number and second number, and we get a better test, and then test and code, and we can continue from there. Basically that. Now, with the cycle of TDD, you basically have something like code working like every 10 or 15 minutes, something like that. So you can do the incremental iterative process and add code and add test and add code and add test until you get something in the wall. When talking about a TDD and API, that's not really the thing, what happens. First of all, if you're looking at test an API, you probably need a setup, a configuration files, a database, data in the database. That's for the setup, the cleanup. Clean up everything that you did, get ready for the next test. So if you think about writing a test, an automated test, this is going to be a big setup. There's no way you can configure everything in order to do this with 10-15 minute cycle. When you're doing API or any integration level test, what will happen is that you need to complete a lot of code for this to work. And that means there's going to be not 10-15 minutes, maybe 10-15 hours, 10-15 days between tests passing. And this has an impact on the way we actually develop. TDD is built to let us focus on one thing, do that, one more thing, do that. Here we need to focus on a lot of things. Most of the code that we write today, and especially this is a .NET Core thing, we're basing a lot on .NET and .NET Core, and we're going to build with a web API, so these packages and frameworks, and there's a lot of code that kind of mixes together the application code, the framework-based code, and the mixing of them also creates like steps we need to go through. We don't just write application code to pass the test like we do in TDD. So we need to be aware that this also gets in our way. With a lot of dependencies, like I mentioned, that databases, .NET Core by itself, I needed to install all kinds of packages on the way just to do that, and it's kind of create something that tells us, well, maybe TDD is not right for this. Test runtime, and we're not running multiple tests in seconds, maybe more than that. So all these things can tell us, well, maybe TDD is not for that. But I'm here to tell you that it is. So, so what do we need to expect? It's not going to be like regular TDD, though. TDD is like doing the incremental iterative cycle. Here we're going to be like doing like moving forward, moving backwards a bit. We'll see. What I'm going to show you in a minute is an actual development of what I did, and that includes like going backwards, going forward, and discovering stuff on the way, which is okay. That is how development works. The process supports it. So they're going to be like some rounds until we get it right, or right the way we decide it is right. We're going to refactoring all the time, not like something that we do at the end, and we're going to do refactoring in different levels. And usually, especially from what I'm going to show you today, I'm not going to finish the example until I have a system working completely. I'll show you what the other steps are, but you'll probably want to add more tests about the one that we're going to develop as well, like system tests and stuff like that. And when you develop that, you can take the same principle, apply it to them, and make sure you have a full production system working. So there are rules that we're going to, rules and principles that we're going to use. And this drives back to following an architecture model that helps us do that. If we don't, it's going to be a mix of stuff, and we're going to get lost and lose our rhythm. The principles are basically something that has been known from the 70s and 80s, so it's not going to be new. What you see here is a diagram of a hexagonal architecture, or also known as ports and adapters. We're not inventing anything. The idea behind it is that we have this blue stuff in the middle. This is our stuff, the business logic. This is what we're going to develop. And it talks to the other world with, it's called ports and adapters. Basically, layers that translate commands to us from the external side, API calls, controllers, stuff like that. And it talks to the other side with adapters as well. The adapters are very thin, don't have any logic, so we kind of try to get the logic that we can develop and test into the business logic, the part outside. This way, we can start decoupling ourselves from all the things that kind of create problems for us as we go on. Couple of rules. Whenever we talk to the outside to code that is not under our own control, we're going to use adapters like interfaces and stuff like that. Usually the adapters would be thin. They won't have any logic with them. If there's going to be any logic in them, I would have to like translation, right? If I'm using a facade to call a service and service gives me data and I need to translate this data back to my logic, I'm going to need to test drive this part of the code, and I'd rather have that inside my blue stuff rather on the adapter, because testing an adapter requires a lot of things. We're going to use data objects from the application. We'll see about that also in our tests. The more we have that, we have like cohesion and version control. We know we're testing the right stuff. We're going to use very, very small steps. I'm going to show you that everything I'm going to show you gets committed. Small steps are, I think, the most valuable thing you can learn. We're not taught to do that. We usually get taught as developers to build the thing and then debug it. But if you're using small steps, like everything's focused and you know what you're doing, it's easy to back out of it if there's a problem, and it's very easy to succeed if it works. We're going to be refactoring all the time, as long as tests are passing. We're going to abstract framework code from our code, keep the things outside the blue stuff, the blue area. And both on the coding side, both on the development side, we'll see that as well. And we're trying to defer framework code integration as much as we can because it hurts us. It kind of breaks the cycle. So yeah, I know it sounds like a bit vague. We'll see code in a minute. What we're going to build is an application called the Navigator, codenamed Dora. Basically, through that, we're going to build the API for that. What do we know about that in requirements? So user can set a destination. I'm actually telling you the requirements because what we're actually going to do is design the APIs ourselves. Sometimes we have this luxury, sometimes we don't. I have the luxury. So the user can set the destination, the user can ask the distance between the current location and the destination in kilometers. It's going to be the piece of logic. And the distance calculation is provided by a separate service. So our example, we need a plan for that. I'll show you the drawing in a minute. We're pretty much independent. I'm starting TDD from scratch right now. I'll show you exactly where I'm starting from. No constraints, and I decided to build it in .NET Core 3.1. I can do this in any version really, and any language, because these principles apply to all things. Why? Because Stone Cold says so. So our navigator application, if we look at it this way, there's going to be a UI and our tests talking to this API. We're not going to develop the UI today. So they're going to talk to a navigator controller. There's going to be a navigator logic inside, and the navigator logic will talk to a distance service through a distance provider. And this is like a constraint we're going to have. The distance service is not something that we build. It's here, use it this way. So we'll need an adapter to do that as well. We'll see what we do about this. So this would be an example of what to do when you have all kinds of examples, all kinds of dependencies for that. Okay, so let's take a look at code. I'm going to drop that and show Visual Studio. Okay, so what you'll see, and you already seeing S0, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the steps I was talking about, because everything I did very small step. So I'm starting with S00, and I'm going to do stuff and copy it from there on, both on the test side and the navigation upside. I'm starting with a regular web API empty thing. Startup program didn't touch those. What is important though is this. So controllers, and this is for like something that you probably don't have to do. We don't, when you're developing the controller, you won't use a version of each one. But the way the projects actually work is that they're going to load controllers by name and ID, and the URLs are going to be mixed up. So whenever you see something like this, with every step, so I'm going to have a new URL and a new class. And the tests, the API tests are going to call those URL, so we can compile it and run it. We're going to start now. So, yeah, we're starting, shut up. We're starting with this. So I've created a web API controller project. That's the top half. And it was empty. I don't have a controller yet. And there's a navigation up test. I'm using MS Test. Why? Because I'm also will be using MOQ mock for that, and the package for MVC testing, which is test host, and we'll see that later. So first of all, and this is not something I'm not going to show you, but I did that, was create a verification test. A verification test is something, a test that I run to see if things are ready to be basically running my own tests. So I created something that calls the built-in controller that's created with the API, made sure that that's okay. That's okay. So empty test, nothing. First to do is create an empty API test. So let's look at that. Okay, so I created API tests. And this is, if you see that I'm using set start point and set destination, you're probably thinking, what are these? These are empty. Why? Because the first step is to, like in TDD, you'd like that in API tests as well, system tests as well, BDD, whatever you want to create something that basically shows how to use the code. We're using APIs, so it will actually use the code in low-level stuff, but how do I want to read the tests? So it's going to be like person, human level. First test I'm writing, and there are going to be two here, is navigate to the same location, results in distance is 0. Okay, if I'm starting at somewhere and the same place, am I asking the distance? It's going to be 0. Makes sense, right? How am I doing that in terms of design? I've decided there's going to be a location class. You can see in a minute, I'm going to show you what it is, because everything is compiling. So location just basically looks like this. I'm creating a location, setting a starting point at the same destination with the same location, and asking distance to destination. I'm expecting to have 0. Next test. Navigation and drive to another location distance is reduced. So if I'm driving somewhere, getting closer to a destination, I expect the distance to be lower. Now, this is kind of a behavioral test. Okay, well, if I run this as an integration test later, I don't know what the exact numbers will be. But I'm expecting that the distance will actually, it's going to be less of a distance to drive. So this is why I'm testing that, not for equal numbers, but like this thing. What am I doing? I'm setting the start point from New York. I'm setting the destination for Los Angeles, from driving to east to west. And then I'm doing the initial distance calculation, going to get that. Then I'm going to be in a location, a drive to a mid location. And then I'm going to ask what is the distance to our destination, to Los Angeles, and I expect it to be lower than the initial distance, because Dallas is in between New York and Los Angeles. These are nice tests. They are readable, they show intent, and they don't do anything because I don't have anything here. You'll also notice that the location is near the test because I haven't done anything in the production level. Step 1. Step 2 is to add some calling to the APIs. So this is first of all, you'll see I'm calling the APIs asynchronically. So I have async and task and await here, which kind of make the test a bit more ugly, but I haven't touched those things apart from that. I have created a thing here that will call the API. I'll show you the setup first. So I'm creating the test server, part of the .NET Core testing services, creating a web host builder using the startup method. That's everything. Create client. Test server, for those who don't know, create an in-memory API server. So it kind of loads the controllers, expose the APIs, and I can talk to them using the client. And this is what I do here. So set start point, let's set destination, takes the location, converts it to JSON, create the content, and then I'm doing a post. This is part of my design, by the way. I'm designing the URLs here, right? So I'm designing the path that's going to be I'm going to post to, and I'm designing the fact that I'm going to send the body of the location. And basically, I'm checking that the client code, the response status will be OK. Same for the set startup point. And for drive to, I took an easy way out for now. I'm going to just simulate it as a set start point. Later, outside the scope of our session today, I'm going to add more code to that. Distance to destination, I'm designing it as a getter, as a get HTTP with this kind of URL. The response going to be a distance object. And distance has a in kilometer method that will return something. Distance is still here. It's returning -1. Why? Because I know the future. I need that to change in the middle. So what I have right now basically are calling things that if you look at my test explorer, that navigation 02, when I run them, I'm supposed to get a 404 because where's that? Stupid AI. I'm expecting OK, but they will get a 404 because the URLs are not there. I haven't built them yet. Step 3, a shorter one. I'm moving you see that I only have the navigator API here. I move the location and the distance to be part of the, step 03, to be here, part of the application code because they're going to use them as application code. Step 4 is to add a controller. So not touching the navigator tests, and I'm probably not going to touch them until the end. And that controls them put, like I said, not here. I put under the controller. So this is the controller I'm adding. Regular API controller inherits from controller base, has a distance route for the get, destination for the post and start point, doesn't do anything. And now if I look at my test explorer and run those tests, I'll see that the navigator tests don't fall on, sorry, number 4 we're talking about, yeah. They fail, but not on 404. Now we're talking about serialization and stuff like that I'm not setting correctly. This is actual logic. So the controller is there. And now I can move to something a bit more interesting. So we're going to talk about developing the logic. And in order to develop the logic of the inner navigator, after adding the controller, I'm going to do that with actual TDD. And I'm going to add unit test. First unit test I'm adding, basically, this is design as well. I don't have a navigator yet. Well, I just created it so it compiles. It doesn't have any logic. The navigator I created without any parameters. And I've said that, and usually this is something that we look for, like a hook when we're developing stuff. What am I going to start? Well, if I ask it for this get destination, it should throw an initialized exception. Very small. I'm not even passing this. This actually fails, but let's look at the code here. This is auto-generated code. You'll know this, but by the not implemented exception. That's basically it. But this is where I stopped and I said, wait a minute. Why do I need to handle exceptions if I can create the navigator with a starting point? So I revised my test. So instead of the one checking for the exception being thrown without even writing the implementation, I said, wait a minute, I'll redesign this. And I'm redesigning it by creating a location, passing it as in the constructor to the navigator, then asking the get distance from it. And if this test, basically I want it to fail based on logic. And you'll see that if I run this with number 9, sorry, number 6, new unit tests, you can see that it fails. Why does it fail? Because if I recall, I looked into the future, and in the in kilometer part, I put -1. Why? Because I wanted to go through the passing phase of the test. So unit tests are passing. Remember, navigator API all the time failing because there is no code in the controller and stuff like that. That's okay. Now we're focusing on the unit test. So I want to pass this code. How do I do this? Well, same tests, only changing the distance class now to return 0. The simplest thing that we can just do in order to pass the test. And now my unit test is passing. You'll take a word from me. You'll take the word from my word for it, because I'm not going to spend all the time in the test explorer. It's an annoying UI window anyway. I have a controller, a navigator logic, accepts a location in the constructor, and get distance returns a distance. That returns 0. How does it do that? By the way, I need to add a bit of code here. My distance class has a value I can set. Why? This is the way I chose it, and it returns it. And remember, the in kilometer method simply returns 0. But I have a passing test. What do I do now? I need to add another unit test. This is how TDD works. So, yeah, so this is the first passing test. Now let's do a second one. Second one says if I'm setting different location, I need to locate the distance between them. So I'm creating a navigator with a starting point of New York City, and I'm setting the destination. This would be a new method. and I'm expecting the get distance to return 4,000, because to 4,000 kilometers are 2,500 miles, and this is where I return. Remember, well, wait a minute. I'm going to talk to a provider. I need to do this in some way, and I haven't written any code. If I'm going to write code from the navigator that creates the provider, I won't be able to mock it. So I need to retract a bit. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'll have to refactor things. And every time I'm going to change the code, I'm going to change the test first. But for that, step 9, this is going to be affecting the second test and the first test. So we don't want to do this with tests on failing. So I commented out this and refactored this test to now accept a distance service, distance provider, in the constructor. And I refactored that, and I refactor the navigator to do that. Just with this, and basically this test passes because nothing has changed. It returns a distance that returns 0, so I have one passing test, but now it accepts something that I created, the distance provider, which is empty. The next thing to do, I'm going to do a bit of refactoring. My test stays the same, but my navigator, instead of doing the calculation itself, passes the calculation, the return of the distance to the distance provider, as it should. It basically defers the get distance method. Now remember, this is my provider, this is my adapter. It doesn't have anything to do with the third party signature. But in the real world, I will actually see what it needs in order to do that. But I'm going to still have a provider with my code that can do that. For simplicity, this provider doesn't do anything except doing the same thing it does before. So whatever I pass it, I just decided to pass it same starting point, end point. It still does anything that relates to the parameters. That's still good because now I still have a passing test. Same thing with the distance provider, but the logic gets done where it needs to be done. Good. Now I'm going to mock the distance provider because I'm creating logic that the blue stuff, that's my navigator, not the distance provider. So let's look at that. Again, working with only a single test, but keeping it running and passing all the time. So I'm using MOQ here to mock the distance provider. And because I'm using default value.mock, that means that it automatically mocks everything that I need, including the distance, and it will return 0. So far, I have my first test working with a mock. Now that I have this thing working, I can refactor. I'm going to re-add the second unit test, only this time with the mock. So I'm creating the distance provider with a mock, tells it to return here a distance that includes 2,500 in the value. Create a navigator with a starting point of New York, passing in the mock. Set destination. Let's look at the code here. And this doesn't do anything because this still doesn't do anything because this gets mocked and return 2,500. And then when the distance returns 2,500, where was I? The distance here will return 0. So I have a negative, a failing test. I'm expecting 4,000. This one returns 0. Excellent. I have a failing test that requires me to change the logic in order for it to pass. So all I have to do is basically change the distance class to do the calculation. So unit test doesn't change. It's written the way I want it. But now distance has a calculation in kilometer part. So I've added the logic of my application, the blue stuff, to calculate that. Now these two tests are passing. Both when created distance is 0 and distance is calculated in kilometers. Remember, these are unit tests. I'm mocking the service provider in order to make sure my logic works. Excellent. And my logic is the calculation. Right. This is nice, but tests are a bit iffy. I'm going to refactor the tests. So I'm creating the mock in a setup method. Can't control the navigation because it starts with different locations. And I extracted the setup of the mock to a small method here called create mock distance. And like I said, remember, boilerplate code, generic stuff, move it away. We don't want to see that in our tests. Okay, we have unit tests pass, but we don't have a complete navigator. Remember, if our navigator, let's look at it. There it is, navigator. Yeah, so a constructor saves stuff, distance provider gets with the distance, but yeah, it currently sends both starting point and starting point because it's a mock, right? It doesn't care what it gets sent, but set destination really doesn't have an effect on what's going on. So what I want to do is add a test to make sure that I talk to the service provider, to the adapter correctly. So these are the top two. And this will make me call the get distance part with the right arguments. So this is part of what we do in TDD, kind of help the tests lead us to what we actually need to add. So creating a New York, creating New Los Angeles, creating a navigator with a starting point, so far so good. I'm setting the destination, and I'm checking that I'm calling get distance, but this time I'm expecting, and this is the verify bit of the mock, that get distance, my provider was called with starting point and destination. That will require me to change the code in the navigator. So navigator still looks like this. I need to send the destination here and save it here. And this is our next step. So I'm passing the unit test. Same tests, only the navigator now looks like this. Destination here and gets passed to get distance. And now I know my navigator works correctly. It's time to start getting back to the controller and passing the API tests. So the next tests, the next step is not going to be about tests. I'm going to add a bit of code to the controller. Which step are we? Hold on. We're step 17. Okay, so we need a navigator, obviously, and kind of delegate everything to the navigator because this is how we want it to be. Navigator set a destination, but yeah, our navigator requires a distance provider. I create it here so it compiles. And by the way, if I look at the test right now, I think, let's see the test explorer, 17. Yeah, both tests are both API tests are failing, but causing an internal server, so something going to be the things are passed okay, serialized okay, and there's a problem within the API. That's cool. Okay, but there's a problem because obviously I would in my test I want my mock distance provider to actually be injected. So I need to do something additional to that. That would be step 18. I need to inject the distance provider. I do that by changing my setup code for the test host with configuring test services. So I'm going to add a singleton distance provider. So that's going to be part of our dependency injection setup. And to inject that into the controller, I need to change the controller number 18. So number 18, now the controller is injected with a distance provider, saves it, and passes it in. Now this would be nice, and I think at this point even, oh, I need to change the API test to use the mock as well. I think I've done this here. So apart from putting the mock here, I'm using the mocks in the test. So the distance provider, I'm setting it up to return for the first time, return a distance with 0. For the second time, remember we're starting at the point where we're 4,000 miles. So we expect 2,500 or any number, and then we get close. You choose a number, 1,400. It really doesn't matter because our test checks that we got closer. So we need to return 2 times a distance that gets closer. So we're first going to the initial distance, then the mid distance, and we're mocking the service provider in the integration tests. Okay, but there is a problem which I'm not going to show you because we don't have time, but let's take a look at the API test at this point, number 18, the navigator controller at 18. The controller. Yeah, so remember we decided to, we have injecting the distance provider and everything we delegate to the navigator. However, you'll find out very quickly that this is not enough. The navigator is initialized once in our starting point, so it gets overwritten with another location when you set the starting point, and it gets kind of mixed up between tests and so on. So this is why I actually realized, hey, maybe my first part was having an actual set starting point method was actually a good idea. So I need to refactor that based on a true story. When I built that, I actually went through these mistakes or discoveries, the way you look at it. So I'm going to change the navigator, going back to the unit tests. So basically, I'm changing it to now just give the distance provider and have a set starting point. And this is start skipping a few steps because we are running out of time. So let's look at the navigator. It saves the distance provider and sets the starting point here. And now that I have that, tests are passing. So test explorer. See, number 18, number 19 tests, all tests are passing, both unit tests and API tests, because now the navigator actually remembers what to do. The navigator, where is it? Sorry. The navigator controller at 19, where this work basically look like this. Creates the navigator in the beginning, injects it with a distance provider, and this gets used as long as the controller lives, and just passing along delegating the APIs inward. What's left is to do a bit of cleanup in the unit tests of the APIs, because they look, all the mock stuff is kind of detracts us from actually understanding what's happening here. So I'm going to do some Method extraction, set distance to 0, set distance to 2500 and then 1400. By the way, for the people who don't know about this capability in MOQ, in mock, haven't seen as shown that. Where's my second one? We have setup sequence to return multiple things. First this, then this. So my tests are pretty much okay. And this is where I stop because 20 is a lot, right? And you're probably staring at the screen and thinking, where was I when we started? Yeah, you're probably looking at me like this. But look at what we've got in less than 45 minutes, I think. We got readable API tests and we got readable unit tests. Readable is something like, I know, subjective, but get someone to read it. And I think we'll both agree that they tell the story what we actually mean. The architecture and the logic that works, because our tests prove that, is in place. We created a controller, which is a very small, thin adapter. We created the logic where everything sits, and we created an adapter to talk to the outside world, which is the third-party service. And we've shown that the main workflows are there. It's very easy to get the integration tests that we did running with a third-party service and help without the mocks and help them to actually see that the behavior actually working. What we're still missing at this point, first of all, remember the first test I wrote with the exception, we need that. That's part of the logic of the navigator. We need the integration for the real distance provider. This is the adapter that's going to talk to the third-party service, and depending on what it looks like, it will do all kinds of translations. Hopefully small ones. If it needs to do big ones, it's going back to our code. Integrated up with a distance provider, because right now there's no one that injects a real distance provider in. We need to do that at the program and app level. And we need integrated tests to show us that when we're running with a distance server, this will actually work. The real distance provider, not the mocked one, that calls the distance server. But we're on our way there. So, do I write code like this? Yes, actually, yes, very much like this. And there are a couple of tips and principles that I mentioned at the beginning that we need to do. Small steps. Small steps are so important. Like, don't commit things that are working. Commit steps. They allow us to do very small, successful things. But in order to do that, these small steps help us do, don't be messy. We get organized. We focus on the one thing that we need to do next and the one thing that we need to do next. And if we need to do some major change and retract back and take a step back and do something, that's okay too. But we need to do it from the test side first. There's going to be a lot of dancing, like moving forward, moving backwards. That's okay too. We can expect that. But like I said, whenever we discover we need to make a change in the code, make sure you have a failing test first, pass it, and that's okay too. Move forward. So can it work in the real world? Yes. It does take a lot of moving code around, a lot of sticking to principles, a lot of abstraction, because the code talks in different languages, and we want to talk with our language. But it is possible. I showed you an example of starting from scratch, so I'm not risking anything getting broken. But if you join me in my webinar, you'll see that it's possible to do that as well. with some risk, minimized risk. And that's basically my talk for today. If you have any questions, I'm not sure how you're going to ask me, but there's going to be a moderator soon. This code, like I said, in GitHub, you can see both a Java version of that and this, of course. And you can contact me with anything you might think of on everything, and follow me on social media. Just to get in touch, and you have other questions. And this is why I say thank you.
Thank you so much, Gil.
No problem.
Any question, chat? I review it's no any question, but it's the information for contact you. Okay.
Yes. So, like I said, contact me wherever you want, and after you recover from all this information.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice days.
You
Bye.
too. Bye-bye.
And I know I'm only and we're flying so close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. 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 go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves.
Prepare. So, starting you, okay? Nice to meet you. Welcome to NetCoreConf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're a little bit early. Welcome everybody. Welcome to my session about using your source code to document your application. My name is Michael Hompes. I'm a software architect for InfoSport in the Netherlands. I'm also a Microsoft MVP and on the side specialized in Azure. And if you want to reach out later on for questions or just other thoughts about the subject, you can reach out to me on Twitter using my handle energy164. Of course, today I'd like to thank all the sponsors for making this event possible. It's great to have these events still online and virtual, but it's nice to get together. So the agenda for today is first looking at what are the challenges about documentation and automating documentation. I'll look into some of the existing solutions you might know or maybe never heard about. And then, of course, we're diving into Roslyn and generating documentation ourselves. For these last two parts, I have some solutions already that you can use, that you can look at. They're all open source, they're free. So that's living documentation. It's on GitHub and also available as NuGet packages. And also I have created a workshop in the past around generating documentation yourself. So if you want to dive more into detail, I went too fast for you, you want to do it when the time suits you, also that workshop is available on GitHub and you can use that. Also, all the examples I use today, you can find in this workshop. So you can do everything yourself. So first look at some of the challenges we face. You write documentation, but for whom you're writing, you might not be knowing that, or maybe there are more people than you think about. Often, if you're in a team, you might have a product owner who's just dictating that you write documentation, or maybe it's your first consumer of your documentation. But you might also write documentation because of somebody is maintaining or operating your product. So they need to know how your system works, how it's communicating, things like that. So an operator might also be a person interested in your documentation. You might be part of a bigger team, and when people are onboarding in the team, or your team grows, or you're working in a bigger organization, those might also be interested in the workings of your source. If the organization is bigger or your project is bigger, it might also be that other teams are involved and need to use your application, or it's part of a larger community, like an open source project. So also those can be stakeholders for your documentation. But let's not forget about yourself, because when you write documentation, of course, you still know why you have written it. But in a year time, when you look back at it, you might even not remember why you did write your code in a certain way, or how your application was intended to be used, or the inner parts are working together. And of course, if you sell your product, it might be just a paying customer that needs to know how your application is working. So a lot of types of stakeholders that might be interested in what you're writing. But writing meaningful documentation takes time and effort. And often we don't feel like writing documentation is an added value as writing just more code, adding more functionality. And like I just said, when you write your application or your source code at that moment in time, you pretty much have the knowledge of why and how you have built your application. But over time, that might pass. And some of your stakeholders might not be able to read your code, or read code at all. It might be access to the code, or it might be that they just are capable of reading code as they didn't acquire those skills. And one of the worst things, of course, people forget over time to update documentation if the code changes. So if people find out that you have written documentation, but it's not accurate, it's not portraying the actual picture for that moment in time, they will lose trust in your documentation. And when they lose trust, they probably will never read the documentation again, even if it's up to date in the future. So getting your documentation up to date or changed in the same pace as your application is changing is very important. Of course, this is not the first time anybody has thought about how can we make our documentation follow our application or the functionality of our application. There are some existing solutions you might know. As a developer, you might have written XML documentation comments. It's been around for basically as long as .NET exists, and it has some uses, like if you put comments above your methods or your properties. In other places in the IDE, you will have code completion and those comments also show up. So they are helpful when writing more code. And for a while, we have some tools that can create what I call MSDN-like. Maybe I now have to rebrand this to Microsoft Docs-like documentation. So we have DocFX and you have Sandcastle as a couple of examples. There are more around. But those focus really like these are the available methods, these are the available classes, these are the namespaces they are organized into. So very technical orientated, much like for the developer focus. Another way of documenting how our application is behaving is something like OpenAPI, also formerly known as Swagger. And this is giving us machine-readable RESTful API descriptions. So as a consumer of an API, I can generate a client, so even create code on it. But using something like Swagger UI also allows us to have a nice website where we can interact with the API. And if we put XML documentation comments, like stated before on it, Swagger UI will also show them in that UI for the user to read. And also it can show you payloads of API calls, like what do you need to provide or what will the response be. And that's also a way of documenting how the application behaves. Another possibility is something which is called specification by example. And what you do is basically write an example of the outcome of your source or your application. So you start with what you expect in the end to happen. And if you write this down as a single source of truth, you can start verifying if your application is giving the same results. For this, of course, you need a process in place to keep these files up to date. And you can automate this. There's a Gherkin language that's describing the expected behavior of your application. And there are tools like Cucumber or SpecFlow where you can create a connection between the written example and the actual asserting your code, basically like unit tests. If your application gives the outcome you have written down in your example. And if you store these files in source control, they change in the same rate as your application. Also here you can generate centralized documentation. There are several tools available, and they're all Cucumber-inspired names like Pickles, Augurk, and Tzatziki, and they have different purposes. But they can be used, for example, to present your behavior of your application to your stakeholders in a non-technical way. Of course, there are some general rules. If you write descriptive comments, they are more meaningful to your stakeholders. But if you're very sparse in your comments, then the output will also not be very helpful. And generated files might not be easily accessible. So if you put your examples in your source control system, that's fine, that has a good added value, but not everybody is able to find those files in your source control system, or maybe your source control system is not even accessible for that stakeholder. If you look at OpenAPI, you need to path to that OpenAPI file. It can be on a standard place, but it can also be scattered around somewhere in your website, or it might be not available on your production version of your website, so also not very accessible. And if your documentation is output of your build pipeline, also here it might not be very accessible. So you have to look out for those situations. But I cannot stretch enough that having something like a build pipeline and generate your readable, up-to-date documentation from it is really a very good practice. This allows you to move your documentation with your version of your application you're rolling out. Even having multiple branches with different features allows you to have the documentation up to date for that feature, and when it will be merged to your central branch, it will automatically flow with your source code. So having a build pipeline is really important in having up-to-date documentation. So let's look more at Roslyn, and maybe the term Roslyn is not used much more these days because it has been rebranded in Visual Studio to the .NET Compiler Platform SDK. But I think Roslyn is a little bit simpler to pronounce and shorter, so I'll be using that term. And if you look at Wikipedia, what's written about Roslyn, it's a set of open source compilers and code analysis APIs for C# and Visual Basic. For today, all my examples will be C#, but the pattern can be applied to Visual Basic as well. So you'll need to enable the .NET Compiler Platform SDK in your Visual Studio installation. It's not on by default if you want to work with Roslyn. So the first concept we are going to look at with Roslyn is the syntax trees. So syntax trees, they are the syntactic structure of your source code. So even you have never experienced this, if you write source code, you're basically building trees. And those trees are consisting of syntax nodes, of tokens, and of trivia. And a node can contain child tokens and trivia and child nodes, and that's how we construct a tree. And every node, token, or trivia in the syntax tree will contain a span. And a span is basically the position and length of that node or token or trivia in the whole of the source code. So every file of source code we have, every CS file, for example, will be a separate tree, and every word or white space or dot or other symbols will be represented by these nodes, tokens, trivias, and have a corresponding span for their location in that file. So let's look at a demo. I'll be using Visual Studio 2022, but that's just because it's on my machine. It can be any Visual Studio that supports Roslyn. So I think 2019 is fine, and probably even older ones. And here I have a very simple application. It's just what you get when you do create new console, at least for .NET 5 and lower. I know that for .NET 6 everything has changed. So this is still an older application, but it's the same for newer programming language as well. So I have here an application. It's very simple. And if you have installed the Roslyn tools, you get also the possibility to choose the syntax visualizer in Visual Studio. And if I now select the whole file, I'll see on the right a tree-like structure with a lot of properties. And for example, the first line of my code is using system, and also I here see a using directive at position 0 with a length of 13. And it has a using keyword, an identifier name, and a semicolon token. So it's the using word. The identifier name is the word system. That's a token on its own. And I have a semicolon. And if I now select, for example, my console.writeLine hello world, you see it moves down the tree and it has an expression statement. So here you can visualize how your code is structured, and that everything is a tree. I can even generate a nice graph of it. So I have now here my expression, and you can see it's broken down in a lot of subnodes or child nodes, and it ends with or a token or white space trivia, depending on how your code is written out. And to have this whole file, you see even a very simple application already starts to create quite a big tree. So let's dive a bit further, and we're looking at semantics. First, your source code is plain text, and we can't do anything with only plain text. So here comes compilation. And compilation is everything that you need to compile an application. And it also means all the external reference assemblies, all the options for the compiler, and of course all your source code files. And then we have symbols. And symbols are very distinct elements, and they combine all those external properties you have imported, and there are metadata. So for example, if I have that line console.writeLine, it's plain text, it doesn't say anything, but that writeLine is a method, and in which file assembly that's stored and which parameters it allows is all metadata that is being imported from the assembly that contains the console namespace. And the semantic model is that information, all those symbols and all the semantic information for a single source file. Look at this in the next demo. We see basically the source code we just saw, only now we are parsing it using the C# syntax tree class. And the tree has a root node, of course, which we can cast as a compilation unit syntax. And then we can start using code. And for example, the root has a list of usings, and we can just use link to get the first one. The root also has members, in our case, a namespace declaration. It also has a class declaration. In the class, we have a method declaration. And the method declaration has an expression statement. So we can use properties of the different classes to get more information out of our application. So if I now run this application, you see information has been loaded in the several variables. And depending on the type, I get different properties. I also can get all the source code text from the tree and then use the span. So for example, if I pick the using class, I can get its span, it's 0 to 13, and write it out as a write line to the console. And also the expression statement, so this is the console.writeLine. I can get the span, it starts at 133 and it ends up at 167. So if I now write these two lines out to the console, I get those two lines, which are familiar from the source code. So this really shows you that in the tree you can get every object and do something with it. But writing all these methods and knowing where something is located might not be very handy if your source code grows a little bit. So for this, we have syntax walkers. And it allows you to descend a complete tree. And we have two types of visitors. We have the syntax walker and we have the syntax rewriter. If you know about analyzers in Visual Studio who can notice something in your source code as or modify your source code, that might be the difference between a walker and a rewriter. So if you have an analyzer in Visual Studio that changes your if statement into a switch statement, for example, that's an example of a rewriter. And we use the visitor pattern, and this will give us a lot of methods we can override, and every method will start with visit. So let's look at how we can walk through source code. So for example, I have here an application that has some using statements on the root level, but also inside the namespace and inside a child namespace, I have multiple using statements. If I would have written these command methods like I did before with using link or things like that, it would become very messy because I really need to know where the using statements would be in my source code. So instead of that, I can also write a class that implements a syntax walker. So in this case, I have the using collector. It contains a list where I will store all the using directives. And I have implemented an override every time I visit a using directive. And to show you all the overrides, every method that starts with visit can pick a certain pattern from a source tree. So I think there are about 140 visit methods. And that can be something like visiting the XML documentation above your method or your property. It can be every declaration of a type, every expression, basically everything that's possible to write down in your source code. In this case, it's a very simple visitor. Every time a name of a using statement doesn't start with system or is not equals to system, I will put that using statement in my collection. So every time we here have a Microsoft using statement, it will be added to my list. So I get my using collector and I basically say visit the whole tree. If I now run this application, you'll see a list of all the non-system namespaces, no matter where in the hierarchy they are written down. So why are these very useful? If I want to go through, for example, my whole solution. But to go through the whole solution, I need more information, and for this we have the concept of workspaces. So workspaces consist of a solution. A solution can consist of multiple projects. A project, of course, consists of multiple documents. And like I've shown you before, a document contains of text, syntax, and symbols. There are multiple ways to load a workspace. Until now, I did just load a single file myself. Well, that doesn't scale. So Microsoft provides you some NuGet packages, and you can then use the Microsoft Build workspace. An alternative might be using Buildalizer, which is an open source NuGet package, so not from Microsoft themselves. And there are some pros and cons for both of them, of course. The Microsoft version is much faster because it also has the intelligence to reuse previous build if your code didn't change. But it doesn't support all project types. So this can be limiting for your certain scenario. Buildalizer does support much more diverse set of project types. However, it's slower, and one of the reasons it's much slower is always removing the previous build output. That's a deliberate choice by the author, but something we have to live with if we use Buildalizer. I say slower. So for example, doing a build with Microsoft Build Workspace, especially if it's a second run, you have basically seconds, and Buildalizer, if you have a little bit bigger project, you have to think about 30 to 60 seconds. So let's look at compilation and also how to load a solution. First, compilation. I'll go back to my simple console app. I create a C# compilation. I have to provide my external reference myself, because if I don't do this and I will run this application, it will end up with some diagnostics, which I write out. By default, it doesn't know the system namespace. It doesn't know what an object is, what a string is. It doesn't know what the console is. So to compile my application, this simple console app, I need to provide more information. And for this, I can manually add all the references. So for example, I add the runtime DLL. I also add the assembly that contains object and all the other base types. And I add the assembly that contains the console type and all the types in that assembly. If I now run the application again, it will compile my application without any warnings or exceptions. And I can use the compiled version to get my semantic model and also get symbol information. So for example, if I have the expression of console.writeLine, I now not only have the specific version of WriteLine, because WriteLine has about 27, 30 overloads. Now this version that's used is only having string as the first parameter and the sole parameter. I can also see that the containing type of WriteLine is system.console, even though in the source code system. Is never mentioned. So if you only would have the plain text version, you would have to know that console comes from the system.console type. And also I show you the containing assembly, and then you see system.console and the specific version and the public key token, so all the information about the external assembly. And also with the symbol, I can print different parts out. So system is the namespace, dot is punctuation, console is the class name, WriteLine is the method name, and string is here the keyword. So because I have a compilation, I get much more information. But also here again, adding all those references by hand is not very scalable. So for this, I'll open the solution that will read my application. In this case, I use Buildalizer. I point to my application and just I can say build my project and give the analysis information in return. And here we see that even just my simple console app has 151 external references. So adding them manually is not very scalable. It also shows I have 3 source files, even though my program only shows program.cs. And this happens because compile time, more files are added to your output. So if I get a workspace, you now see it took a while. This is the compilation time, and I get more information from the compilation back, not only diagnostics, but also I can now iterate through all the syntax trees and write out some information. So for example, program.cs, well, this should look familiar, but what are the other 2 files? So there's a .NET Core assembly attribute CS, which includes some using statements and a global targeted framework attribute. And my 3rd file is console app assembly info.cs. So if you ever wondered between moving from .NET Framework to .NET Core and hey, where are my assembly info CS properties coming from? Compile time, there's still an assembly info file created with all the information from your project. So a lot of added value from that one. So this shows you the basics of how can I analyze my source code and what parts are available. To generate documentation, I have to disappoint you. There is no generic solution because writing documentation about your specific project is very specific. And also the needs for your stakeholders will vary for each project, or you might even have multiple versions of your documentation targeted at different stakeholders. One thing is to know is that plain text is a very powerful way of communicating information. Everybody will probably be familiar with Markdown these days, very lightweight way of documenting and using markup in a plain text formatting syntax. If you want to go a little bit more advanced, then there's something called ASCII-Doc. This really goes a step further with much more syntax and options, but still being plain text. And one other tool that's plain text is PlantUML. And this allows you to generate a wide variety of diagrams, not only UML these days, but for this session, I will only use the UML part, where you can write down in plain text things like sequence diagrams, class diagrams, and much more, state diagrams. And some of those we'll see today. And what is also a benefit of plain text, it's very easy to generate plain text. So that's also a very powerful way of communicating. In the first part, I've shown you a lot about how you can use Roslyn to analyze your source code. But if you would have to write it for every time you want to do something with code, well, you're free to do so. But I thought it would be wasteful to do that for every project I did. So what I did was write a .NET Analyzer tool that could look at your solution, load it, get all the types, all your files, all your syntax trees, and basically generate a intermediate JSON file. If you want to do it in a different way, you're free to do it. If you want to just go get quick start, you could start using this tool to get your JSON file. From the JSON file, you can start generating documentation. So that analyzer part, that will do the compilation. So that will be the 30 to 60 second part of the pipeline. And also an added benefit of using this file is if you're updating the way your documentation looks, you don't have to wait that minute every time you want to look at the result of your rendering documentation. So every project will probably have a specific render application, because you might want to render some aggregates in a certain way. You might want to render an event flow in a certain way, and whatever you need for your application and your specific stakeholders. And that render tool basically outputs ASCII doc or PlantUML or Markdown or a combination of these files. Because it's hard to have an application that does a lot of stuff, and I can't show you some customer code. I will be using for this session and also for my workshop the pit stop application. And the pit stop application is something created by Edwin van Wijk, a colleague of mine, to have a .NET application that just explains how you could do microservices, how you could do CQRS, how you can do domain-driven design. And for this session, that's a nice starting point to also generate some documentation. So Pitstop is an application for car maintenance at a workshop. So it has a vehicle application with an API, a customer management application with an API, workshop management application with an API, and also some backend services like invoicing, notification, auditing, and time-based services. So this gives me a starting field, and it's open source, so you can look into it as well. So how can we do something with code? I'm not going to show you the Pitstop application itself, and also for generating the JSON file, will not dive into that. But if you look at my workshop, the first part will be about Roslyn, the second part will be about generating documentation. This will give you the instructions how you can get from this application and how you can run living doc analyze on the solution, and it will output a JSON file. So this will be the quick way. I already did do this step. So my first thing I do in my application is reading that generated JSON file. And with living documentation, we'll give or return a type description or object, so you can get a list of all the type description deserialized. So everything will be provided. Here you get a list of all the types that are in your application. Because of the nature of JSON and the possibilities, you can have inherited types, you can have inherited members, but that would cause issues with the JSON you generate. So we have two methods that will populate all the base types and populate all the inherited members. And now we can do some stuff with our documentation. So for example, I want to have the first, the type describing the day has passed event. That's a certain event in the application. I want to have just some information about the type. For example, which base types does the type have and which fields are in this event. So just running this, it seems that the event has two base types, event and message, and it has two fields, message ID and message type. These properties are inherited, so this shows you that populating base types and members can help and works. But I could also do something like, I want to know all types that implement the base, the command base type. So basically show me all commands declared in my application. So there are some commands declared, but there are on several different locations. If you look at the namespaces, you see Pitstop application vehicle management, you see Pitstop customer management API, you see the web app commands, you see workshop management API. So even though the classes are scattered through different applications, different projects, different files, namespaces, we can use the information coming from the compiler to get everything that implements a certain base class. Of course, the same applies to events. So there are a lot of events in the system. And now I can do more queries against my source code, like a command handler. And this is where the project-specific part comes in. A project has a command handler, but command handlers are, first of all, classes that have a method where a parameter has a attribute that equals Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC from body attribute. So basically, our command handlers in this application have the from body attribute written on the property on a parameter, and that will give me the application. And then I can create a dictionary from there where I also list them. So writing them out, I have now command handlers for in the customers controller, and in the customers controller, a command is registered for the command register customer. In the vehicles controller, there is a command handler registered for the register vehicle command. And in the workshop planning controller, it's having two command handlers, one for plan maintenance job and one for finish maintenance job. So being a little bit into link queries can help a bit if you are walking down the trees and gathering information. Event handlers, I have written these down in a different format because I want to pivot them. So first I select them, and event handlers implement a certain interface, and they have a method called handle async, for example. But I want to pivot them and group them to show them a little bit different way as I did with the command handler. So for example, customers registered is an event, and it is being received by the invoice service, the notification service, and the workshop management event handler. The maintenance job finished, basically the same. The day has passed event is handled by the invoice service and the notification service. So this is another way of organizing how you can structure objects inside your application. And finally, and this is the most advanced statement for now, I have the customers controller, and it will have a method that handles the command register async, that's the method. And I can also look at that method and see if it has statements. And it will look at the source tree coming from that application to look at, will it have any methods that will publish a message? So basically, every time the customer's controller handles the register command, which events will be produced. So if you now look at the output, it will say that when a register customer command is handled, a customer registered event will be published. This sentence is very easy to read for many stakeholders, but it is generated from source code. If the register customer function is modified in the future, and it will also call a method that does the publish message from a different type of event, our code will just render it as well. Of course, this is very debugger-like, so this is not very useful yet. But the next step would be that you start generating actual output. So for example, Markdown. So when we start a file, we have just headings. We can embed useful images. And for example, here I will be listing all the commands. So basically, just like I've shown you, give me all the commands, but for usability and for readability, we, for example, order it alphabetically because that's pleasant for the user. And then we will use the command name as a chapter. But to make it easier to read, we convert the name of the command into sentence case. So basically injecting spaces and doing some conversions that are also here more pleasant to read. We can also list all the services that implement or contain this command. And you can write out a table with all the fields and the types. And for example, we can render how the command is handling and generating output, but also we might render if no command handler is found. If we go through this list, we can go further and further. We can embed plant UML. This really you can dive into in your own time. We won't have time to explain everything, but we can look at what this what the output is of this command. So here I have the markdown file, and you might recognize some parts of it. I've just shown you. It has this image, it has the commands, and here you see the finish maintenance job command, but with some nice spaces in between to make it more readable. It lists which services will be using this command or providing the command. We see a table with all the fields of the command, and we see here a plant UML sequence diagram, which is human readable, but of course it would be much more nicer if we can use it visually. So if we now look at the rendered document, we start with our image we embedded. We see the commands, we see the list, we see the properties as a table, and we see actual a sequence diagram that if the web app publishes a finish maintenance job command, it will be handled by the workshop management API. It will even do an if check if the model state is valid. We can render that in our sequence diagram as well. And then we produce an event, and there are 3 services listening to this event. This is all generated by source code. So if there is a new service listening to the event, if a service stops listening to the event, if more events are created, if another if statement or condition is added, this image will automatically be updated. No need to, as a developer, update this file manually. Also, I've shown you that it could detect if a command handler is not found. So in this case, we have the register planning command. There are 2 services sending the command. It has a payload with a planning date. However, the code hasn't detected any command handler. So this way, we are not only using it to generate documentation, even a product owner or another stakeholder can read this documentation and say, hey, why do we have a command we are producing but no code listening to this command? It might be a good conversation piece inside your team without actually going into the documentation or into the code, into the repository, opening Visual Studio and do a search. This can already be a good way to have this discussion without any code involved. So, going back to the slides, just some other examples I like to show you. This is, for example, an aggregate. This was in the beginning of a project lifespan. And after a couple of sprints, more value was added. And you see that without changing any code, a more bigger picture is generated without any developer doing some time for this. Like I already shown you, you can see events, but also what other consequences will be coming of that event. So the handler generates a new event, and you can see this in as a result in your diagram. I also showed you before, you can have all kinds of conditions. My advice is then also to use very understandable variable names, because if you just have some link methods in an if statement wrapped, well, that's not very pleasant to read, and also sometimes not easy to understand what actually is being tested. It can also gain insights, like a developer thought it was smart to run a saga from another saga, triggering another saga, which shows only a couple of lines of code, but might have huge consequences for the platform. So if suddenly after a certain commit your diagram starts to show like this, it might be a good conversation piece to look at the complexity of your application. It's even possible to use transitions from state machines, so you can even see if I come from a certain status and I move to a certain status, a certain event will be sent out, but for another transition might be a different event, and there might even be a fallback if an unsupported transition is seen. Those are more diagram-like renderings, just like I've shown you. If you have code, for example, if you have a certain attribute, then I want to have a certain topic in a chapter in my documentation. I can use a value from a property as the chapter name, of course, making it more readable. I can pick up summaries and use them in the documentation. I can pick up obsolete attributes and have certain exclamation marks in my documentation, and also use properties or attributes from those obsolete markings. And I've talked about OpenAPI previously. Even those example payloads that are generated, you can use that also in your generated documentation to embed that. So you have a very complete, readable, combined documentation. Like I said in the beginning, all my code I used in this session, what I have is all open source. It's on GitHub, it's on NuGet. You can use it yourself as inspiration, as is. Of course, contributions are always welcome, but you can start with this at any moment. If it went too fast for you, just use the workshop to get in through it on your own pace. And of course, also there I value feedback. To generate planned UML diagrams, I also created a nice set of extension methods for String Builder. Also, that is open source and on the NuGet to make your life easier. And with that, I again want to thank all the sponsors for their value, and I want to thank the organization. And of course, if you want to reach out, you can find me on Twitter and on GitHub. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm Robert. Thank you for joining us in this NetCoreConf. I expect we'll see you in the next here in Barcelona next year. Okay.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, and thank you so much. See you soon.
You're welcome.
And bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Y nada, ahora a los siguientes, nada, en 5 minutitos empezamos con Francisco, con Data Storytelling. Así que volvemos, nada, nos vemos enseguida. Vale. Hola, Francisco.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas.
¿Qué tal? Oye, a ver, bueno, primero darte las gracias por participar en la conferencia.
Gracias a vosotros.
Y nada, ¿esto cómo va? Ahora estamos, espérate, ¿vale? Porque esto normalmente lo hacen los demás y yo estoy cubriendo aquí.
La hora de comida, ¿no?
Sí. Tienes que compartir el escritorio.
Sí.
¿Vale? Y ya está. En cuanto compartas el escritorio, yo me muteo para que, o sea, bueno, te presentaré. El que habla es el que sale en la imagen.
Vale.
Y te pongo luego ya en modo presentación. ¿Vale?
Perfecto. Muy bien.
Ya está. Entonces esperamos, si quieres, puedes ir poniéndotele a compartir todo.
Sí, tengo todo preparado ya, gracias.
Y así. Esto. Además aquí.
Si doy ya a compartir, ya lo malo que le doy ya. ¿Dices?
Sí.
Vale.
Sí, no te preocupes. Yo cuando te queden unos 5 minutos aproximadamente te escribo por el Teams y te digo, te quedan 5 minutos, ¿vale?
Sí, perfecto. Es hasta -10, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Vale, ok.
Es que te oigo triple.
Sí, perdona. Pero no es por mis audios o es por
No.
Vale.
Es porque me tengo que conectar desde el Teams de la máquina. Está
Con el
conectado a la
OBS.
máquina virtual.
Vale, ok.
Vale. Perfecto. Déjate ya eso. Vale. Nada, pues esperamos 5 minutitos.
Perfecto.
Vale, y ahí ya empezamos. Si estás en YouTube,
Sí.
como estás en directo, verás el chat. Pues si alguien te pregunta cosas también puedas contestar.
Lo abro, es que no sé si a lo mejor me voy a ir yo
Eso tú
también o
mismo,
lo
como
muteo.
tú quieras. Vale, eso como tú quieras, ¿vale?
Vale, voy a ver.
O sea,
Sí,
sobre
porque
todo
al final preguntaré si hay alguna duda, pero bueno, me imagino que no habrá nada, porque no. Vamos,
no,
con este
simplemente
tenemos
pues eso,
ahora.
que la tuya es en directo y estarán interactuando contigo.
Oye, eso no es aquí. Vale, aquí abajo, ¿no? Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Vamos. Hola a todos. Estamos aquí de vuelta. Sí, si te pones la cámara, Francisco, saldrá, si no, ¿no?
Vale. Activo.
Ah, bueno, lo tengo aquí, perdona. Vale, ahora
Sí.
tengo aquí, me voy a colocar esto.
¿Está activa ya?
Sí, actívala ya estamos en directo.
A ver. No se ve la imagen, no la tengo activada.
No se te ve la cámara.
Pues la tengo activa. A ver. ¿Ahora?
Ahora sí.
Vale, pero si comparto, se me quita la cámara.
Si compartes, se te quita la cámara.
Sí.
Bueno, pues si quieres lo hacemos sin cámara. No,
Vale.
te pongo la escena sin cámara y ya está.
Vale.
De compartir pantalla. Vale, pues nada, os dejo aquí con Francisco, que nos va a contar historias sobre todo el apasionante mundo de Data. ¿Vale? Mucha suerte, Francisco, todo tuyo.
Muy bien, pues muchas gracias. Well, hello. My name is Francisco Cruzado, but everybody calls me Paco. I'm a development architect working at Analytic Always, one of the best companies in the world. We work with, we help our retail customers have a better life, and we work with tons of data. And I work with an incredible team of people that I would like to say hello, because they help me going through every day, and they are the one that push me to be here today. Okay. Also, I work as an associate professor at IE University, where I teach data visualization and data analysis. I try to teach my students a little bit about data, and I strongly believe that is something that can help all people in that have different backgrounds to improve their careers. Okay, so well, I was born in Valladolid, but I currently live in Bilbao, and today we are going to talk about data storytelling with Power BI. Last edition of NetCoreConf, I had the opportunity to be invited as well to talk about data visualization. And later I will explain why today we are going to talk about data storytelling. So let's talk about how we are going to structure this session. Cool. Okay. So, sorry, before we move on, I would like to congratulate and say thank you to all our sponsors that contribute to the community and help having these kind of meetings that are very needed in our community, and it is a really good way for improving our technology knowledge in general. So today we are going to introduce a little bit what we are going to do, like this step, and later I'm going to explain you if I talk about data storytelling in the last session that I didn't, and why I didn't, and why I think it's something important. I'm going to revisit data visualization in 5 steps. It's something that we cover a little bit, but is extremely important when we are talking about data storytelling. Actually, the 5th point that I ran out of time is the narrative structure. So today we are going to focus on this step in data visualization. But everything that I'm going to tell you is going to be general. It's going to be applicable using any tool. But I think is one of the best tools for doing so is Power BI. So I'm going to teach you how to create a story with Power BI, and I'm going to show you how to create a story with Power BI. And last but not least, if we have time, I'm going to tell a story before going to bed, like the kid that requests his or her, his dad or her mother to tell a story. So I'm going to tell data that tells me a story. So, what are we going to talk about specifically today? We are going to talk a little bit about using Power BI to visualize data. We are going to create very basic visualizations. We are going to do our demos with some already created visualizations, but we are going to create some of them as well. And our main focus is going to be storytelling with data. What are not we going to talk about today? Maybe we have other opportunities in the future. I will definitely try to give more confidence if I can. Today, we are not going to talk about organizing and exploring data. All our data sets are going to be already prepared for us. We are not going to talk about data handling. We are not going to drill down in our data. We are going to focus on the visualization part, specifically in the narrative part. And we are not going to do anything advanced with Power BI. We are going to use very basic tools that we have with Power BI because, let me reiterate, we are going to focus on the storytelling aspects today. Okay. Before we move on, let's talk a little bit about working with data. In general, we need to follow different steps when we work with data. In previous session, we talked about what are those steps. We could talk about data gathering, collecting our data wrangling, that is organizing and structuring our data. The next step will be data exploration. That will be to drill down, to look for insights, to look for outliers, to explore our data, to look for something that is there underneath our data set. And the last point was data visualization. But today we are going to give it another twist. We are going to represent the steps of working with data from these kind of images that I extracted from a tweet that was made by Professor Kadesia. Maybe you have seen this tweet in different versions. Maybe you have seen it even in Spanish, but this is the source that I got. Okay. So every time that we work with data, we start with raw data. The data is present as is deorganized, is mixed up, and is difficult to work with. It is impossible to extract an insight having data in this form. We cannot see anything about this. The next step will be to arrange it. Grouping our data by features, such as field name, type, or any other metadata, will start giving us some ideas. Now our data is prepared to be worked with. We can see something right now in this step. The next one will be to sort our data. Sorting and filtering are the main actions that we perform to handle our data. Now that we have all our data sorted here, we can start seeing something that here we couldn't interpret at all. The next step will be to present it visually. By creating visualizations like this bar chart, we are able not only to detect insights, but also we can start interpreting our data. For instance, we can start here that the colors with more pieces are red and green, and yellow. Okay, but let's see about what we are going to focus today. When we explain our dataset with a story, we can see the full picture, and we are able to interpret any single angle about our dataset. And this allows us to transmit what is going on. Okay, we can say that with this data, we created a house. Okay, so this is a small example, but now we have set the mood for talking about our topic today. So, as I said, on my previous session, I introduced a little bit the topic of data storytelling. So I'm going to explain why I'm going to talk about this topic today. Last session, we focused on data visualization in general, and we enhanced these visualizations using Power BI. I didn't talk about narrative structure or storytelling with data. This subject is interesting not only in computer science environments or technological environments, but as I said before, I strongly think that is needed in any area. Nowadays, every day works with more or less data. So it's very common after working with data or analyzing our data that we need to present our data to an audience. maybe it's our bosses, our investors, whichever the audience it is. Okay, so we are going to review in this session some of the industry standards to convey our message, especially using Power BI. So for having a demo, we are going to focus on one application that I created that is called Packor. That is an application for organizing packages. And here are the elements that we have on Azure. I have a small diagram here, but I'm going to show you in Azure all these elements. This application, sorry, has it's delivered in an APP service which holds an API. This API was programmed in C#, and every single request that we make to this API is recorded on Application Insight, one of the elements that Azure provides us for recording logs. We have configured our Application Insight to log these logs, to record this, to store these logs on a SQL database that is held by a SQL server. Okay, everything, all these elements are inside an Azure resource group. The objective of this talk is to consume these logs via Power BI instead of consuming them raw as we have here. So as promised, let me change this. I'm going to show you here the elements that we have on Azure portal. We have this resource group that holds all the elements that we have talked. Let's go to the APP service, and here we can see that this APP service is recording some of the requests that we already have. We can go to Application Insights and take a peek about what is going on with our applications, see failed requests, we can see some graphs, but we can go beyond that, and we want to create our own visualizations and work with our own dataset. Okay, just for you to know, this is the Swagger version of the API with all these endpoints that record the status of what happened in our API. So as I said, in this demo we are not going to start from scratch. So I'm going to show you the first document here. I have already created several graphs that represent some of the most important KPI that we can analyze. If we go here to this is our database that has several tables. Here you can see that we have the request in a table with autonumerical ID, the IP address, the status of that request, some metadata from the user that made that request. This is nice, but as I said, here we cannot extract almost anything. With these visualizations, we already have some information that we can extract. I have created some of the most basic visualizations because I strongly believe that most of the time this is enough for us. So here you can see that we have some text, we have a pie chart, we have a line graph representing the amount of visits that we have by month. We have a map that represents geographically where our users come from. And also we have a bar chart that represents the amount of visits that we have by hour. Last but not least, I created a dashboard combining all of these elements so our audience can see all these KPIs at a glance. Okay, so we are going to start with this. Before we talk about storytelling, let's talk about the 5 steps of data visualization. And we are going to explain a bit about the first 4 to set the to make like an introductory visualization topic. And next we will focus on narrative structure. So these are the 5 steps: context, visual display, decluttering, focus attention, and narrative structure. So let's talk about the first one, context. We need to, when we are talking about context, we need to ask ourselves several questions. The first one will be who. Who are we talking to? If the audience is very well known or experts in the area, if they are beginners, or more important, if we have an heterogeneous audience, we need to avoid them if we can. And if we know exactly who are we talking to, our result is going to be better. The next question is going to be the what. With what, well, we are going to think about what action do we want our audience to perform. How are we going to make this presentation? If it's going to be asynchronous or synchronous, if they are going to consume our story via document, a poster, a video, a website, which media are they going to consume our story? Or even more, if we need to create different layouts, if this story is going to be consuming different devices. For instance, in mobile devices, in a web page, in an applications, whatever. And the tone is important. Is it going to be something informal like this talk, or is it going to be something strict where we are playing with? This is very important. Our life depends on what is going on with this story. And the last question is going to be how. We need to take a look at our data at this point, and we need to see what data is available to help make our point. It's important to not only show the data that backups our point. Sometimes we need to display the outliers because they will help us to tell the story. And it's very important to do storyboarding. Create a structure of your presentation before we start creating anything. Sometimes it's even better to not use with any software and just use a notepad or even draw by yourself how you are going to handle this visualization. So now that we have seen this, I would like to do a demo right now about creating different layouts. We talk about this very important to create different layouts depending on how our story is going to be consumed. So with Power BI, it's extremely easy to create different layouts. So I'm going to open the demo number 2 that contains the dashboard that I have already shown you. And what we are going to do is we are going to create another layout, for instance, to be consumed by a mobile phone. For creating it, it's very easy in Power BI. In Power BI, we just need to click on View and click here on Mobile Layout. Here's something like a phone is going to be displayed, and we can see how our dashboard is going to be displayed in mobile devices. Some of the visualizations have been removed, like the pie chart, and they have been arranged in this arrangement. If we like this layout, our work has stopped. We don't need to do anything else. But what if we want to make some adjustment? Okay, it's extremely intuitive, and we're going to see that is very easy. We can add these visuals from the right and drop them here to the right, just like this. Okay, so what we can do is we can make room for this pie chart, and we are going to remove these cards from the mobile layout just by clicking on the cross. Okay, if we would like to add them later, we have them available here on the right part. Okay, so why did I remove these 2 ones? Because I think that with the mobile phone we can add a new card that is going to display only the errors. We can focus only on the errors. I would like to have the total amount of errors here on this right part. Okay, so in order to do so, we need to go out from the mobile layout, and we are going to add a new measure because we don't have something for telling our errors. We are going to go to the data view, and we are going to add a new measure, going to the fields that we already have, clicking on these 3 dots, and selecting new measure. Okay, so let's name it errors in general, and we are going to use this simple DAX expression to say I want to count the column audit IDs, but only if the status of our request is an error. Let's see if I haven't made any mistake. Okay, I made one mistake, sorry. I'm going to copy this here. I forgot one parenthesis, it's very common. Okay, so now we have a new expression that will give us the amount of errors. We can go again to our report view, and we can add a new car here in the middle of it. And we can drag our new measure, errors, to this car. Now you can see that the total amount of errors, not only the client and the server error, are going to be displayed here. So let's make room for this new car. I'm going to make this smaller, and this one is going to be smaller as well. So this one is going to be smaller, and this one is going to be here. So let's make room for our new visualization that is going to be here. Okay. One of the things that we need to keep in mind here always is to have consistency with our colors. Here we are representing our visits in a light blue, our successful request with a deep blue, and every single error with orange. So let's change the color of this car to use the same color as well. So using this brush, we can go to data label and change the color to this orange. Okay, so now we can go again to our mobile layout. And now you can see that we have a new car that represents the amount of errors, the total amount of errors, and we can add it to our mobile layout here and arrange it. Okay, so this is something important I would like to highlight. When this is how this is going to be displayed on a mobile phone. This is a screenshot from my mobile phone, but it's really important. There is one big caveat. Even if this report is phone optimized, if we turn our phone sideways, the report is going to be open in the non-optimized view with the original report layout. So we need to think about this. If we put our mobile phone horizontally, we are going to see the original layout. Okay, so this is something that I think should be improved, and definitely it will be improved in future versions of Power BI. The next step, talking about data visualization, is visual display. We need to select the appropriate visualization for every case. We are not going to go deep in this step right now, but every time we need to keep in mind where is the best way of representing our data. As I started from this book from Colin Bauer and Affleck, with these simple visualizations, you can almost represent anything. But in Power BI, we have many different visualizations available for you, and also it has a huge market for including specific visualizations, or even create your own. For instance, when we talk about data visualization, think about what is the best way of representing the amount of visits through time. In general, that will be solved with a line chart. The next step will be declutter. When we talk about declutter, what is the goal? The goal is to reduce the cognitive load. What is the cognitive load? It's the effort to process our information. Every time that we add one element to our visualization, we increase the cognitive load. So we need to, our objective is to reduce it. The other objective is to reduce clutter or reduce noise. We are going to use some declutter visualizations techniques so we can focus on other topics. The fourth point will be focus attention. In order to create, there are some attributes that we can use for focusing our audience, like color, form, size, position, orientation. There are many of them. The easiest one is the color. This is the one that we are going to use, but also we are going to use size and other pre-attentive attributes, as we are going to see. So the fifth step is the one that we are going to focus right now, the narrative structure. In order to create a good story, like the one you can tell your kids before going to bed, we have to think like writers. The canonical structure of a story consists on a beginning, a middle, and an end. So we are going to have these three steps on our mind when we are going to think about creating our stories. So let's talk about the beginning. We need, I have collected here 5 important points when we talk about the 5 things that we have to keep in mind before we start thinking about the beginning. The first one is going to be the setting. When and where does our story take place? It's currently, it's going to be in the future, it's very most common is going to be in the past, so something like that. The next one is the main character. Who is driving the action? The audience is going to drive the actions, ourselves, a third party that we need to involve. It's going to be something that will matter with our story. When we talk about the imbalance, we need to think about why is it necessary to do something? What has changed? What is the problem that we need to solve? But also we need to talk about the balance. What do we want to see happen? What is needed to reach an equilibrium? And last, the solution. It is a good idea to give the solution in the first step, in the beginning. So the goal is clear throughout the presentation, and in the following steps, we are going to back up our proposed solution with data visualizations, going over our solution again and again. In the beginning, we can talk about how are we going to bring the changes that we propose as well, but we are going to develop them on the middle. So talking about the middle, after introducing our situation, we need to convince them to follow the action that we have introduced. We are going to focus on the problem, and we are going to deliver evidences that will back up our proposed solution. How can we convince our audience that they need to do something? Some examples are to incorporate external context, to give examples that illustrate this issue. Very important to include data that demonstrates the problem that we have arisen, to discuss potential options for addressing the problems, also to illustrate the benefits of our recommendation. The goal of these examples are to help your audience to accept our solution. During the process of selecting what to include and what not, we need to keep our audience as the main focus. If you can find what motivates your public, consider including this in your presentation, for sure. And one of the best techniques for creating the story, for creating the middle part of the story, one that I really like, that I always use, is to write headlines first. We can create the storyboard with words. It will help us ensure that we follow a logical order. For instance, I always try to write first the headlines and later the details, without forgetting that this is a process that we need to revisit continuously. What I'm talking about when we set this headline technique is that for creating this presentation, first I think about these 5 steps, these 5 headlines, and after that I went through each one of them and I developed them. But believe me, I change and remove some of them, and I even include new ones. So now that we have talked about the beginning and the middle, we have to think about that every story has an end. The best way of finishing our presentation is to include a call to action. Some options that we have are to tie the end with the beginning. If you are fans of Smashing Pumpkins, as I am, there's one song that it's called "The End is the Beginning is the End." So we can tie everything about our story, joining the end with the beginning. Another option that we have is make a recap at the end of our story, in order to reiterate a sense of urgency, so our audience can go out from this meeting ready and willing to act. Well, so now that we are in the mood for talking about stories, let's talk about how can we create a story with Power BI. First, we're going to talk about some tips that are always applicable, but some of them are specific for Power BI. The first one is that we can and we must use the same visualization for highlighting different points. As we are going to see in the next demo, it's very efficient to use the same graphic with different data to highlight different points. What I mean with this is that we can use the same visualization using different filters, so we can focus on different aspects of our data. We will see this with an example, and it's going to be clearer later. Keep in mind the way that our story is going to be told. As we have said before, we need to keep in mind how we are going to present it. If we need to create different layouts, or if we need to use additional tools for doing so. We can introduce plain text when needed. This is one of the most underrated but most effective visualizations, plain text, just introducing numbers, as we have seen with amount of request. Furthermore, we can insert directly text for highlighting specific points. We can do it by inserting text boxes, as we will see. We need to declutter and highlight, as we saw the third and the fourth point of the data visualization. And one of the good things about Power BI is that we can use pages as story points. There are other visualization tools that have specific objects or elements for creating stories. Well, this is nice. Power BI doesn't have a specific element, but we can do it very easy, creating each story point on a Power BI page. We can use the feature of copying a page if we need, as if we wanted to duplicate a story point and use them on telling our story. And the last tip that I'm going to give you is that we can use the page titles as the story point legend. Instead of leaving the full text in our pages, we can introduce some text that will not only help us identify our visualizations if we have a huge document, but also can be used as a title for each story point. Well, I have talked enough. I'm a little tired, so now I am going to show you the code. In this case, there is almost no code. We're going to create our story with Power BI. So for this demo purpose, instead of starting from a blank file, we're going to start with one file that contains initial visualizations. Okay, so I'm going to open the initial file that I have here. And in this file, you can see that we have some of the visualizations that we saw on our first demo. Here we have some text that collects the amount of requests. We have a line graph displaying the amount of visits through time, and this dashboard that we are going to use a lot. So for the context, so we are going to focus on the narrative structure, but let's talk about the other 4 steps for this step. Okay. For context, we are going to simulate that we are going to present our website, the behavior of our website, to our management department. We have a trusted relation with them. They have us in high esteem, and we have convinced them that we need to present this data because we strongly believe that there are some technical and marketing actions that must be performed. So our story is going to be told online via video conference like this one, and we are going to share the screen that will be displayed in an office. So with all these contexts, we can create a story that matches this setting. Okay. These 3 pages contains visualizations that have already been decluttered, but we are going to create some of them, some new. We are going to review the declutter techniques and the highlighting techniques as well. So let's think about the narrative structure. We said that our story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Okay, so let's start by the beginning. For the beginning, we can create a plain text visualization. This can be used as a title for a story and also as an introduction for a story. So we are going to create a new page where we are going to point our audience also in the direction that we want. So let's create this new page. I'm going to call it introduction. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a text box with the title of my presentation. So here on insert, I'm going to click on text box. I'm going to make it full screen to use the whole size of the page. And the text that we are going to do is something like analyzing status visits to our application during 2020. Let's make this bigger, putting increasing the font size, and we are going to highlight that we are going to talk about our application that is called Accord, and that we are going to focus on data that was collected last year. Okay. So even if we are highlighting these two things, we are setting the mood by introducing these two words, status and visits. This will help us develop our the next part of our story. Okay. Let me center this vertically and also horizontally, like this. Okay. So this is going to be the first story point. So we need to move it and put it the first one, introduction. Okay. So the next thing that we can add are some more visualizations. So the next one is we are going to introduce the balance and imbalance of what we have analyzed, seeing the request of our API. We can use the page text to talk about the amount of visits that we have, but also we can start talking about the amount of errors we have. Okay, so just directly we can reuse this collection of visualization, and I'm going to rename it like what happened. These two pages will consist of will make part of the beginning. So now we are going to talk about the middle. Okay, in this part we are going to talk about the visits and errors that we have in our system, but focusing on different topics. For doing this, we are going to use the dashboard. If you remember here, we have all these KPIs collected, and also we have the visits through time, the map, and the hour. Okay, so what we are going to do is create a story. We are going to reuse this visualization for highlighting the insights that we extracted during our analysis phase. In this case, we detected some insights, that our visits increased from summer to autumn, that during working hours, the visits trend were different than considering the whole day, and that the country with more visits is USA. So we can reuse this dashboard for each one of these three topics. Let's focus about, let's duplicate it and talk about the first one that we said, that is autumn. I'm going to rename it. So what we are going to do is insert a filter to this page, so we can just focus on the months that are more or less autumn. So we can, in order to do so, we can drag from date hierarchy month to filters on this page month. And now we can select the months that we want. We can select, for instance, September, October, and November. Okay, but if we want to talk a little bit about what something changed, we can include August as well, and we can directly see that we increase the amount of visits during this period of time. Okay, so then the next insight that we wanted to highlight is analyze the working hours. So let's duplicate the dashboard again, and we are going to talk right now about working hours. In this opportunity, we are going to drag our two filters on this page, and we are going to select only working hours. For this example, we are going to focus on American regular working hours that are from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So just by dragging out here, we can say, give me the elements that are from which hour is greater than or equal to 9, and also that the hour is less than or equal to 70. We apply the filter and see that the data has changed. Okay, so you can see at a quick glance that we are using the same visualization, this dashboard and this one, for highlighting different points. The last insight that we set is that we are going to focus on USA information. So I'm going to quickly duplicate this page as well, rename it to USA. And in this case, what we are going to do is we are going to drag country to the filters on this page, and we are going to select United States. Good. So now we can get rid of our original dashboard, and this will be the first three story points of the middle of our story. Okay. We are focusing now on the technical aspects, but for marketing purposes, we could compare visits from a couple of countries. For instance, we can compare the visits from Portugal and France, that they are our neighbors, and they are two of the most important markets in our business. So we are going to create a new page where we are going to include a new line chart. We are going to use the whole page. And here, we need to include a filter for our visual about the country that we talk about. But before we introduce the filter, let's create the line chart. In order to do so, we need to drag month country here. Sorry, I'm going to put this, and we are going to focus about France. So here we can drag the country to legend, and we can drag month to the axis. Okay, and now we need to put the values that we want. So we want to analyze the amount of visits that we have. Okay, so something really important here, you can see that we have more than 50,000 visits in 1 month, and this is something that must give us some thought. If we go back to this page, we can see that the total amount of visits that we have in our application were around 7,000. So why are we having more than 50,000 in 1 month for one country? So the problem is that every time that we add a measure to our visualization, the function sum is applied to our data set. You need to be very careful about this, because we need to we need to count only. We don't need to sum the IDs. So if we change it to count, we can see that the data now has more makes more sense than the one that we have. Okay. We can do some decluttering and highlighting techniques in this visualization. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the colors for contrast easily France versus Portugal. One idea is to use the national shirts color if we are talking about football. So let's put France in blue and Portugal in red. Okay. So we can go, in order to do so, we need to click here on the brush and go to data colors. We can select appropriate color for each country. Blue for France, and some red, like this one, for instance, for Portugal. Okay, good. So we can get rid of this legend by using the title of the graph instead of the automatic legend. Okay, so we can add a text box containing the desired text and formatting it. So to remove the legend, we can use, we can go here and not display the legend. And also here, so here we can say don't display title. Okay, so we can now add a text box to the top part of our visualization. What we are going to say, comparing French versus Portuguese. Let's increase a little bit the font size and highlight that we're talking about France and Portugal. So, I think comparing French versus Portuguese. So now what we are going to do is put it on the top part of our visualization, as if it were our title. Okay, like this, and make it a little bit bigger, adjust it. Okay, like that. We are going to adjust the size of our visualization. Okay. So at this point, we don't know which color represent which country. The only way is for displaying the tooltip here, and it's not very straightforward. So we can just directly use color on the title, and we can use blue color for selecting French and red color for selecting Portuguese. So now it's very clear that what we are talking about. We could do more things about removing these things, but I'm just going to rename it like comparing French, France versus Portugal. Okay. So now let's talk about the end. We need to create a call to action. Well, having a call to action is very recommended, and I would say that something that you must include in your story. It is not mandatory to have a single call to action. We can add additional calls to action, keeping in mind that including many of them can scatter our audience and lose focus of the desired actions. So we have detected that we have two situations that we must improve. We must increase the visits, the Portuguese visits, because they reduce over time, and also we need to reduce the amount of errors. It's very big. Okay? So in storytelling, repeating is a very good technique. We can clone our line graph in order to create a call to action. So we can just duplicate this again and rename it to call to action. Increase Portuguese visits. So now that we are talking about Portuguese visits, we can get rid of data from France. So we can select the whole visualization and remove France from this item, and we can focus just on Portuguese data. Okay, so we can focus about Ukraine Portuguese visits. Good. So let me show you the final version of this story. I'm going to make it bigger and use the proper color. But I'm going to show you how this will be displayed on Power BI on the web. So here I can show you all these story points that we have here. Introduction, what happened, all the different dashboards that we created about the errors, how we are comparing France and Portugal, and the two actions that I wanted to include. That we need to regain Portuguese visitors, and this one that I didn't have time to include it, how to reduce errors. So you are seeing how we are going to tell a story. The best way is to put it full screen and just going over each story point, navigating to tell our story and focus on everything that we want. Okay. So unfortunately, I don't have any more time. Before I finish just let me tell you that every material is going to be available on GitHub on this webpage. You have the materials from previous sessions here on this web address. And also you have some bibliography and recommended readings where I have based all the knowledge that I have here. So even if I'm a little bit late, I don't know if there is any question. So I'm going to check if there's something here. Well, I don't know if there is any question. Okay, so if before we finish, I would like to thank the sponsors again for everything. And right now, for saying goodbye, I'm going to change to Spanish if I may. Muchas gracias. Voy a cerrar la sesión. Quiero agradecer a los sponsors por darme la oportunidad de participar en esta sesión otra vez. Y quiero dar las gracias a mis compañeros y a mi familia por apoyarme siempre en que doy este tipo de charlas. Así que muchas gracias y espero que nos veamos en futuras charlas. Hasta luego.
Muchas gracias, Francisco, por todo, por tu presentación. Ha sido muy buena. Y
Gracias.
nada, oye, que nos vemos en la siguiente.
Perfecto. Muy bien. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Chao. Muy bien, y ahora pues os dejamos en espera 5 minutitos y nos toca que venga, a ver, un segundito que lo tengo por aquí, a Hermin Swenter con Domain Storytelling and Standard Uses by Drawing Pictures. So, nos vemos en 5 minutitos. Hola a todos, estamos de vuelta. Estamos aquí con Henning, que nos va a explicar una historia sobre el tema de dominios. Hi, Henning. Henning, no? It's Henning.
Yes, Henning.
Thank
right.
you for being here with us. And all the session is yours, and the audience is yours too. Let's go.
Okay, thanks, Robert. And sorry, I have to do this in English. My Catalan, my Spanish, they're not so good. And I'm sorry. Maybe you will hear my baby daughter, who is in the other room. So if she is crying, then I will just speak louder. Yeah, and I also say welcome to my session. Domain storytelling is the topic. I will have a look at the chat. I will try to have a look at the chat. So if you have questions, just ask them directly here in the chat. And sorry, I'm going to stop the YouTube video so that I only see the chat and we don't have a feedback in the audio. Okay, so welcome to the session. For starters, I would like to gather you around a campfire. Storytelling is the topic of our session. And so that's what we're going to do. Let's gather around the campfire and let's imagine how our ancestors, the cavemen, so the early humans that lived in the Stone Age in a cave, how they gather around their campfire in the winter. Outside, the wind is howling, the snow is falling. It's cold. Inside of their cave, it's warm and comfortable, but it's also a bit boring. And so they are all happy when one of the hunters stands up and tells the other people, the other members of the tribe, what they did in the summer when they hunted the mighty bison that they are now eating. It's flesh, aren't they now eating? And then when he has finished telling this hunting of the bison, there's a silence. And in the silence, they hear a scratch, and they turn their head, and then they look onto the wall, and they see with coal and the blood of the animals, the story that they just heard has been painted to the cave wall. And I show this picture all around the world, although it's actually from Spain. This is the cave of Altamira, Cueva de Altamira. And what's interesting is that we can still see 16,000 years later, after this is happening, we can still see this piece of art, one of the earliest pieces of human art there. And it's not only the bison, it's also the hunters and their weapons. So this picture that we can see there is telling a story. And that's what domain storytelling, that I'm going to show you later, now is also about. It's about the same thing. We want to spark a fire, tell a story, paint a picture. So we want to gather the right people around a fire. It's a virtual fire today, of course. We're not sitting in caves anymore, and our fire will usually be a whiteboard or a virtual whiteboard that we gather around. And the story that we will hear is not told by hunters anymore. The story will be told by our users, our domain experts. And the picture is not painted to the cave wall anymore, but it's painted on a what we call modeling canvas or whiteboard or modeling space here. So this is my colleague Stefan, who is doing a domain storytelling session here. Stefan can make it today, so you have to get along with me. Who am I? My name is Henning Schwendner, as you can see here. So if you want to pronounce my family name, it's an Austrian name. Think Schwarzenegger, then you know how to pronounce that. And I work in Germany, in Hamburg, for a company that's called WPS as a coder, coach, and consultant. Coder, coach, consultant. That means when I'm lucky, I get my hands on the keyboard and work as a programmer. But as you all know, you make more money when you go to the right. So most of the time I spend my work with doing what I'm doing with you, sitting or standing in front of people and telling them how to do it right with development, with software architecture, especially with domain-driven design, DDD, and splitting monoliths. And that's also what I'm doing as a consultant. I work with teams working on their old software, the legacy software, the big ball of mud, splitting that up, bringing into a more modular state again, maybe split it up into microservices, maybe into a modular monolith. And what's for me as a programmer interesting about this, beside others, is that I see a lot of different technologies, a lot of different programming languages. So being on a NetCoreConf, so C# is very well suited to build monoliths, to build monolithic software, but all the other languages are similarly well suited. So I see a lot of Java and C# code there. WPS is the company that I work for, or Workplace Solutions. We're the one with the touch tables. And I started with a story about caveman. That's all nice and well, but of course, when we want to build software on a developer conference here, then we need other stories. We need a story about a real domain, about an area from the real life where we want to build software for, or where we have built software and that we want to restructure. So I'm going to tell you another story. That's the story of Bob. Bob is a victim of Dieselgate. So he wants to get rid of its old combustion engine car, and he wants to buy a new climate neutral electrical car, like this Porsche Cayman here. Bob has one problem: he doesn't have any money in his pocket. So this raises the question, do I get a car for this? And of course, he expects something like this: no way, I'm not going to get a car for no money. But he goes to his car dealer anyway and tells them the problem. And the car dealer says, well, I have a solution for that problem. And that solution is called leasing. Leasing means we buy the car for you and then we rent it to you for a monthly payment. So that means we have the car manufacturer here and the end customer here. And when this is the car, we have the car manufacturer here and the end customer here, and now we get the leasing company in between. So the leasing company buys the car from the car manufacturer and then gives on the car to the end customer, lends it to them for a monthly payment installment. Okay, let's look at the story in more detail. Let's look at the story with a domain story. So we start with our customer. The customer tells his wish for a car to the salesperson. The salesperson then calculates the installment for the contract for the car. Installment is the monthly payment. And then let's assume the customer likes this installment, says, well, I'm able to pay this monthly payment. Then the customer signs the contract and gives it back to the salesperson. Then the salesperson will pass on the contract to a risk manager, and the risk manager will then check the credit rating of the customer and then calculate the resale value of the car. And based on these two values, this assessment of the risk, credit rating is the risk of the customer, resale value is the risk of the car, then the risk manager will vote the contract. To vote means say, yes, we're going to do this contract, or to say, no, the risk is too high, we can't do this. And assuming the risk manager votes positively, says, yes, we can do this contract, then the salesperson will give the car to the customer. Of course, there's more happening here, but for the first things I want to show, this is enough. So this is enough as our first domain story. So what we see is, again, we have somebody who's telling a story and someone else who's painting a picture of this story. So we have this story not only in an oral way, not only told by speech, but it is also painted, recorded as a picture. And How do we do this? Let's look at domain storytelling explained. The first thing that we have to know is that domain storytelling is part of a family of tools that's called collaborative modeling. Collaborative modeling means we bring together two groups of people, not only developers, but also domain experts. Developers and domain experts, they should be in the same room and they should work collaboratively together on the same thing, on the same domain. That's why we call it collaborative modeling. And modeling it's called because when we build software, we build a model of the domain, a model of the real world, of the area that we are building software for. In this case, we're building, the domain is leasing. So we're building a model of this process that we saw. And these two groups of people, domain experts and developers, they should together do what's called in DDD knowledge crunching. Knowledge crunching means we crunch on the knowledge, on the domain knowledge until we get the juice out, the essence. So we want to get the essential domain knowledge. That's what's the idea of this collaborative modeling, that we get the essential domain knowledge out of the domain expert's head into our programmers, developers' heads. And there are different methods that can be used for collaborative modeling. You might have heard about user story mapping or event storming. Those are done with sticky notes. And then there's domain storytelling, what I am showing you today. It's done with stick figures. And the idea of domain storytelling is that's a combination of two things: a pictographic language. We saw that earlier. Pictographic language means some sort of icons and rules, how to combine them. That's one part of domain storytelling, but that's not the only part. The real fun starts when we combine it with a workshop format. So the workshop format, that's maybe the even more important thing. That's about this combination of bringing the right people together. The right people. We heard that, developers, domain experts. Are those the right people? So who are the right people? Well, if you can get Chuck Norris, of course, he's always the right people, but usually he doesn't have the time because he has to save the world. And then, of course, we have to move somewhere else. And who are the right people then? If Chuck doesn't have the time, then the right people are, on the one hand, the storytellers, and on the other hand, the listeners. So one is telling the story, other people are hearing the story and drawing the story as a picture. And usually the storytellers, those are the people from the domain, our domain experts, our users. And usually the listeners are developers, it's us, programmers, listening to what's happening in the domain. But it's not that black or white, because storytellers, domain experts, well, domain experts are usually experts in their special area of the domain, in their subdomain, maybe not in all of the domains. So when we bring together different domain experts, then they will also learn something from each other. And developers, well, they also become kind of experts for a domain when they work for a longer time. So they will also be able to be storytellers. So the idea is that in the end of these domain storytelling sessions, everybody learns something. That's where we want to go. So we bring together storytellers and listeners, and then we let the storytellers tell their story. We let the domain experts tell their story. And best, of course, it's not fairy tales, as we can see it here. This is I don't know if this is working in Spain. So this is a German fairy tale, Hansel and Gretel, two children going into the forest, and then there's this evil witch that you can see here, and which lives in a house made of cake. And then, of course, the evil witch catches the children, and in the end they fight the witch and are free again. Okay, so we don't want to hear fairy tales. We want to hear real stories. So when we think about the right people, who are the right people? The right people are those who are really doing the work. We want to hear the stories from them. So managers, bosses, they can also be interesting to hear how it should be, how the story should be, how the process should be. But the truth is also the people that are really doing the work, the people down in the trenches, those are our best storytellers because they really know what's happening. And why is this direct contact between developers and users and domain experts so important? Because we want to get rid of misunderstandings. And misunderstandings are something that happens very often in software development. I assume we all know that. So when we look at this picture, that's what's happening in many situations. So this is our user here who thinks, oh, I'm going to get this beautiful flying horse and everything, all of my problems will be solved by this great new software. Well, and this is what they get. So it's also about expectations management. We want to be in an early communication as early as possible. And to do that, we're following a simple pattern, a basic idea, a simple idea that it's basically human to tell stories, that it's basically human to hear stories. We've seen this is something that is done, that has been done already by our ancestors, the cavemen. They already were able to tell stories, to listen to stories. And all of us did that when we sat on the lap of our grandmother. We heard those fairy tales like Hansel and Gretel, and we liked it. So that's what we're using here for the communication between developer and domain expert. And we want to have a tool in our hand that's very easy to understand for our domain experts. So that's why we're choosing a tool that they already know, this telling stories. And the basic idea is why they tell their story. So why they are saying sentences like this here, the salesperson passes on the contract to the risk manager. Then we as listeners will draw this sentence onto the wall, onto our modeling canvas. So the salesperson hands over the contract to the risk manager. Now we are showing our domain experts, our storytellers, what we have understood from what they have told us. So they can see, well, they understood it right, or no, they didn't understand it right. So in this example, when you look more closely, you can see that probably our domain expert will say, well, stop, you made a mistake. I don't hand over the contract. What I do is I pass on the contract, and hand over and pass on. There's a subtle difference between that, and it's important in our domain. It's something they might say, or they might say, yeah, hand on, pass on, over. That's basically the same. We can use both words interchangeably. And these small differences, these subtle differences, that's something that we want to look on to very close, because we have to be exact here. When we want to build software in the end that helps our users in their work, in their daily work, then we have to know these small differences. So the basic idea of domain storytelling is that we do active listening. Active listening means we're not just nodding and say, yes, 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 I understand what you tell me, but we do more. We show our storytellers what we have understood. And we ask the question, is this right? Did I get you right? Did I understand you right? Is this what you told me? And then our storyteller can say, yes, this is right, or no, we have to do this a bit differently, or totally different. That's the idea of this active listening part. And we do this by telling concrete stories and not abstract processes. So we have a very simple pictographic language. That's the idea here. Because we want to have a tool that's easily understandable by domain experts. That's why we're not using UML or BPMN here, which are also great tools, but tools that are made for developers, tools for communication between developer A and developer B. What we need here is a tool for communication between developer and user. So that's why we're using a simpler format, a simpler language than, for example, UMLs. And this pictographic language is built out of sentences. So we've seen the first sentence is the customer tells his wish for a car to the salesperson, and then we see, like a story is made of sentences, our pictures are made of sentences. So the second sentence is the salesperson calculates the installment for the contract. And the pictographic language is simple. We have basically two kinds of icons and one kind of arrow, and that's more or less it. The two kinds of icons are the actor, we can see that here. Those are people, humans that are doing something. And the other kind of icon are the work objects, the things that our actors are working on. And then we have the one kind of arrow, that's the activity. That's the main part of the pictographic language, and what you can see here is we have numbers there as well as sequence numbers. The idea of sequence numbers is that we bring the time into our story. So we can see sentence 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So example for these examples for these elements of the pictographic language we can see here. So the risk manager, that's an actor. The contract, that's a work object. Votes, that's an activity. And what we can do now is we can always use these icons that we can see here, but usually it's a better idea to vary these icons, to use different icons for different situations. For example, for the actors, we can take one person, or we can put a hat on them, or a tie around their neck. And a group can also be an actor, and even an IT system, a piece of software, for example, can be an actor in our stories. All those things may be interesting. And the same is, of course, true, maybe even more true for the work objects. We use different icons there, especially. So we can see here, installment is shown with this dollar sign and car with this car icon. So then there's one speciality that the actors are only once there and the work objects are several times here. The idea behind is that we want to tell the story and let the story evolve and develop around the actors. And then we can easily see interaction and working along. So that's basically it, this pictographic language. So let's see what's also not part of the pictographic language. We've seen actor, work object, activity, and the sequence number. What's not in the language is conditionals. So we don't have if else, we don't have switch case, we don't have or. And that might look strange in the first place, but when you think about it, it makes sense. Because I said earlier, we want to have a tool, a means that's easily understandable by domain experts, so people that have no formal education in programming or software development. And for those kind of people, for normal people, not programmers, it's usually hard to think in conditionals, to think in if else. And that's also not how stories work. Stories are not, when we think about this fairy tale Hansel and Gretel, if the sun is shining, Hansel and Gretel go out into the forest and the evil witch catches them. Or else, if it's raining, Hansel and Gretel stay at home, and then the big bad wolf is coming and eats them up. This is not how stories are working. Stories tell one story, one scenario. And that's also true for domain stories, for these pictures. They also tell one story, one scenario. That's why this kind of modeling is also called scenario-based modeling. Every domain story tells only one story. And that means usually a domain story doesn't come alone. This means usually a domain story comes in groups. So there's typically several domain stories together for different cases that we've seen here. So one thing to start is usually the good weather case, the 80% case, the happy path. So what's happening when everything's going right? And then we look at different scenarios. What's happening when things go wrong? We look at that too. That's one reason why we have several domain stories usually, different scenarios, because we want to look at different cases. Another reason is the scope of a domain story. A domain story has a scope. Scope means the area that a domain story lives in, and the scope is made up of different factors. One factor is called the granularity. So are we looking from a bird's eye perspective and see only the coarse-grained, the broad stroke painted picture? Or do we want to move more, a bit more down and see all the details? Then we're doing fine-grained domain storytelling. So coarse-grained, fine-grained domain stories, that's also something. So it's not unusual, or it is usual to start with a coarse-grained domain story that tells the whole story with only big steps. And then we look on each big step here and look, model that in another more fine-grained, more detailed stories and look at all the fine-grained stuff, all the details here. Okay. So now I told you a bit of the theory, and I want to move on and show you a demonstration of this in real life. And we have to try if this works out, because I can't hear you. I can only see you in the chat. So you will have to help me here. You will be my storytellers. I will be the moderator, and Robert, the moderator of the session, will also be my interview partner. Thanks, Robert, for that. And so let's roll our sleeves up and model together. And the scenario that we are going to model is travel by train from city A to city B, like we used in the old days. In the old days, this conference did not used to be in the internet. It used to be in Barcelona. And think about that. How would you travel from your place by train to Barcelona? And I'm going to switch to another tool here. Sorry. I'm going to show you another tool here so that we can all see what's happening. So I stop the screen share and I share another window, a window of my Chrome browser. There it is. Okay, and I'm going here to this domain story modeler. This is the tool that we are going to use. Okay, so please help me. Please write into the chat. I will have an eye onto the chat what's happening, and Robert will help us too. So how do we travel by train? How is that working?
Okay. First of all, I need to buy a ticket.
Okay, you will need to buy a ticket. Great. Thanks. So I model this here. You buy a ticket. And now the question is, who are you? What's the domain name for the guy that buys the ticket?
Now I need to decide if I buy online or I'm going to the train station to the train station to buy it.
Ah, very good. Very good. We have different cases here. Let's start with this buying at the train station. So I say here, buys ticket at train station. I'm going to tell you later why This is a good idea. And I also write down the variant. We can do that online. Okay. Now we've bought a ticket at the train station. What happens next?
Well, when I need to the schedulers of the trains.
Mm-hmm.
To in the two ways to go and to back.
Yeah. Okay. So you look at this schedule and you say you want to see the connection there. Maybe I model this the other way around. So here finds connection in schedule. Finds connection in schedule. Yeah, cool. And then?
Then I want to select my seat.
Yeah.
On the train.
Okay. Great. And okay, and I assume before you can select this seat, then you probably, before that you have entered the train, right?
Well, it depends, no?
Okay.
Well, it depends if I buy a ticket and I can select my seat, or I cannot select my seat.
Okay. So I see. So you want to select a seat in front first, so something like a reservation.
Reservation, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so you select the seat first, and then you enter the train, right? And then what's happening then?
Okay, when I enter the train, no, I'm in the travel, no?
Mm-hmm.
What's happened? Probably I sleep all the travel.
Yeah, very good. Okay.
Well, what's happened? I don't know, no? Yeah, you just start doing things, no? Or sleep, work, or go to the bar,
okay,
eat, drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we even have a sleep icon here, so I'm going to use that. So you sleep through the travel, and there is this bar, you say, and what are you doing at the bar?
Eat and drink beer.
Okay.
Usually.
Yeah, it's. I like that.
Yeah.
Drinks beer at bar. Of course, I'm German. Sorry. So then you drink beer at the bar. So what you can see here is another actor, the guy from the bar, and then when you slept through the travel, and maybe there's another word missing. Through travel, drinks beer at bar, and then what happens then? Finally, you arrive.
I finally arrive to my destination, no?
Okay. Arrives at destination. Great. Okay. And then that's it? Or are we missing something?
I'm missing something.
One thing is, who are you? So what's the name of this role here, of this person?
Is actor, no? Is the actor.
Yeah, yes, exactly. What's the name of the actor? Is that the traveler or the passenger, or something like that? maybe travelers.
Is the traveler, no? Yeah.
That's right. Okay, cool. Okay, so now, then I'm going to step through it, and then we see if we missed something. So the traveler buys a ticket at the train station. A variant would be that he buys it online, and then he finds a connection in their schedule, selects a seat. The traveler enters the train, sleeps through the travel, only interrupted by drinking beer at the bar, and finally arrives at the destination. And that's it, right? Or maybe, what about this ticket? So the traveler bought the ticket. Is he doing something with the ticket somewhere? Or is it okay, just like this?
Sorry, I hear you double. I'm internet before.
Yeah. Sorry. My question was, the traveler bought the ticket in step 1. Is he using the ticket later for anything, or is that okay like this?
If I use the ticket for anything?
Yeah.
Maybe to the parking, no? Sometimes you buy a ticket and you have a kind of discount to you when you in the car in the parking.
Okay. Okay, then I add that here. Okay.
Some kind of discount, no?
There is a discount. Okay, great. Cool. Robert, thanks a lot. This is great. So what we've seen is 2 people that never met before. So the truth is, Robert and I have seen us for the first time half an hour ago. We modeled together a story, and we found a common picture of what's happening. We found a common language, and that's great. That's what we want to do when we build software. And I'm going to switch back now to my slides and tell you why are we doing all this stuff. So what does it help us with? Sorry, I have to find my Teams window again. Rob, stop screen share, start screen share again. Travel to this conference by train. Okay. And again, if you have questions, please ask them. I see at least the YouTube chat. I can't see the Twitch chat, but Robert will give me those questions, forward me those questions here. Okay, so what, I hope you see my slides now again. So what can we do now with this stuff? What's the purpose that we can use domain stories for? So one thing is we can do process optimization with that, so stuff that has nothing to do with software development, but of course we're programmers, we want to build software from that, and how can we use that for software development? One thing we can do is we can use it for requirements, we can use it to come from a domain story to user stories, when we think in an agile way. So there's a rule of thumb to say when we have a coarse-grained domain story, or a coarse-grained to fine-grained domain story, then we can use the steps in a domain story to make user stories out of them. So here we can see step 1, the customer tells his wish for a car to the salesperson, and we can make a user story out of that, tell wish for a car. So from domain story to user story, both are stories. Is that something different? Yes, we can see here it's something different. Is that both to do with storytelling, but it's something different. It's a bit like with Java and JavaScript. So they use the same parts in their name, but those are different things. And step 2 is the salesperson calculates the installment for the contract, and we make another user story out of that, calculate installment. Those are the titles for our user stories, and what are the descriptions there? When we're using the usual pattern, then we can do things like this here. For our first story, as a customer, so using the actor here as user, I want to, and then we're using the action here, the activity. I want to tell I want to tell a wish for a car. So that, and the so that part, that's something that we do not get out of a domain story. That's something that we need to ask in the discussion. So here is it so that the car is not too expensive. And for the second story, again, as who's the user here, the salesperson, the actor, as a salesperson, I want to activity again, calculate the installment of the contract. So that discussion with the client again, the user again, so that I can fulfill my client's wish. So that's one purpose, finding user stories, finding requirements. And for programmers, interesting is, of course, the question, how do we come from this to software? How can we derive code from that? And there's also a rule of thumb for that. So for this question, how do we design a program for that? And of course, designing a program, domain stories, domain-driven design is not far. And in domain-driven design, we have this idea that we want to build the software as a reflection of our domain. We can come from domain stories directly to code. And the idea is here to look for the work objects and make classes out of them. And then to look for the activities and make methods out of those. So when we look into our story that we find here, in the leasing area, then we can see here the contract, for example, that's an important work object that appears several times. So we take this contract here and make a class out of it here in our code or here in UML. And then the second step is to see what are the actors doing with the work object. So the customer signs it and the risk manager votes it. And we take these activities and make methods out of those. So we come from a domain story here to a UML class diagram. And what we get here, that's a domain model with rich behavior. And that's something good. That's where we want to go in object orientation. And of course, we can do this as a UML class diagram, but more fun it is to do it directly in code. Sorry, this is Java, but the same is, of course, possible for C#. So we build a class contract, we build methods, sign and vote in it. And what we can see here is we're using the language from the domain that we learned in our domain story directly in the code. So we have class names and method names and parameters and variables that have names from the domain. We're using domain language in the code. That's called ubiquitous language, using the same language everywhere. That's an idea from DDD. So we have this basic idea of using the work objects, making classes out of them, using the activities, make methods out of those. And that's more or less the basic idea of object orientation. We take the objects from the real world and make objects out of them in the software. That's what we are doing. That's what we're doing here. Interesting is we don't have to do that in object-oriented languages. We can do that in functional languages too. So if we're not into C# but more into F#, then we could use this kind of modeling as well. Then we wouldn't build classes out of our work objects, but then we would build types out of our work objects. And for the activities, we build functions. But the idea is in the end the same. Okay, if you want to look at a concrete implementation of the stuff that I just told you, of this leasing stuff, then have a look at leasingninja.io. That's a project of mine where I show how to analyze a domain with domain stories and then implement it in code in C# and other languages there as well. Okay, so this is how we can come to code with domain stories. This is great, and usually this is not enough. because this will lead to a problem. So when we start with this contract and we put sign and vote in it, then it's nice and easy. But when we go deeper into our leasing domain, then we will see that there are many other different things happening too. So we want to extend the contract, we want to terminate it, we wanted to sell it to a refinancer, and this class gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And yeah, the idea is that we have the one big model here, but the truth is, in a short time, what we really get is the big ball of mud, of course, the monolith. Or in another word, the horror. That's what we get here. And that's why today we usually say, well, let's not build one big model, let's build several models. Let's build a more modular system here. And domain storytelling can help us understand that as well. Because what we want to do is this here, we want to reduce complexity. We want to reduce complexity. We have complexity that goes into our brain, and the usual domain is too big to be understood as a whole. And that's why we say, let's split our domain up and let's build software that's made out of modules. Not one big piece of software, but a piece of software that's made of different pieces of software. And domain stories can help us here as well. The question to ask is, which activities belong together? So here we can see, I would say step 1, 2, 3, and 8, they belong together. They are a subdomain in the whole domain, which might be called sales. And then we have another area down here, 5, 6, and 7, which might be called risk assessment. Those are two different areas in our domain. Those are two subdomains in one domain. And it makes sense to build not one big software, one big monolith, but to build two pieces of software. One program for sales and one program for risk assessment. Or at least two modules, one module for sales, one module for risk assessment. That's the idea of strategic design in DDD, in domain-driven design, and also the idea of microservices. Not building one big service, but building a system of smaller services. Okay, of course, in 50 minutes, we cannot go into all these topics in depth. What's interesting, if you are interested in such kind of architecture, is to look for the idea of the bounded context. The bounded context, that's the DDD idea of putting these monolithic software into smaller pieces. So not build one big piece of software, but build a piece of software of smaller modules. One module is called a bounded context then. And one possibility to implement a bounded context is to put it into one DLL, or even to put it into its own program. Then it's going to be a microservice. So we only have 50 minutes, so we don't have the time to go back to our travel to this conference story, which is of course also interesting, but you might think about it where the context boundaries are there as well. There are of course also different areas that can be found, and it makes sense also there to not build a monolithic software, but to split that up. For example, the buying the ticket stuff, that's something totally different from buying a beer at the bar. And it makes sense to support that with different software systems. Okay. Coming to an end, there's of course more to say on domain storytelling, but we don't have the time for that now. So just a quick overflow there, fly over there. So there's different kinds of modes. We can do it moderated, that's what I did. One moderator standing in front. Another possibility is to do it in a cooperative mode. So many different people stand around a whiteboard and model together. And then there's of course different tools there. I showed you slides in PowerPoint. They are not well suited for a workshop situation. That's why I used a tool in the browser. A tool that I use is called Egan.io. That's open source. You might want to look that up. But if we're not in the pandemic, we don't have to use computers for that. We can just use a whiteboard for it. And also today we can use virtual whiteboards like ConceptSpot, Miro, or other stuff. Okay. And conclusion in the end. If you're interested in this topic, if you want to read more, then domainstorytelling.org. That's the official website. And the official book, I am proud, Stefan, I showed you earlier, and I wrote that official book, and it just came out this week in print. So if you order it now, you will be among the first people who get this book to hold in their hand. And you can buy it on Amazon or on every bookstore near you. It's, of course, in English, so should be understandable all over the world. I hope so. Okay, and that's it. Leasing Ninja, I gave you that link if you want to look at a concrete example. And with that, I'm near the end. Sorry, in real life, I usually would give away swag now. This is the official Domain Storytelling sticker. Maybe next year in Barcelona. For this time, I only can say thank you. Happy end. That's it. And you may use the clap emoji now in the chat. And I'm open for questions, of course.
Thank you, Henning, for this great presentation and to permit me to collaborate with you in this presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot for being my interview partner. That's great.
Yeah,
Many
thank
thanks.
you. I expect will see you in March in 2022 here in Barcelona. And
looking forward
thank you
to it.
again.
That would be great.
See you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thanks a lot.
Vale. Y ahora viene Divakar, people, ahora viene Divakar. Y entonces, nada, ponemos un poquito el ahora volvemos. Y en 5 minutos estamos. Gracias.
Hello. Sound check. Can we check the sound? Is anybody there?
Hi, Alexa.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you make small sound check?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. It's fine. I just worried about, so it might be that something wrong with microphone or whatever.
Because no, because it's waiting for 5 minutes approximately for viewer for live. Okay, so it's finish for the last session.
The usual way, like last sessions are moved for 10 minutes, for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Don't worry. But it's okay. So you're prepared for starting? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay, you share the screen, please.
Of course.
Up.
Oh, so which one screen to share? Probably the current one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Welcome to NetCoreConf. Good luck for your session. Okay, it's alive.
Okay. Oh, so I can start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, folks. I want to talk about security for .NET Core developers, and from the point of view of a developer. I don't wear in black hat, I don't wear in white hat, so I'm not the security expert, but I have gathered together all the things that good developers should know. So maybe some of them would be pretty simple, but I hope that even experienced developer would be able to find something. And there is a lot of stuff which is not possible to Google, just sit on Google. So let's start. So first of all, if you are a developer and you are writing enterprise applications, you should check them against some rules, against some list, for example, and you can use application security verification standard, which can be found by this one link. You can download the latest version. Yeah, I have already downloaded one, and here it is. So first of all, I go back and just show you that each application could have its own level. Level 1 just for simple applications, so any application should follow the rules for this level. And so actually what should be done is just a penetration testing. So that's a Dust kind of test. Dust means dynamic application security test. It's a black box when you don't have access to the code. You just do in your penetration test, and so you're getting your results. Maybe you see some errors, or maybe not. So, and more secure applications should follow level 2 or level 3, which is related to SAST, static application security check. That's a white box. That's kind of testing when you can access to the code and you can check the code for some rules or for whatever. So what we have in this file. In this file, I just scroll down and find an example. In this file, you see we see the check with number, with its no number, and we see to which one level it applies. We see the CWE number related to this check, and C6, that's our VES proactive controls number. Oh, page is not found. Okay, I have a link on my own slide, on the second one slide. So about proactive controls. Controls not meaning UI control, in meaning to control something. There is 10 VESP controls. And so you can read some information about your what should be checked exactly for this control. CWE website, that's Common Vulnerability and Exposures website, which you also can visit and find the information about each one exception. So I just open it to show you, maybe something else. API, API function URLs, and you see the number of error, and you see some description. Well, you probably have been visiting this site previously. And there is a OWASP top 10, which is every year differs. In the current year, it displays since the differences between the 2017s and 2021. Some of vulnerabilities are no more popular. There are probably some new vulnerabilities in secure design, for example, and some of the rest. And top 25 CWE weaknesses. There's also a good informative link which could be studied. And first of all, I want to talk about utilities which you can use in your pipeline, which could be added to your pipeline. So you can use DevSecOps way of, so you can test the application in between. And this one link is probably my favorite, LGTM. So you should just provide a link to GitHub code in case if it's open, and you will see the result. I have my own website, my own GitHub project, and I have integrated some services into this project. This project contains a lot of vulnerabilities. And for example, for LGTM, I can see the checks. I can see some checks and see some errors, something that should be fixed. Some of them are related to jQuery. But yeah, this one is probably useful. The second one, I think it was Sonar Cloud, if I don't mind. Yeah, and there are also some vulnerabilities. Not much, actually not much. Anyway, even if it will be able, if you will be able to find just one bug, thankfully to any of this service, Snyk is probably extremely popular, probably the most popular service in comparison with rest two of them. If you talk about Sonar Cloud, I like the Sonar Lint extension. It's free. Maybe it's not so cool as ReSharper, but anyway, it's helpful. Highly recommend it. API Secure IO. With help of this portal, this resource, you should be able to test your Swagger JSON file. Yeah, and you see some checks. Probably some of checks would be more related to the standards and less to security. But yeah, you see, for example, this one has a relation to security. And probably some of them, you wouldn't be able to fix some of them. But yeah, anyway, it's helpful. And when it's closer to 100, it's better than it's closer to 0. Yeah. For example, I try the second one file. Oh, this one is closer to 0. Bad one. And finally, if you install analyzers into your application, if you replace old fxscope package with net analyzers, maybe you will find something interesting in your code. Yeah, the coolest application which could be used for penetration testing is OWASP-Zap. It could be downloaded for free from this website. I did download it on my PC. No. And of course, you should use this application only for penetration testing your own websites, for your clients' websites. You shouldn't use them for the third-party websites. Except this website, which allows to be hacked. So I tried, first of all, I tried automated scan. You see it's running and sending requests. And there are some alerts. You can open them, see the risk, how risky is it. This one is related to the CSP, content security policy, and probably the most of alerts would be related to the headers. X-frame header is not set, for example. Yeah. Mostly they are related to the headers. I talk about headers later. Yeah, cookie without secure tag. That's important. That's important. That's bad. Oh, sorry. Now I tried to run some kind of attack. So this website, manual explorer, Firefox, okay. I'm okay to open Firefox. So website is opened. What I do now, I just remove all requests. And we'll try to log in. So you see, here's my request. Username is admin and password is 1234. So I can replace. I can replace password with anything, with whatever I had selected. I've selected it, and now I can select payload. For example, that would be what to choose. What kind of attack? XSS. Okay, and I'm starting. And you see there is a multiple request sent. Each one request contains the vulnerable code. And in theory, I can check if any of them has worked out. So in the same way, I can also try different passwords, try to brute force, try to run brute force attack, and try different passwords. So that's a cool application, but don't rely only on one application. use many of them in case if you want to be sure that website is ready for any penetration, any kind of penetration. So first of all, kind of attack which is probably not more in top 10 of WESP is probably the most famous XSS attack. And I just want to mention some basic things that should be known about. So XSS provides usual storage XSS when data is saved into the database and lately it displayed on the page somewhere. For example, command was stored in database and later displayed on the page. Or it could be guest book, could be some kind of forum, just pretty usual one kind of attack. The second one is reflected XSS. That's so pretty common example is when somebody's searching, putting something in the search input, and on the next page, the string that was inputted in the search input is displayed. So the data couldn't be just stored in database in this way. DOM-based XSS related to the first two, but DOM would be, some new HTML would be generated with help of DOM. Mutated XSS, that's a new kind of XSS. For example, that was found, if I don't mind, in 2013. And so it's related, for example, to some kind of sanitizers. I know one, you probably have heard about DOM Purify sanitizer, and it was vulnerable. One of its versions was vulnerable to this kind of attack. So when some code is stored and after manipulation, which sanitizer has provided, the code becomes vulnerable. Blind access, it's kind of attack when some data is stored in, for example, in one application but displayed in another one, and you have no idea where it would be displayed. So how to protect from XSS? First of all, just check the data that was entered by the user. For example, you can use regular expression and allow to enter only text and some special signs. In case if the field should be numeric, just check that it's numeric. And please do the sanitization and encoding after retrieving from database. I'll explain why. That's because, for example, when your sanitizer would be updated after some years, visitors of your website will become the latest version of the code. But in case if you store some data into the database, this old sanitizer, it still will be stored with old sanitizer. So when new kind of attack would be discovered, the old sanitizer, the stored data which was sanitized with old sanitizer still would be vulnerable. And encoders. ASP.NET Core has a lot of encoders, and they are all of them are stored in system text encoding web namespace. And please use them. Please don't use just HTML encoders. Please use multiple. Please use also JavaScript encoder and URL encoder for those types of data. URL encoder for URL and JavaScript for JavaScript. Yeah, next one, kind of attack called CRLF. That's a new line symbol. I have a small demo. For example, there are two endpoints. One is secured and another is not. So if I send some data to this endpoint, I will get 401. And if I send some data to this endpoint, I will get what I will get. I will get some information stored into the log file. And what is interesting is that I can send this one request. See, request 1 to 3. That's a new line symbol, and some kind of text, any kind of text. And what I will receive that API controller was accessed, like here, and I will see messages that admin controller was also accessed, which is not actually true. And it's not a big deal, not something seriously, it's not seriously, but just good to know about it. And do not store into the log data that was submitted from the user. I see CW improper output sanitization for logs. Oh, that is something which is more interesting. How do you think, how important is doc type for, does it relate to security at all? How important is web standards? So actually it's very important. Oh, no, wrong link. So what I have here, I have just page and some data, some CSS kind of data is just displayed on this page. View page source, yeah. And currently, doc type is missing here. So what you can see, CSS is put it into the div. It's not put it into the style tag or anything. And if I add some slashes, the browser will be loaded in the Quirks mode. The Quirks mode is mode for applications which, for example, have a buggy HTML. And now you see CSS is applied and IBAN is wrong. If add doc type, it wouldn't happen. So please add doc type. Don't forget it. It's important. CSP is probably the most interesting thing, and we should remember about it, and we should use better GS files. We shouldn't place scripts files, scripts tags into our application. Better move all the code into the GS file. In this case, if it will be put it, in the case if you want to put a script tag, just please add nonce. That's some random text which is encoded with base 64, and it should be put into the script tag, and also should be put into the CSP header. This code is applied at the startup CS file, and actually it adds just what it do. What is doing just adds a header. Please don't use unsafe inline for CSS if it's possible. In case so maybe sometimes it's unfortunately required because some old library are requiring unsafe inline. And in case if you want to add some GS files from CDN, probably you should be required to add SHA-256. You will see in your logs error message that SHA should be added, and you will see exactly which one SHA should be added. Two, the most important lines are style SRC and script SRC. And there is also one important frame SRC, which does not allow to which could be added in relation to the frames. Yeah. You can also add a header with meta tag on your web page, and you see the same content security policy and the same content could be placed inside. But I prefer the first one way. I prefer this way. And those headers are mostly deprecated, but they still could be used by old browsers. So better also add them. The XSS protection, this one is probably the same as CSP. And this one, X-frame options, is in relation to frames and related to the clickjacking attack. I have a small demo of clickjacking attack. You see Wikipedia website, and actually it is displayed inside the frame. So it's, if I take a look on the code, there is iframe with Wikipedia inside. That's it. And what could be done? Someone can publish website and some URL, for example, wikipedia.zx or whatever. He can publish website to a pretty similar URL. And when user gonna click somewhere on the website, some script would be called. And so maybe you have just voted for something, maybe you have just bought something, maybe your cookie was stealed. Yeah, doubtly, but I don't know what could happen. Something bad could happen. If talk about X-content type options, no sniff, that's related to the kind of attack when for example, some XF file is renamed to some JPEG file, and user executes JPEG, and he thinks that he's trying to open JPEG, but actually he's opening XF. That's just dirty example, and mostly this attack is not used anymore, but there are still some of examples of this attack with containers, with Docker containers. If talk about XPCT, it was related to certificate transparency and is not actual anymore since 2001, since this year. And referral policy just hides the website URL from where a visitor has come. It could be displayed in this way, so it could be also added with meta tag. So any of the header could be added with a meta tag. Now that's a new feature policy, or probably it would be related to the permission policy header, and it allows not using of some devices which you could have in your PC, on your device, or whatever it is. That's something new, but yeah, probably you can already try it, check it. And this information is related to hiding information of your server. So it's better hide that any information like this. Oh, so any information like this one should be hidden. And it could be done with web config configuration, or you can add something to your code to hide the Kestrel server. Two more kind of attacks, which are pretty basic. Now let's start from the parameter tampering. And you see the page. Should be some hidden fields. Yeah, well, hidden field is this price, and I can change the price from 5 to 1 and submit the form. And as I'm getting the information from the user, actually it shouldn't be trusted. What I do, I'm just saving the information into the database. That's bad, of course. That's pretty basic kind of example, and better to get article from the database. Like here. And better also to add some properties, and in this case you will get only ID, name, and quantity from the article. Well, this way is better. The second one, path traversal attack, is also related to the data which is coming from the user. And so I better show you. So I have root folder, I have text folders inside, and I have a privacy.txt. And what I think is, so when the name of the text file would be sent, I will combine the root path, the path text, and the name of the file, and I will get the path to the file. So I just thinking that I will be able to access only folder texts on only this folder if I use path combine. And so that's the expected behavior. When I'm sending get text name with privacy.txt, I'm getting file information. That's not expecting when I move into the two directories upper, and I can access the app settings file. And even in case if you will try to replace the path, replace the vulnerable attack this way, you're trying to do sanitization, so it doesn't matter, you could be tricked with, for example, this one kind of request. It's related to CWE 472. URL redirection. So after login to some website, you might be redirected to some URL. And in theory, it's possible that somebody will redirect to Contoso1. For example, instead of contoso.com, you will be redirected to contoso1.com. Yeah, it's highly possible. So please check in your code that URL redirection is sent as local, or just use local redirect. CSRF, that's pretty basic. If you're just using form ISP action, if you're using ISP action, if you don't use an action like in .NET, so you shouldn't add anti-forgery token into your code, into your form in this case. And if you forget that if you're afraid that you can forget, validate anti-forgery token so you can add it at once, you can just add some parameters. When you're adding MVC, you can add options, filter, add auto-validate anti-forgery token attribute. And this will be for all endpoints except get and head. XML external entity. So if you're using .NET lower than 4.5.2, in this case, your application could be vulnerable. If you have some legacy code, your application might be vulnerable. But .NET Core is safe by default, except in cases if you are using DTD processing parse, or except in cases if you're using XML resolver. I have a D. the first one, demo, is related. So it's actually related to Newton soft JSON and to the cases when type name handling all is added, is set, and what could be done. So what could be done is upsettings JSON file might be set to a read-only. It's helpful some gadget chain. Oh, it's related to the next one slide. Oh, anyway, let's do it. So what I will show you, that's the upsetting website is not read-only. And now when we run it, when we run this request, let's check now. You see, it's read-only. It was set to read-only. Just pay attention if you're using Newton soft JSON. Just check which type name handling are you using. And related to XML, so this one kind of attack might allow you to access the system file. You see there is content of the system file. I was able to get the content of this file in case if the custom XML resolver is used in your code. So just move again to the presentation. Yeah, you see XML resolver, new custom XML resolver, and it should be same. Should be set somewhere in the code too. And the second one kind of attack. In case if DTD processing was set to DTD processing parse, in this case, your application might be vulnerable to the DOS attack. So if I run execute, the page would be hanging. I'm not sure. I think I have tried many times. And just check what I have here. A0 contains a string. A1 contains multiple A0. A2 contains multiple A1. A3 contains multiple A2, and so on. And in result, the result string would be very, very long and might contain hundreds, maybe thousands symbols, millions. So I will not run the execute, just try yourself, maybe. And so what I have just talked about, the second one example is related to JSON.NET. And so please don't use the code like this. And maybe with .NET 6, there is a good reason to move to system text JSON. And also, please don't use binary formatter. That's one is very dangerous. So, in case if you still need it, so just check your code for security and use it with binary formatter binder. Oh, this one website contains gadget chains. Like like what we have seen with Newton soft JSON, that's called gadget chain. When in result something happens, some code is executed, so some data changed. But this website contains only payloads for .NET framework and nothing for ASP.NET Core. Well, maybe it's good. That's maybe good idea for us. So if we talk about cookies. If you open any website, you'll be able to see in developer panel your cookies and some information about your cookies, regarding your cookies. And so in case if you're using if you call in your cookie and your prefix, your cookie is secure, or you're prefixing it with the host, in this case, the cookie would be so secure and related to the domain. to just only one domain, which make it a little bit more secure and compare with others. So it's a good idea to add prefixes like secure and host. Same site attribute. It's also one of same site attribute. And there are two standards, 2019 and early 2016. There is some mess in between them, and so actually sometimes it could be some misfunctional. So cookies are not perfect at all. So since 2019, all cookies have same site legs by default, which means that they could be withheld on cross-site requests, such as calls to images or frames, and none. So, but of course, better have strict. So in this case, browser will only send cookies for send site requests. That's a new two properties which you can already probably see in the Chrome. New proposal from the Google. And if I move to the cookies session, so I should be able to see already not just only same site, but also same party property related to the cookie. And so you can set cookie related to multiple domains, for example, in case if you have multiple domains and all of them are related to the same API, so you can log in on the multiple domains at the same. HTTP only, probably the most interesting attribute. So let's check the cookies. And let's check the code. You see, I'm adding the new cookie with the role equal to user. I'm not setting secure flag, which is bad. But I'm setting HTTP only to true. What does mean that cookies should be accessible only from the backend side, from the API side? It shouldn't be accessible from the JavaScript. But I have a simple JavaScript code which puts into the cookie 200 times some random value. And if I run overflow cookie jar, the JavaScript would be executed. And let's see what's happening. You see now role is user, role is set to user. And now I have 200 new cookies added. And role is set to admin. Yeah, what shouldn't happen because cookie contains HTTP only flag. And what to do? Just make it secure. And in this case, our overflow will not happen. The brute force attack. So what you can do to mitigate brute force attacks? You can lock accounts, but that's the worst idea probably, because someone can lock multiple accounts. You can get reCAPTCHA, which could be bypassed with help of some paid software, for example. You can add strong password rule. Yeah, you should do it. And you can add delay between directories, exponentially increase. That's probably a good idea. And if it's possible, you can just allow to log in from some IP addresses. And use two-factor authentication, which could be more secure, but not the 100% secure way. HSTS. There is a website called HSTS Preload, and it's related to the catalog with the website, which does containing SSL configured. And if you have SSL on your website, and if you add some additional parameters, and if you add HSTS to your services and use HSTS to your configuration, in this case, your website might be added to this catalog, and after some weeks, it would be more secure because browser will check websites from these catalogs, and browser doing additional check that this website should be secured. A free certificate. So nowadays, even for your dev and UAT environments, you can use free certificates. You can generate them with, for example, with Let's Encrypt, bypass Go SSL, or Zero SSL services. You can use Cloudflare. So I'm using Let's Encrypt, for example, from Kubernetes. I'm using for Let's Encrypt for Azure services. There is a free extension for Azure web applications. And you can use also certify the Web Community Edition. That's an application. Oh, sorry. It's also a free application. And you can generate the SSL for your website. You should add some services to your settings, some authorities. For example, I have added Let's Encrypt and Go SSL, and you should create some folder on your website, some directories, and some data. So after that, you will be able to generate temporary certificate. Of course, temporary for 3 months, if I don't mind. Let's Encrypt allows to generate a certificate for 3 months. So, and if you have an enterprise application which is which is visited by the customers and highly audit, it's a good idea to add paid website application firewall, which prevents from SQL injection, DOS attacks, and as you can see, protects your data from fraud. And there is a lot of them, and so all major clouds have their own website application firewalls, and there is a lot of famous firewalls not related to any cloud. Yeah, that was all. Right at time. If you have any questions, please write me. Configuration sponsor. Bye. Adios.
Let's say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I hoping this was okay. Not bad.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers.
And we're flying so close to where we belong. And we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open. till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher, till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher, till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
¿Tú eres Adrián? No. Ah, Manuel, vale, porque yo estuve hablando con Adrián, bueno, por mail, ¿no? Tal como me encantaba.
Vale, ya estaría todo listo. ¿Quieres empezar tú antes?
Como quieras. Yo, una pregunta antes de antes. Es decir, todo es el error de 50 minutos. ¿Es para hacerlo todo completo o se puede dejar en el segundo como estáis haciendo? Vale. Vale, o sea, tú me introduces, o sea, tú ya me das paso directamente como estáis haciendo.
Lo que prefieras. Lo que prefieras. ¿Quieres que introduzco, vale? Y ya.
Vale, perfecto.
Vale.
Me parece.
Vamos a ello, ¿vale?
Vale.
Pues ya estamos aquí de nuevo en otra sesión más. En esta ocasión tenemos a Marcela, que van a venir a hablarnos en su sesión sobre Override de Power Virtual Agents e integración de servicios a clientes en Dynamics 365. Marcela, encantado. Bienvenido a la NetCoreConf.
Vale, muchas gracias. Como bien has dicho, mi nombre es Marcela Bordolini y yo voy a hablar sobre, voy a hacer una introducción de lo que es el Power Visual Agent e integración con el servicio de cliente de Dynamics 365. Pues nada, antes de comenzar, agradecer a los sponsors, ya que gracias a ellos son realizables estas sesiones. También quiero aprovechar para agradecer a todo el equipo que hay por detrás de todo este evento, porque sé que es mucho el trabajo, la comunicación que estáis haciendo vía mail con las diferentes personas que estamos realizando la sesión, y bueno, eso también creo que es un trabajo que hay que agradecer. como bien habíamos comentado, mi nombre es Marcela Bordolini. Yo soy Project Manager en proyectos de Dynamics de 365, Customer Engagement y también Power Platform. Estoy trabajando en InfoAvan Soluciones. Además, soy integrante del grupo de Women for Technical Talks. Aquí agradecer a Ana María Bisbé, que es una de sus fundadoras y la cual nos ha hecho llegar la invitación para estar en esta sesión. Así que, bueno, muy agradecida también con ella y con todo el grupo. Pues muy bien, vamos a ver qué es un agente virtual, características, uso, previsiones de desarrollo futuro. Ya después nos vamos a entrar en lo que es la Power Visual Engine y vamos a hacer una demo de lo que es la integración de un agente virtual a través de lo que es Power Visual Engine con lo que es el servicio de Customer Service de Dynamics 365. Aquí comentar que en este aspecto, desde que estoy trabajando en proyectos con Power Platform y demás, ha sido una inquietud todo el tema de agentes virtuales y con lo cual me ha llevado a introducirme, ¿no?, en la investigación y desarrollo, digamos, en cuanto a un nivel inicial de todo lo que es la parte de lo que es la Power BI Agent. De ahí la inquietud de esta sesión y de investigación en cuanto a los diferentes temas que he comentado. Bueno, en primer lugar, ¿qué es un agente virtual? Primero comentar que la palabra chatbot proviene en realidad de Charterbot, que fue un juego de calabozos multiusuario que su principal tarea era responder a usuarios acerca de la navegación de calabozos y este agente simulaba, digamos, habilidades conversacionales por simples reglas. De ahí podemos decir que un chatbot son agentes virtuales multiplataforma que interpreta el lenguaje humano a través de la voz, la escritura o captura de imagen y responde mediante una conversación interaccionando con personas o incluso con otros bots que pueden estar también en el mismo canal. Los chatbots actualmente son fácilmente programables y pueden ser configurables para ejecutar tareas de acuerdo a las consultas que le puedan hacer los usuarios. Básicamente, lo que podemos decir es que consta, ¿no es cierto?, de 3 vías. Un usuario que hace una solicitud vía texto, voz, imagen, puede ser también a través de un botón. La solicitud es analizada por el agente y su inteligencia artificial, que es lo que es el backend, y el agente responde en tiempo real mediante una conversación. Después, características, digamos, principales dentro de lo que son los chatbots. Los chatbots es un software de inteligencia artificial. Se interactúa, ¿no es cierto?, la iteración, como hemos comentado antes, a través de texto, enlace, imágenes. También pueden haber acciones a través de botones. No hace falta descargarlos. Se pueden integrar en un mismo chat varios bots. Ofrece una experiencia más amigable al usuario. Son personalizados, pueden transmitir pedido, dar información, también pueden enviar newsletter. También importante es una nueva forma de ingreso para empresas. También son implementados, ¿no es cierto?, para todo el tema de soporte y atención al cliente. Dentro de lo que son las ventajas que podemos tener dentro de lo que es el chatbot, es la respuesta de forma inmediata, con un lenguaje natural, atención al cliente y personalizada, crear, ¿no es cierto?, para las empresas nuevos canales de comercialización y una mejora en los procesos de negocios. También importante es recoger el comportamiento, ¿no es cierto?, del consumo que puede ayudar a todos los proyectos de Big Data. También multiplica, ¿no es cierto?, todo el tema de las conversaciones. En cuanto a arquitectura para las plataformas, digamos, comerciales de chatbots, podemos decir que están conformadas principalmente por intenciones, entidades, respuesta del bot, que podemos decir que es el diálogo del script bot, y la gestión de máquina de ese estado de diálogo. Después, cuando ya veamos, cuando pasemos a la demo a ver el entorno de Power Virtual Agent, vamos a comentar bien esto de las intenciones, las entidades y las respuestas. Dentro de lo que es la parte de chatbot, también es importante destacar algunos conceptos que hay, digamos, entre el chatbot y la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos lo que es el Machine Learning. El Machine Learning, a nivel general, es un método de análisis de datos que automatiza el modelo para aprender a realizar tareas o entender conceptos, ¿vale? Existen algoritmos, por ejemplo, como el árbol de decisiones, métodos de ensamblados y demás. También otro concepto importante que también tenemos aquí es el tema del Deep Learning. El Deep Learning permite a los modelos computacionales, que están compuestos mediante varias capas de procesamiento, aprender representaciones de datos. Estos métodos de aprendizaje han sido mejorados gracias al habla, al reconocimiento de objetos y, por ejemplo, a la programación neurolingüística. También tenemos todo lo que es la computación cognitiva, que ayuda a desarrollar de una forma coherente y unificada mecanismos basados en capacidades de la mente, cuyo objetivo es imitar el funcionamiento del cerebro mediante modelos de computadoras u ordenadores. ¿Qué uso tenemos en cuanto a los chatbots? Aquí comentar que tenemos, por ejemplo, uso a nivel de medicina. Acá podemos mencionar el ejemplo del chatbot que publicó Microsoft, utilizado por alrededor de unos 40 millones de personas y que ha registrado hasta 10 billones de conversaciones. Fue diseñado por desarrolladores y expertos psicólogos para crear un balance entre la inteligencia artificial e inteligencia emocional. Este chatbot es capaz de memorizar y rastrear el estado emocional de los usuarios e inclusive ofrece un curso de 30 días de terapia para las personas con problemas en relaciones. También, por ejemplo, podemos nombrar el chatbot Watson, que es de IBM, que está enfocado a nivel de medicina y tiene diferentes usos, por ejemplo, como oncología, genética, consulta, medicina general y también de cuidados personales. Digamos, otro uso también que tenemos de los chatbots es a nivel de servicio al cliente. Aquí en este aspecto, estos agentes de conversación actúan como representantes de servicio al cliente, dando respuesta digamos, en lenguaje natural y ofreciendo información enfocada, ¿no es cierto?, a lo que el usuario requiera. La idea es que estos agentes tengan un tono y una sensibilidad de comportamiento como un agente de servicio humano. Pero también se requiere, ¿no es cierto?, que ese procesamiento de información sea rápido. También tenemos uso a nivel de aprendizaje. Este tipo de chatbot está basado, ¿no es cierto?, también en conversaciones y facilita el aprendizaje a estudiantes o a cualquier persona que tenga algún interés particular en entender en algún conocimiento. Y la idea es que estos asistentes pueden ser asistentes de clases de un tutor y que si se pregunta alguna inquietud, pues te deriva respuesta a material, a cursos, a diccionarios, incluso puede llegar a generar conversaciones para ver, ¿no es cierto?, y medir cómo progresa todo el tema de los puntos que se estén dando en las diferentes clases y demás. También tenemos chatbot a nivel de entretenimiento. Aquí comentar, por ejemplo, en Skype se tienen diferentes diferentes bots, alguno para consultar sobre películas, mostrar noticias, predecir el clima. Por ejemplo, a mí me ha pasado en este aspecto encargar comida en un restaurante y me salió un chatbot preguntándome, por ejemplo, de una ensalada, qué ingredientes quería y demás. O sea que lo tenemos, digamos, integrado en nuestro día a día. Volviendo a lo que es el tema de ejemplos de entretenimientos, también tenemos también que permite dentro de la plataforma de Skype la creación de memes, de juegos. También existen otras categorías, ¿no es cierto?, de chatbot relacionado también con análisis de datos, con desarrollo, administración, soporte técnico. Aquí también algo que me llamó muchísimo la atención, el tema del spam chatbot. Aquí específicamente sobre el año 2000, digamos, al estar todo el tema este de internet y demás, aparecieron los que son los hacker bots, los scrappers, los spanners y los impersonator. Aquí, por ejemplo, el CAPTCHA también se ha creado para evitar, ¿no es cierto?, esto de que yo entre a una página y realmente sea una persona y no un bot. Para evitar, ¿no es cierto?, que estos hacker bot y demás no reconocerlos, digamos, se usan también otras técnicas para bloquear este tipo de software, por ejemplo, analizando las páginas a las que acceden, el tiempo, las URLs, conversaciones, con la idea de ver el comportamiento, ¿no? Y en este caso se tiene, por ejemplo, bot periódicos, bot que responder, replay respond bots, en fin. También aquí comentar otro caso también de bots que Microsoft publicó o liberó, digamos, en 2016, que fue Tai, donde lo puso a través de Twitter. Y bueno, fue un aprendizaje a nivel de Machine Learning, el cual se vio cómo podía evolucionar dependiendo el contacto y demás que pudiese tener, ¿no es cierto?, un bot. Y bueno, al final después, por una cuestión de que el bot se volvió racista y xenofóbico, pues nada, se sacó, digamos, se apagó, pero bueno, sirvió toda esa experiencia para todo lo que es el tema de Machine Learning, ¿no? Entonces, aquí importante tener en cuenta digamos, cómo usar, ¿no es cierto?, toda esta tecnología y tener cuidado. Aquí algo que me llamó mucho la atención en todo lo que es el material y demás que estuve revisando para realizar esta sesión, fueron las consideraciones éticas que yo la verdad que hasta ahora no lo había escuchado, pero no había no me había, digamos, puesto a ver en detalle qué significaba, ¿no? Entonces, aquí es importante que se pudiesen hacer ciertas modificaciones en los estatutos de derechos humanos para incluir la inteligencia artificial y obligar a respetar esos estatutos con el fin de que los robots respeten a cada persona e individuo y a su vez sea respetado en su forma humana. En este caso, nombrar a Isaac Asimov, que fue un escritor y profesor en la Universidad de Boston, que es de origen ruso, pero se nacionalizó estadounidense, y este señor creó, o propuso, mejor dicho, las leyes de la robótica, la cual, digamos, hace referencia a lo siguiente, que un robot no puede herir a un humano y también un humano no puede dañar un robot. Un robot puede obedecer las órdenes dadas por los humanos, excepto las que generen conflicto con la primera. Y un robot debe proteger su propia existencia y su protección sin, digamos, existir un conflicto entre la primera y la segunda ley. Entonces, en conclusión, los desarrolladores y creadores de agentes virtuales tienen que ver que respeten, ¿no?, incluyan estas tres leyes, considerando el respeto a la privacidad, transparencia, respeto a los valores humanos, libertad y el bien común. ¿Vale? Esto me pareció interesante porque a la hora, ¿no?, de desarrollar y demás los chatbots, ¿no? Y que también pudiésemos tener toda esta reglamentación a nivel de estatutos. En cuanto a previsiones de desarrollos, aquí comentar, ¿no es cierto?, que actualmente dentro de lo que es Internet y todo lo que es el tema de dispositivos móviles y demás, y también con pandemia que se ha visto también, por supuesto, un auge, ¿no?, en todo este tipo de desarrollos, tenemos las conversaciones, que son las interfaces de los usuarios, los bots, que son las nuevas aplicaciones, la inteligencia artificial, que es el nuevo protocolo, y las aplicaciones de mensajería, que están considerados como el nuevo buscador. Aquí comentar que el crecimiento actual de la plataforma de desarrollo de bots se debe principalmente, ¿no?, al uso, como bien dije, de mensajería, de dispositivos móviles, de consolas de videos, también parlantes inteligentes como Alexa. Aquí tengo algunos datos que creo que me gustaría comentar, son del 2019. En donde vemos que, por ejemplo, WhatsApp cuenta con un billón de usuarios, Facebook Messenger con 800 millones de usuarios, Skype con 300 millones de usuarios. Después tenemos el Snapchat con 100 millones de usuarios. Para aprovechar, todos los usuarios pasan tiempo utilizando, ¿no es cierto?, sus aplicaciones, ver en este campo, ¿no es cierto?, importante, digamos que toda esta información, ¿no?, que hace ver todo el auge que hay y lo a nivel de empresa y demás, lo que es lo lucrativo que es invertir en estos chatbots, ¿no? También comentar que a nivel de herramientas tenemos como dos tipos de chatbots. Unos basados en inteligencia artificial, que entienden y procesan todo lo que es la programación neurolingüística, también interactúan en una forma humana y capaz de mejorar respuesta, ¿no?, según el entrenamiento que vayan realizando. Después también tenemos los chatbots basados en reglas, que no requieren inteligencia artificial, están entrenados para realizar una sola cosa y son tan inteligentes, ¿no es cierto?, de acuerdo a cómo se los vayan programando. Estos chatbots se comunican digamos, de una forma estructurada. Después tenemos, ¿no es cierto?, grandes empresas como Google, Facebook, Microsoft y Amazon, que han, ¿no es cierto?, iniciado una carrera para esta nueva, digamos, comunicación con la adquisición de startups que se especializan en reconocimiento de voz, de patrones, de imágenes, ¿no?, y de todo lo que es el desarrollo de inteligencia artificial. O sea que esto es algo que está en auge y sigue en crecimiento. Algo también que me pareció importante fue poner algunos datos. Estos datos los he sacado de información de Capgemini Research Institute. Estos son datos de el 2019 y básicamente dentro de todo todo, ¿no es cierto?, los resultados de este estudio, lo que más digamos, he hecho como una abstracción, lo que más me ha llamado la atención han sido estos números que creo que son bastante representativos, ¿no? Que, por ejemplo, el primero hace referencia a que el 58% de los consumidores les gusta personalizar su asistente de voz, casi la mitad confía en sus asistentes para el asesoramiento de productos, y también la mitad de los consumidores tienen preocupación, por supuesto, en cuanto a la seguridad de sus datos personales. Después también las organizaciones ya están obteniendo beneficios de los asistentes de voz y chat, ¿no? Acá podemos ver algunos beneficios y algunos porcentajes. Por ejemplo, tenemos que más de un 20% como beneficio, ¿no?, más de un 20% de reducción de los servicios al cliente. Entonces acá tenemos, por ejemplo, dividido en voz y chat, tenemos un 74% y un 69%. Después también otro de los beneficios que tenemos es, digamos, más de un 20% de reducción de la pérdida de cliente. haciendo referencia a un 63 a nivel de voz y un 57 a nivel de chat. Después también la mejora en 3 puntos en lo que es el NPS, que está referido a lo que es la fidelidad de los clientes. Tenemos un 62 y un 52. Y después también una reducción del tiempo de espera del cliente de más de 5 minutos, ¿no? Acá tenemos en voz de un 88 y en chat de un 80%. O sea, vemos, digamos, con números que cómo se está viendo un beneficio tanto a nivel empresarial e incluso de cara a cada uno de nosotros del uso, ¿no es cierto?, de lo que es los chatbots, de los bots en general. Muy bien, ahora vamos a pasar directamente a hablar sobre Power Virtual Agent. Bueno, el Power Virtual Agent forma parte de todo lo que es la Microsoft Power Platform. Evidentemente es una tecnología de Microsoft que permite la creación de agentes inteligentes con bots con inteligencia artificial. Acá importante, no se necesita tener conocimiento de código experto, digamos, ni de inteligencia artificial. Es una interfaz gráfica amigable que permite hacer desarrollo, reduciendo, ¿no es cierto?, la complejidad y utilizando, ¿no es cierto?, todo lo que es a nivel de la creación de los mismos. Comentar que el Virtual Agent está construido, ¿no es cierto?, en Microsoft Bot Framework. También importante, es un servicio SaaS, con lo cual eso minimiza el esfuerzo del equipo de IT para implementar y mantener, ¿no es cierto?, esta solución. Nosotros, ¿qué hacemos? Nos logamos dentro de Power Virtual Agent, creamos nuestro propio bot, lo podemos ver en aplicaciones con un par de clics y ya podemos publicarlo y ahí podemos empezarlo a usar, básicamente. A nivel general, podemos decir que permite, digamos que la plataforma nos permite construir bots conversacionales, ¿no es cierto?, sin necesidad de intermediarios, ni tener unos conocimientos expertos. Reducir costos al automatizar el soporte, por ejemplo, de preguntas al cliente, también incluso a nivel de empleados, ¿no? Por ejemplo, toda la parte de vacaciones o incluso de procesos que se tengan internos para incorporaciones de nuevas personas. Y también, por ejemplo, todo lo que es mejorar la satisfacción y el servicio al cliente, ya que podemos tener, ¿no es cierto?, un 7x24, es decir, 7 días de la semana durante 24 horas. Aquí también, como comenté antes, nos permite tener, ¿no es cierto?, estos chatbots incluidos en diferentes canales, en aplicaciones móviles, en plataformas de mensajería, por ejemplo, como Microsoft Teams, Facebook, con lo cual digamos que tenemos mucha extensión y amplitud de uso. ¿Cómo funciona Power Virtual Agent? Nos logueamos en el servicio SaaS, creamos nuestro bot, como bien dije antes, una interfaz amigable, intuitiva, no hace falta tener conocimientos expertos, y suministrando, ¿no es cierto? Bueno, tenemos incluso dentro de los templates ejemplos de cómo crearlos y demás. También importante, podemos, digamos, integrar, ¿no es cierto?, el bot con backend propio o a través de conectores usando Power Automation para dotar al bot de la capacidad y realizar diferentes acciones. Y también importante que podemos realizar una monitorización del bot para ver, por ejemplo, qué temas son los más solicitados, qué temas no se han solucionado bien. O sea, con esto nos permite hacer una optimización, ¿no es cierto?, del uso del bot. Muy bien, voy a pasar a lo que es ya la demo. Comentar que la demo está hecha sobre lo que es la plataforma omnicanal para Customer Service. que ofrece una amplia capacidad para toda la parte de Customer Service Enterprise, que me permite tener, ¿no es cierto?, canales de mensajerías digitales. Acá comentar que se requiere una licencia adicional para la plataforma de Omnicanal. Con Power Virtual Agent, perdón, ahí está. Con Power Virtual Agent, aquí tenemos que es importante que me permite realizar, ¿no es cierto?, conversaciones a través de un bot, como si fuera un agente humano. Me permite también completar las conversaciones, coger los transcripts y tener, ¿no es cierto?, a lo que son los agentes humanos, tener todo el contexto de la conversación y actividad que ha tenido ese chatbot con los diferentes clientes. Importante a la hora de cuando vamos a integrar el Power Virtual Agent con el Omnicanal de Customer Service, tenemos una serie de, digamos, de requerimientos, con lo cual es importante tenerlo en cuenta. Importante tener, como dije anteriormente, la licencia de la plataforma de Omnicanal para Customer Service, que ya incluye una licencia para Power Virtual Agent. También importante tener el rol adecuado para completar los pasos en cuanto a iniciar sesión y demás como administrador en el Omnicanal. También hay que tener una idea de aplicación en Azure para dejar la aplicación, ¿no es cierto?, registrada, para conectarse al Omnicanal y testar como ese servicio de cara al bot. Y después el bot se debe configurar para que quede integrado en lo que sería el Omnicanal. También es importante tener el widget de chat donde el chat preconfigurado, ¿no es cierto?, podrá interactuar, ¿no es cierto?, dentro de ese widget. Vale, pues sin más voy a pasar a lo que es la demo. Voy a dejar de compartir pantalla. Vale, así voy a compartir. Voy a compartir el escritorio. Vale. Vamos a ver. Aquí mismo. Vale. Entonces, como he comentado anteriormente, tenemos aquí el Power Virtual Agent. Un momentito, que me deje. A ver, que me deje esto. Ahí está. Vale, aquí tenemos el entorno. A ver, que no me deja. A ver si me deja esto. Ahí está. Vale, perfecto. Vale, pues aquí tenemos el Power Virtual Agent. Este es el entorno. Como podéis ver, aquí habíamos hablado que teníamos entidades. ¿Vale? Dentro del Power Virtual tenemos tópicos, acá tenemos toda la parte de analíticas. En este caso, yo voy a ir directamente a hacer a lo que es probar el bot, ¿vale? Aquí, por ejemplo, yo tengo un bot creado. Este bot, la verdad que he usado ya los ejemplos que trae en la plataforma. Por ejemplo, voy a iniciarlo para que veamos cómo funciona. Vamos a ver. Vale, entonces me dice, hola, soy un agente virtual, ¿puedo ayudarte? Si deseas hablar con un agente humano, dígamelo. Entonces, ¿en qué puedo ayudarles? Yo le voy a decir que quiero saber los horarios de las tiendas, por ejemplo, horario. Este bot específicamente te dice los horarios en que las tiendas están abiertas, horario de tienda, ¿vale? Vale, entonces, aquí tenemos, por ejemplo, si vamos, por ejemplo, a lo que es un tema sencillo, por así decirlo, directamente me va a devolver los horarios de las tiendas. Entonces aquí me dice, por ejemplo, el horario de las tiendas que hay, tanto, por ejemplo, en Sevilla y Málaga. ¿Vale? Entonces, aquí me ha respondido a su pregunta, le voy a decir que sí, ¿vale? Siempre por una cuestión de ver si lo que me ha respondido para el puesto tiene que ver con todo el tema de analítica y demás que comenté anteriormente, pues nada, cómo ha sido su experiencia, y aquí en este caso clasificamos, le voy a poner que sí. Vamos a ver. Vale, voy a poner, por ejemplo, tienda. Vale, aquí ya me da la elección de la otra, digamos, configuración que tiene de desarrollo, que ya, o condiciones. Entonces aquí vemos que a veces me dice qué ubicación interesa. Por ejemplo, en este caso Sevilla, Málaga, por ejemplo, vamos a poner Madrid. Y aquí, bueno, lo mismo. Me dice si ya me ha respondido bien, le voy a decir que sí. Y bueno, y aquí ya voy a poner la clasificación que corresponde. Una vez que me dice, ¿te puedo ayudar en algo más? Le digo que no. Y ya está. Entonces aquí podemos ver la interfaz en la medida que yo voy desarrollando el bot, lo puedo ir probando. Aquí, por ejemplo, es lo que comenté anteriormente, yo he usado ya incluso ya templates que ya existen dentro de la plataforma, o sea que para aprender la verdad que es muy sencillo. Por ejemplo, el tema este que vimos tiene solamente frases que hacen referencia al horario, por ejemplo, cuando está cerrada la tienda, cuando está abierta. Y aquí, que fue la primera iteración que hice, pues ya me mostró los horarios, ¿no? de algunas tiendas a la cual hace referencia. Después aquí, por ejemplo, en este caso podemos ver que hay ya bueno, también las tiendas, ubicación y demás. Y ya después tenemos acá que dependiendo lo que se seleccione, ya hay digamos, a dónde nos podemos dirigir, ¿no? En cada uno de ellos. Pues muy bien, yo a partir de este bot, ¿no? Que como podéis ver es muy sencillo, ¿vale? Tienes una implementación incluso que ya tenemos aquí de ejemplo. Lo que hice fue integrarlo con el omnicanal de Customer Service. Yo, digamos, como experiencia, he trabajado con el módulo de Dynamics 365 de Customer Services, ¿no? Donde tenemos toda la parte de casos y demás de cada cliente. Y me interesaba tener, o sea, ver esta posibilidad, ¿no? De decir, bueno, de tener la posibilidad de tener el agente humano y el agente virtual, ¿no? Que también evidentemente tan usado y creo que se puede sacar mucho partido, ¿no? En todo lo que es la parte de atención al cliente. Entonces, una vez que tú tienes tu bot y tienes, como hemos comentado antes, el ID en Azure, ¿cierto? Para poder hacer el enganche y del servicio, pues ya teniendo ya todo eso ya configurado y teniendo ya mi bot, lo que hacemos es hacer a transferencia a la gente y aquí ya seleccionamos en el entorno que tenemos y demás. Yo esto ya lo tengo configurado. En cuanto al canal, ¿no es cierto? El canal Omnichannel de Customer Engagement. O sea, una vez que nosotros aquí seleccionamos, como bien he dicho, el entorno y demás, y ya tenemos preconfigurado el tema del ID de aplicación, ya con esto ya tengo la integración con un par de clics, por así decirlo, con el Omnichannel. A partir de ahí, una vez que yo ya he realizado lo que he comentado, ya tengo aquí el bot, como podéis ver, integrado. Importante aquí para que el bot pueda empezar digamos, a contestar a servicios y demás dentro de peticiones que pueda tener yo del cliente, hay que agregarlo a una cola, ¿vale? Yo en este caso, la cola, tengo una única cola, que es la cola de mensajería, en la cual voy a hacer primero la prueba de un agente humano, ¿vale? Por así decirlo, y después voy a agregar el chatbot a lo que sería a la cola de esta para que veamos cómo directamente me redirecciona a lo que es el chatbot. Entonces vamos a hacer primero la simulación con un agente humano, ¿no? En este caso, una persona se contacta, por ejemplo, necesito ayuda. En este caso vamos a preguntar para configurar o no, vamos a poner para sacar el filtro. Estamos hablando de una máquina de café, por ejemplo. El filtro de la máquina. Vale, entonces, esto es de cara a lo que sería el usuario. A mí como agente, pues me sale que voy a tener la solicitud de una persona que se llama Paula Sepúlveda para que requiere información, ¿no es cierto?, asistencia sobre esto. En este caso, yo, por ejemplo, aquí puedo tener alguna respuesta rápida, si quiero utilizar, por supuesto. En este caso, hola, buenas, ya le doy información, por ejemplo. caso como ya me ha puesto directamente, pues yo aquí tengo la posibilidad de, por ejemplo, buscar artículos que estén relacionados con esto, en este caso. Por ejemplo, voy a poner acá filtro. Vale, yo acá voy a copiar esto y se lo voy a poner en el chat para que ya tenga la información que requiere. Bueno, gracias. Y ya está. Vale. Pues nada, yo aquí tengo algunas. Gracias por hablar, adiós, por ejemplo. Vale. Entonces, yo aquí esto sería, ¿no es cierto?, la interacción simulada con un agente humano. ¿Vale? Voy a poner finalizar y ahora lo que voy a hacer es, voy a ir a lo que es el que lo voy a cerrar. Acá tengo la posibilidad, si quiero, de bajar mi transcript, ¿vale? Para guardarlo y tener todo lo que he hablado con la persona respectiva, que lo voy a cerrar directamente. Y voy a ir a lo que es mi agente virtual y lo voy a agregar a la cola, ¿vale? Como he dicho, a la cola de chat de demostración para que veamos que ya yo teniendo el chatbot, lo agrego directamente a la cola y directamente me va a contestar el agente virtual. Aquí comentar que yo puedo tener, en realidad lo conveniente es tener dos colas, una para el agente virtual y otra para los agentes, ¿no es cierto? La agente de cola que tenga para cada agente que tenga dentro del servicio. Y que en efecto, si el chatbot no es capaz de resolver la duda o cuestión referida al usuario, pues que el propio chatbot pregunte si no se ha resuelto, pues que lo deriva, ¿no es cierto?, lo transfiere a un lo que sería un agente humano, ¿vale? Entonces vamos a ir aquí, vamos a ir de nuevo al tema del widget para preguntar. Entonces aquí, vamos a ver, aquí ya me debería aparecer. Vale, aquí está. Entonces me dice, hola, soy un agente virtual, puedo ayudar con preguntas de la cuenta de pedido, información. Si desea hablar con un agente humano, dígamelo y no sé qué. Bueno, en este caso, yo le voy a decir que necesito este bot, como hemos visto, es un bot que se refería que necesito el horario de tienda, por ejemplo, horario de tienda, por ejemplo. Vale, entonces aquí este va a funcionar, como hemos visto, al bot que teníamos, ¿cierto?, cuando vimos en el entorno del Power Virtual Agent. En este caso yo voy a poner, vamos a hacer lo mismo, un tema sencillo, pues aquí lo que me hace es devolverme todo, digamos, la información de las tiendas, los horarios en los cuales está abierto, cerrado y demás. Yo voy a poner que sí me ha ayudado. Y aquí me va a pedir también, ya de una forma diferente, ¿no?, el tema de la satisfacción o si la experiencia no ha sido buena o no. Pues nada, yo le voy a poner que sí. ¿Vale? Y después me va a preguntar seguramente si deseo algo más. Le voy a poner que sí. Vale, y acá vamos a poner vale, entonces aquí vamos con la segunda forma de implementación, donde aquí teníamos las opciones. Voy a poner, por ejemplo, Sevilla. Aquí ya me sale los datos que corresponden a la tienda. Yo, por ejemplo, ahora voy a poner a responder tu pregunta, por ejemplo, voy a poner que no. Y aquí es donde, por ejemplo, dice hablar con un agente o si no, decir de otro modo. Si yo en este caso no lo tengo configurado para hablar con un agente, ¿vale? Pero si yo, por ejemplo, seleccionaría esto, si yo tuviera, como he comentado, tendría que tener las dos colas está configurada, una para cada uno, pues ya ahí pues ya me derivaría y ya, digamos, haría ya el contacto, como vimos antes, con un agente humano directamente. Vale, hasta aquí sería, digamos, lo que sería la demo. Lo que sí me gustaría mostrar, que creo que no he mostrado, es la parte de analítica, que creo que esto también es interesante dentro de lo que es el Power Virtual Agent, porque aquí puedo ver estadísticas de peticiones no resueltas. Todo esto también me va a servir como para información, ¿no es cierto?, para mejorar, ¿no es cierto?, el bot e ir perfeccionando, ¿no? Y ver dónde tengo, digamos, los puntos de mejora, ¿vale? Pues muy bien, hasta aquí llega lo que es la charla como tal. Espero que os haya gustado. La verdad, como dije antes, para mí esto ha sido todo un reto y especialmente lo que de todo esto me llevo que toda la parte de Virtual Agent, evidentemente hay que investigar y demás, ¿no es cierto? Pero es una forma de implementación en cuanto a chatbot de una forma sencilla y como bien he comentado antes, amigable, intuitiva y que se le puede sacar mucho partido a nivel de las empresas. Bueno, aquí he puesto las referencias de las diferentes, digamos, fuentes de información por la cual he preparado esta sesión. Y bueno, por supuesto también agradecer a los sponsors, que sin ellos este espacio sería, ¿no es cierto?, no sería posible, y nuevamente agradecer a todo el equipo que hay por detrás de coordinación y organización. Pues muy bien, muchas gracias a todos. Que tengáis una buena tarde.
Gracias a todos. Un saludo.